Imagine a world swallowed by an eternal ice age. Outside, temperatures plummeted to a brutal -60 degrees Celsius. Heat and food became absolute lifelines in the frozen ruins of South Korea. At first, the remaining survivors huddled together, but scarce resources triggered savage wars across the freezing apartment corridors. Yet, within this frozen hellscape, Hanfong stands untouched in his ultimate sanctuary, blessed with warmth, women, and endless food. As a regressor, he reversed time to flawlessly prepare before the apocalypse struck. He even awakened divine abilities to clone and massively expand his food supply. He never stopped there, constructing an impenetrable fortress complete with greenhouses, heat, and a sauna. How did his legendary journey begin? Let us rewind. The silence shatters as a desperate voice screams Hanfong's name. Shivering violently, he drags his freezing body toward the entrance. Peering through the peephole, he spots his beloved crush, Hyona, barely conscious from the lethal cold. Without a second thought, he throws the door open and pulls her inside. Suddenly, Hyona lunges forward, crashing her lips against Hanfong's in utter shock. She pours overwhelming passion into the kiss, leaving him completely breathless. He stands paralyzed, completely stunned by her sudden and desperate affection. Remember, she was his ultimate dream, making this sudden victory feel like absolute heaven. Right then, Hona unleashes her confession, swearing she had always loved him. Thrust deep into the heart of this frozen nightmare, she claimed to finally see his genuine, selfless heart. Deepening the dangerous illusion, Hona guides his trembling hands to feel her racing heart, offering herself completely. Tragically, our hero plunges headfirst into her venomous honey trap. While his mind races with romantic fantasies, Kiona aggressively deepens the physical seduction, stripping away his final shreds of caution and logic. Blinded by love, he confesses she means the entire world to him, yet he questions the sanity of this sudden romance. But Hyona is a master manipulator. She softly commands him to close his eyes and embrace the moment. Overjoyed and trembling with anticipation, he obediently shuts his eyes. His innocent heart races with pure, childlike excitement. But instantly, his dream shatters as her ruthless boyfriend crushes his skull. A devastating strike leaves his broken body drowning in crimson blood. He twitches in agonizing pain as Hyona fakes a gasp of terror, pretending she never expected such a brutal, cold-blooded murder. Her boyfriend sneers, reminding her they planned his absolute execution from the start. Showing Hanfong mercy was never an option, not in this apocalyptic wasteland driven by ruthless survival. Stepping over his dying body, they gleefully celebrate stealing Hanfong's precious resources. As for the gentle soul who offered his fatal kindness, he lies there in agony, drenched in his own blood, completely paralyzed. Death's cold grip tightly surrounds him, and his fading eyes witness Hyona celebrating with her lover. This brutal demise is one ruthless woman's scheme. In his final breath, he makes a desperate vow. If granted a second chance, he will never again be a mere toy to be discarded. As his consciousness fades into absolute darkness, the terror is suddenly replaced by a shimmering, warm light, pulling him closer. At first, he believes it is the gateway to heaven. But those innocent hopes shatter as his spiritual body endures agonizing pain, violently tearing into 100 pieces. After that traumatizing ordeal, he violently jolts awake in his own bed. Drenched in cold sweat, he frantically questions his surroundings. Hanfong was dying just moments ago, yet now he is completely unharmed. And not just him. The entire world remains perfectly fine. There are no apocalyptic signs. The sun remains warm, even after 30 minutes of waiting. It is a comforting warmth he never expected to feel again. Checking the calendar, Hanfong realizes that today is June 28th. In his original timeline, the devastating apocalypse began on July 15th. He has experienced a post-death regression, thrust back in time just weeks before the world ends. Overwhelming shock, pure amazement, and deep confusion wash over his face. He never expected rebirth, but he has returned with strange anomalies. His hand is now glowing with an eerie red light. Ever since Hanfong regained consciousness, his hand has not stopped glowing crimson. He desperately tries to shake it off, but nothing changes. The mysterious glow radiates a gentle warmth, bringing absolutely no pain. Initially, he thought his mind was playing tricks, but a sudden sneeze from Hanfong triggers another bizarre development. The red aura instantly shifts into a blinding green light, deepening his utter confusion. But a terrifying difference emerges this time. Hanfong loses control over this surging power, causing the glow to violently expand. Gripped by sheer panic, he stands frozen, overwhelmed by this newfound anomaly. Suddenly, The blinding radiation begins to shrink back into his palm. This strange green energy behaves entirely differently from the previous red aura. Collapsing into a seat, he feels a devastating energy drop. Ever since that green light activated, his physical body feels completely drained of life. Waving his hand in sheer frustration, Hanfong comes to a striking realization. This exact scenario mirrors the legendary Manhwa webtoons he used to read. Just like those tales, the protagonist regresses with overpowered abilities. Desperate to test his strength, he draws a sharp knife, praying for a miracle. But ironically, nothing happens at all. The lifeless blade leaves him standing there like an absolute fool. Furthermore, his stomach violently grumbles, punished by that sudden massive drain of energy. Frantically checking the fridge proves entirely useless, as its shelves sit completely empty. This grim situation is becoming far more dangerous than he thought. He desperately needs sustenance, or he risks blacking out once more. An idea strikes when his eyes lock onto a jar of roasted soybeans. The ultimate survival rations for the coming apocalypse. Though barely a meal, it will silence his hunger for now. He grabs a single bean, tossing it straight into his mouth. Instantly, the soybean erupts into a fully grown plant. His glowing green aura vanishes, washing away his deep exhaustion. Hanfong stands baffled. Was this the bean's nature, or his own awakened power? He snatches and splits a sprout. Astonishment strikes. This miracle is his newfound ability. Awe washes over him. He must master this divine art. But time is ticking. More urgent matters demand his immediate attention. First, secure a massive stockpile to survive the impending doom. His destination? The supermarket. Soon, he weaves through a sea of clueless civilians. Oblivious to their fate, they chatter away. Hanfong pauses, centering his chaotic mind. Thus far, he wields two distinct auras. The green light remains volatile, violently draining his life force. Yet the final mystery is by far the most fascinating. A mere touch of his glowing hand forced the soybeans into instant, explosive growth. The true mechanics of this gift still elude him, fueling his mounting frustration. Suddenly, a sickeningly familiar voice shatters his focus. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗘𝗗, the very woman who orchestrated his brutal demise in his past life. Her beauty is captivating, but that is the trap. Tangling with this viper will guarantee a swift journey to an early grave. Seeing her face sends a jolt through Hanfong. Let us revisit this tragic romance. For 3 agonizing years, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗘𝗗 held his absolute devotion. He surrendered his pride, doing everything just to win her fleeting affection. Yet, deep inside, he knew he was nothing but a pathetic backup plan. Now, remembering her cold-blooded betrayal that led to his slaughter, pure wrath awakens. A murderous fury boils within his veins. However, unleashing chaos right after his miraculous regression would be foolish. Hanfong suppresses his killing intent. Her true judgment day will come later. Right now, survival preparations demand absolute priority. Feigning innocence, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗘𝗗 waves her hand, trying to snap him out of his intense glare. Forcing a fragile mask of politeness, he falsely claims her blinding beauty simply stole his breath away. She smirks at his smooth words, sensing the perfect prey to fund her shopping spree. But despite her venomous charm, Hanfong ruthlessly brushes past her. To him, she is now less than nothing. This brutal rejection shatters her ego, leaving her completely speechless. The truth? Hanfong clearly sees through her sickeningly sweet facade. She only wants a pathetic lackey to drain his wallet for her own desires. His days of playing the obedient dog are permanently over. The Waldemar Shopping Plaza, the most luxurious, heavily stocked fortress in the entire region. In his past life, when the frozen hell descended, this massive treasury was utterly stripped bare in one night. The phantom thief remained a mystery. But this time, Hanfong vows to plunder everything his human hands can carry. Ever calculating, he finally found a complete survival list. It held everything he needed to live: rations, winter gear, medicine, fuel, and every single necessity to survive the freezing hell. But this massive survival stockpile created one very serious problem. He was completely broke. But as his despair deepened, a sudden notification chimed. He was approved for a massive loan of $170,000. It was a divine stroke of luck. Who repays debts when the world ends anyway? Without hesitation, he scoured the internet, downloading every single loan application available. Hanfong worked furiously, ensuring he drained every last drop of credit out there. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Hyana, who was absolutely furious about his cold rejection earlier that day. Her arrogant pride simply could not accept that her loyal dog dared to defy her. Her rotten nature was obvious. After all, This was the exact same woman who orchestrated his brutal death. Hyona cursed Hanfong under her breath for being a pathetic, carless loser, swearing to never show him an ounce of kindness again. Speak of the devil. A sleek new car pulled up and honked loudly. Hyona gasped in pure shock. The man behind the wheel was the exact loser she was insulting. It was Hanfong. Rolling down his window, he casually mentioned that he had just purchased the ride. He smoothly lied about his father making an absolute fortune over in the States. Claiming his dad sent him endless cash to burn, he used a quick trip to the airport as his perfect excuse. Hearing about his newfound wealth instantly calmed her down. She foolishly believed his rejection was simply due to his rich family duties. Feigning guilt, she sweetly apologized for interrupting his busy schedule. Shifting into peak manipulator mode, she squeezed out fake tears and pouted over his cruelty. Hanfeng's reaction was an absolute masterclass in deception. Smiling softly, he called her a fool and pulled her close. He whispered that she was far too precious to abandon. The arrogant girl thought she hit the jackpot, instantly playing the victim. Deepening her trap, she confessed that her heart belonged only to him. She quickly suggested a romantic dinner followed by a late-night movie. But before she could finish, our boy simply cut her off and began unloading his heavy cargo, completely ignoring her. He sighed heavily, complaining about the mountain of chores he still had left. Even Hyona stared in utter confusion at the massive pile of random supplies. Keeping his icy composure, Hanfong simply claimed it was a sudden shopping spree. Baiting the trap further, he promised he had a special gift just for her. Blinded by greed, she skipped away happily, dreaming of her lavish new present. A wicked smirk crossed her face, thinking she had him perfectly wrapped around her finger. But little did she know, our boy was wearing the exact same sinister smile. It was a deadly game of mutual deception, but he would rather die than ever reveal the true secret of his massive stockpile. These supplies were his only golden ticket to surviving this damned apocalypse. When the countdown reaches 0 and the world shatters into complete despair, Hanfong fully intended to unleash merciless vengeance upon his murderers, especially the wicked Hyona. A dark thrill surged through him. He was actually looking forward to the apocalypse. Hyona was marching straight into a nightmare, and witnessing her downfall would be absolutely glorious. Doomsday is exactly 2 weeks away. Endless snow will bury the world. Plunging temperatures near -20 degrees Celsius. Throughout the following month, the freezing cold will steadily worsen, hitting -70 degrees until snow completely buries the world. Stepping outside will become absolutely impossible. This makes securing food the ultimate priority. He secures everything inside his apartment, carefully disguising the boxes so nobody suspects his massive stockpile. For the most difficult cargo, he deliberately moves them under the cover of night, when the streets are empty. When doomsday hits, the inevitable failure of the power grid becomes a deadly threat. With electricity gone, fuel becomes essential. Thankfully, Hanfong has stockpiled an entire year's worth to guarantee survival. Facing the next crisis, he realizes the standard heating networks will completely fail. Thus, he hired a specialized construction crew to fully modify his home, heavily reinforcing the entire structure to withstand the impending apocalypse. Finally, he built a hidden storage room for his massive inventory, ensuring total secrecy while keeping everything within easy reach. By the time he finishes his exhaustive preparations, July 14th has finally arrived. Now, it's very urgent. Only 24 hours remain before the global temperature violently plummets to a catastrophic extreme. With his ultimate preparations now complete, his final task is to master his superpower, ensuring he outlives this deadly winter apocalypse. Even Hanfong knows deep down that mere supplies will never be enough to guarantee his survival. This is where his awakened plant-based abilities become his ultimate beacon of hope. Resting right before him are the very soybeans he miraculously cultivated using his own supernatural energy. Now comes the ultimate taste test. The only problem is he still hasn't grasped his power's true trigger. Pushing aside his hesitation, Hanfong scoops up a bold spoonful, praying his unnatural harvest is actually safe to consume. After devouring half the plate, he cautiously confirms the beans harbor no deadly side effects. This proves he can safely manifest and consume food through his awakened ability. However, the greatest mystery remains, deciphering exactly what makes his hands glow with that vital energy. Until now, his initial experiments have been strictly limited to ordinary soybeans. He intently scans his fridge, searching for completely new vegetables to test his growing limits. The fading afternoon quickly bleeds into evening. A dizzy, weakened Hanfong opens his eyes, wondering if he just blacked out from the immense strain. Gripping a single broccoli, he surveys his kitchen, now completely covered in splattered vegetables. His mind is completely foggy, suffering from the severe backlash of overusing his abilities. This intense fatigue is the only drawback. Forcing down more soybeans to recover, he smiles, realizing he finally uncovered a crucial secret about his powers. Let us rewind to the chaotic moments right before he lost consciousness. He gathered an array of ingredients to aggressively test his abilities on entirely different plant species. Strangely enough, several of the common plants completely rejected his powerful energy. However, certain items, like dormant seeds, rapidly evolved into mature plants, perfectly mirroring his soybean success. Then came the terrifying third reaction. Some targets violently detonated straight inside his grasp. The true reason remains a complete and utter mystery. Hanfong also unearthed charred remnants that perfectly mirrored coal in the aftermath of the blast. A stroke of fortune, as these scorched remnants could be stockpiled and reignited for vital warmth later. He had finally secured a definitive lifeline to survive the freezing nights of the impending apocalypse. Thrilled, he focused his mind to temper his awakened abilities through relentless experimentation. Though his initial attempts failed, once Hanfong channeled his absolute mental focus, the mystical effects surged forth, bending reality to his exact will. Sudden exhaustion instantly drained his life force, forcing him to the floor. Back in the present, the hidden logic behind his mystic abilities leaves him in utter bewilderment. Some flora obeyed, others violently rejected him. The chaotic rules felt entirely impossible to grasp. Yet, through this grueling trial, the ultimate trigger finally revealed itself to him. It was bound directly to his consciousness. He entered a deep meditation, seeking an ethereal harmony to become one with nature, a profound state perfectly bridging his mortal body and his awakening mind. This mental visualization sparked an immediate and truly triumphant breakthrough. Snapping his eyes open, Hanfong smirked as a vibrant emerald aura engulfed his bare hand. His theory was absolute. The mystic power flowed directly from his mental state. Pushing the limits even further, he channeled his newfound emerald aura onto a slab of raw meat. Bitter disappointment crashed over him as the flesh entirely rejected his power, threatening to curse him to a bleak, plant-only existence for the rest of his life. Despite intense concentration and silent pleas, his powers yielded absolutely zero reaction. This bitter failure forced him to rethink everything. He recalled his meditation. Within that trance, he witnessed two distinct auras burning within him, crimson red and emerald green. Until now, he had solely wielded the emerald energy. Shutting his eyes tight, he desperately sought to bridge his consciousness with that dormant second power. To his absolute shock, a crimson glow engulfed his hand, violently twisting the flesh into a grotesque, spiky abomination that was barely recognizable anymore. Utterly repulsed by this horrific transformation, he threw the twisted flesh down, cautiously inching closer to inspect the grotesque anomaly. Hanfong prodded the deformed flesh before hesitantly grasping it again, wondering if the mutated matter had directly absorbed his crimson aura. The flesh appeared perfectly seared, sparking the mystery of whether the crimson aura solely possessed the terrifying power of extreme thermal manipulation. Staring at his glowing palm, a chilling realization struck him. The flesh was not scorched at all. The truth was the exact opposite. The mass was rapidly reverting into sheer disintegration. This terrifying revelation unlocked a profound new cosmic discovery. The emerald aura aggressively accelerates the natural evolutionary process, while the crimson aura drastically suppresses it, violently reversing matter into pure disintegration. Attempting to fuse both absolute forces, he crushed the corrupted meat between his clasped hands. A blinding golden burst erupted, instantly transmuting the flesh into a massive, pristine meat slab. Yet, a sudden realization hit him. What became of the soybeans he held alongside the flesh? They had vanished completely, implying a seamless, terrifying fusion with the newly formed flesh. Hanfong stood in absolute awe at the miraculous potential of his awakened powers. Upon closer examination, he realized this impossibly fused meat was the most pristine he had ever laid eyes on. Thrilled by this success, he eagerly prepared to trigger the fusion once more. But destiny proved cruel. His reckless second attempt failed so catastrophically that his entire vision faded to pitch black. He violently smashed his fists against the floor in frustration, but patience prevails. He has plenty of time to master these newfound powers. A single day has brought him endless, exhilarating discoveries. If only he could unlock the absolute peak of this divine ability. He envisions himself as Superman, destined to stand supreme at the top of the world. But reality strikes hard. Food alone will not save his life in the coming nightmare. Right now, he desperately needs a weapon to defend against humanity's darkest nature. As he prepares to hunt for arms, a chilling realization washes over him. The apocalypse has already begun. Just like his past life, an impossible blizzard is burying the world in July. He ventures out anyway, determined to secure a firearm before temperatures plummet to -45 degrees. However, acquiring firearms in a country where they are strictly forbidden is no easy task. Deep in thought, he spots a broccoli-haired punk boasting about being the younger brother of Lao Wang from the 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗏 group. It is the classic, pathetic tactic of using family wealth to win petty street arguments. Hanfong immediately recognizes this clown, easily identified by his unbelievably atrocious sense of fashion. There were indeed many bizarre things. The funniest part is the mocking title the locals have bestowed upon him, Homeless Joe. This is Lee's, or Homeless Joe, a shady resident from his very own neighborhood. The man is notorious as a contractor with deep underground networks stretching everywhere. Locals constantly flock to him, begging for the latest street rumors and information. He swaggers around, acting like the block's busiest boss managing massive projects for his older brother. He does not even hold a real job, constantly whining on his phone while faking projects worth millions. Spotting this fool, Hanfong wonders if he can exploit him to secure the necessary weapon. He approaches Homeless Joe, smoothly acting like they are old, familiar acquaintances. Naturally, the street hustler does not recognize our protagonist at all. Hanfong introduces himself as Xiao Han, manipulating the man's ego by playing the long-lost friend. The foolish street rat swallows the bait, apologizing for his forgetfulness amidst his supposed heavy workload. Hanfong swiftly scans his surroundings and corners the punk, quietly detailing his fabricated dilemma. As the story concludes, Homeless Joe recoils in absolute shock, demanding why anyone would need a gun. Hanfong hesitates, momentarily speechless. Before he can even formulate a convincing lie, the blonde punk issues a grave warning. Firearms are strictly illegal and bring deadly consequences. Despite possessing the dark connections to acquire such lethal hardware, Homeless Joe has absolutely no desire to involve himself in such a fatal, high-risk trade. Hanfong quickly clarifies his motive, claiming he desperately needs protection from vicious enemies who harbor a bloody grudge. He spins a thrilling, fabricated tale about an explosive encounter on his daily commute. A reckless biker had carelessly disrespected him, spitting directly into his face. Consumed by blazing fury, he confronted the clown, delivering a merciless public beatdown for all to witness. After completely humiliating him, he left the broken man behind, but the man harbored a venomous grudge, swearing brutal vengeance alongside his gang. And so, the very next day, the entire ruthless syndicate returned to crush him completely. They utterly humiliated him, brutally beating Hanfong from head to toe. After that brutal beatdown, he desperately needed a weapon to protect his life. Fortunately, Homeless Joe pities his tragic tale, declaring that spitting on someone crosses the line. He demands that such vile behavior must face severe punishment. But Hanfong suspects this guy completely missed the real point of his struggle. Still, Homeless Joe steps up like a guardian angel, promising to save the day. One call to his powerful big brother, and every single problem will disappear. Hanfong is thrilled his luck is finally turning. Homeless Joe suggests taking the bus, claiming his luxury car is under maintenance. Hanfong brushes that off, revealing his own sleek vehicle for their journey. As they hit the road, Homeless Joe sits in sheer awe, demanding to know the car's value. Our main character reveals it cost $700,000, an absolute steal to him. This guy instantly snaps pictures, posing like a total social media superstar. The comedy? He writes the caption acting like this expensive SUV is his. Speaking of his big brother, his punk gang chills by a raging fire, cursing the freezing, absurd weather. Hanfong's ride arrives, and Homeless Joe leaps out with absolute swagger. He acts insanely smug, leaving the gang completely stunned by his massive new SUV. The absolute slimeball even claims he paid $700,000 in cold cash. Hanfong is left thinking that Homeless Joe possesses insane audacity to lie right in front of him. Soon after, the blonde punk leads Hanfong straight to his terrifying boss. True to a dangerous gang leader, his entire body features menacing, dark tattoos. Displeased by his brother's sudden arrival, the boss immediately orders the punk out. In response, Homeless Joe shifts the pressure to Hanfong, declaring his friend needs a weapon. The gang leader blinks in surprise, shooting our main character a deadly glare. Hanfong freezes in terror, while the boss groans in absolute annoyance at them, seeking just one pathetic weapon, instead of a massive, highly profitable underworld deal. The boss makes his lackey toss Hanfong a handgun, priced at 6,000. However, our hero refuses to play around with such weak, pathetic little pistols. No, he plans to go full John Wick mode, requesting a scoped long weapon. Alarmed by his sheer audacity, the boss furiously confronts him for demanding a sniper. He reminds Hanfong that he holds zero power here. This isn't his personal shopping mall. Clearly, this arrogant boss loves erupting into a terrifying, completely baseless rage. That is when Homeless Joe unleashes his ultimate weapon, his tragic tales. He fabricates another insane story, claiming Hanfong's wife betrayed him 3 devastating times. Hearing this, the boss throws a monstrous tantrum, boiling with furious vengeance for him. These utterly ridiculous sob stories are absolute cinematic gold from every angle. Regardless, the boss finally approves the sniper rifle, warning that delivery takes a few days. Hanfong feels massive relief knowing his ultimate request is secured. The underling, Changgengzi, is ordered to arrange a deadly semi-auto for him too. Surprisingly, the boss shows absolute mercy, tossing him a free firearm as an unexpected gift. Hanfong stands utterly bewildered, staring at the costless weapon presented before him. To repay this rare kindness, our protagonist reveals a crucial secret to the syndicate. He claims to possess powerful ties with government officials, warning them that this freezing weather will only turn catastrophic. He strongly advises hoarding vital supplies immediately, as resources will soon vanish completely. Hanfeng's gaze remains deadly serious, letting the chilling weight of his warnings sink in deep. The powerful boss silently accepts his grave counsel, and with that ominous warning, their tense meeting finally comes to an end. On their way back, Homeless Joe boasts about playing the perfect, legendary mediator. He notes how incredibly fortunate they were to catch his brother in a forgiving mood. Deeply grateful, Hanfong eagerly offers to buy the man a mountain of premium smokes. Homeless Joe feigns humility momentarily before greedily caving in to the generous reward. The sheer irony is how confidently he demands 8 entire cartons of cigarettes, treating this massive request as a simple favor. While he rambles on, Hanfong intensely focuses on his final survival checklist. His apocalyptic preparations are finally complete. Now he must master his newly awakened powers. The sole remaining dilemma is finding a permanent solution to his dwindling food supply, after which his path to absolute survival will be guaranteed. Just as arrogance begins to cloud his careful planning, he suddenly takes a devastating fall right before Homeless Joe. Hanfong's leg completely shatters, leaving him quivering in absolute agony. Homeless Joe stands frozen, completely bewildered by the sudden disaster unfolding before him. A sickening realization hits our protagonist. His leg is completely fractured. He immediately tosses Joe the keys, demanding a desperate drive to the hospital. Meeting his gaze in dead silence, the blonde punk shamefully admits he lacks a license. Left with zero options, they resort to brute force as the punk awkwardly supports his crippled body. The struggle becomes so utterly miserable that Hanfong quickly calls a cab to escape the torment. The scene violently shifts to the chaotic hospital. At the busy reception desk, Jian, the head nurse, works the grueling night shift, watching the relentless blizzard intensify with each passing hour. An urgent dispatch interrupts her thoughts, summoning her to the severely understaffed emergency hall. Meanwhile, our protagonist's darkest fears are confirmed. His leg bone has truly snapped. Stranded in the clinic, he is devastated by the fracture diagnosis. He must endure an agonizing hour of observation before claiming his medication. All his meticulous apocalyptic preparations are instantly derailed by one pathetic, unforeseen accident. Brother Lee quickly bids him farewell, claiming his incredibly tight schedule demands he immediately return to his shady underground dealings. This tragedy drags Hanfong right back to square one. Completely isolated, he must now care for his crippled limb alone. The massive hospital is absolutely swarming with desperate people. The freezing apocalypse has triggered a massive surge of patients seeking shelter from the deadly cold. This chaos perfectly foreshadows the sheer devastation that will swallow the outside world within weeks. Hanfong helplessly waits for his prescription, but the endless queue stretches on like an absolute nightmare. He quickly spots the stunning head nurse, working tirelessly in the distance, urgently checking the weakening pulses of the sick. Her unmatched reliability makes her the absolute backbone for every desperate doctor and nurse around. Watching her navigate the total chaos completely knocks the breath out of our boy. Hanfong is completely mesmerized. He cannot believe someone so young is the head nurse. Her boundless compassion touches every single patient, and her beauty is simply breathtaking from head to toe. He is utterly captivated once again. But while he admires her striking beauty, an elderly patient calls out for help. and she rushes to his side. The old man complains of a sudden, crippling backache, but Jinyan gently reminds him that the hospital is understaffed, meaning his treatment will take time. But this vile old man harbors a much darker motive. He only wants to exploit the nurse. He sneaks a hidden camera beneath her skirt, snapping a shameful photo while she remains completely unaware. She promises to arrange an X-ray for him as soon as the chaos settles. But the wretched geezer does not stop there. Revealing his predatory nature, he forcefully grabs her body. The innocent head nurse still suspects absolutely nothing, assuring him that a qualified doctor will arrive shortly for a proper medical examination. But then, disaster strikes. The vile geezer crosses the line, shamelessly groping the innocent nurse without hesitation. Before he can go any further, Hanfong hurls his heavy crutch straight into his face, sending the creep crashing down. The startled head nurse gasps in shock, frantically asking if the old man is all right, while Hanfong coldly apologizes for his complete lack of experience with a heavy crutch. Because clearly, lacking experience means launching a solid weapon at someone's face with terrifying speed. Hanfong casually picks up the old man's fallen phone, ignoring the geezer's desperate screams to stop. He spots the sickening picture in the gallery, and pure fury ignites within. He cannot fathom this bastard's sheer audacity, not only secretly filming the pure nurse, but daring to lay his filthy hands upon her. He instantly confronts the man, threatening to call security and have the old geezer thrown into a holding cell. After all, this would eliminate one troublesome patient from the hospital ward, especially a vile predator who only exploits innocent people. Moreover, Hanfong has absolutely zero intention of returning the phone. He promises to expose the evidence on social media if he ever catches the creep attempting this again. Completely cornered, the old man flees the scene in frustration. Indeed, the same man claiming severe back agony moments ago now sprints out of the hospital faster than a lightning bolt. Even the head nurse stands completely speechless at his incredible burst of sudden speed. Meanwhile, Hanfong is left believing that some individuals are truly at the absolute height of foolish naivety in their world. He reveals the photograph, proving how the vile man harbored sinister intentions from the very beginning. Hanfong completely trusts her to handle the situation, handing over the device to alert the local police authorities. Jin smiles gratefully and takes the device, but a sudden alarming question enters her mind. Wasn't Hanfeng's ankle injured? This chilling reminder hits him. He just fractured his leg and moved purely on surging adrenaline. With this sudden realization, the agonizing pain finally crashes down as he screams in absolute torment. Moments later, she swiftly and properly bandages his injured leg. Fortunately, Hanfong no longer feels the excruciating pain. The head nurse expresses deep gratitude, vowing never to let another predator take advantage of her ever again. But as she speaks, his injured foot is accidentally driven right into her two generous assets. Hanfong silently realizes that this innocent girl will not learn her lesson anytime soon. Jin is suddenly summoned for her duties. She stumbled away, reminding him to return in a week for a proper checkup. Hanfong accepted the grim truth. Because of the catastrophe arriving in 1 week, he would never see her again. He walked away, carrying that heavy burden inside. The very next day, the world's weather took a terrifying turn. Global broadcasts desperately reported catastrophic temperature drops sweeping across the earth. Unprecedented blizzards even buried the scorching deserts of Dubai and Egypt. Top experts from 46 nations rushed into emergency summits to uncover the terrifying truth behind the chaos. These experts blindly promised that the freezing hell was temporary and would soon pass. Yet, authorities warned the masses to stay indoors and strictly follow survival protocols. Meanwhile, Hanfong remained completely unfazed inside his heavily fortified room. Basking in the endless warmth of his upgraded heater, he feared absolutely nothing. The foolish broadcasts promised salvation, but he knew the brutal reality. The nightmare would never end. It was a pathetic lie designed to control the terrified masses. It disgusted him. In his past life, he had been a complete clown for believing them. But this time, everything was different. He was truly prepared. His massive stockpile was secured, and his divine heating system roared with life. In this frozen hellscape, nothing could possibly threaten him. The building's group chat descended into pure panic. Residents wept over the deadly cold and failing heat. Suddenly, an anonymous user dropped a massive bombshell in the panicked chat. They bluntly revealed the impending Ice Age apocalypse, claiming the Earth itself spawned this catastrophic storm. The shocking message chilled Hanfong to his core. Nobody else should possess this future knowledge. Hang's mind instantly marked this mysterious figure as an extremely dangerous anomaly to watch out for. After all, as the protagonist of this story, Hanfong was supposed to be the only one aware of the coming doom. The previously peaceful complex residents quickly transformed into a ravenous, desperate mob. They ruthlessly bombarded the property management, demanding an instant fix for the blizzard's devastation. To break the sheer monotony of reading endless panicked texts, the chat transformed into a digital theme park, where the residents manifested as chibi avatars. The furious residents exploded with overwhelming rage over the deteriorating situation. With the exit completely buried under relentless snow, they were hopelessly trapped without essential supplies. They paid a massive fortune only to receive incredibly pathetic, useless service. Blood boiling, they furiously demanded answers from the agents for wasting their hard-earned money. On the other end, the cowardly management team was drowning in absolute panic. They desperately begged for forgiveness. But empty, worthless apologies could never extinguish the blazing fury of the freezing residents. They fiercely demanded refunds. This frozen nightmare was unacceptable. Amidst the chaos, Hanfong watched in cold annoyance as they wasted precious energy arguing. The pathetic landlords possessed no godlike powers to stop an apocalyptic blizzard. Yet, a sliver of desperate hope remained within the complex. A resident named Janu wisely admitted that humanity could never defeat nature's wrath. His grand strategy? They needed to unite and survive together rather than fight. Apocalyptic natural disasters were completely beyond the control of property managers. Venting their anger here is meaningless. However, not everyone in the lobby accepts Jian's calm demeanor. These residents are so reckless and short-sighted that instead of uniting, they viciously attack Jian for blindly defending the property management. Xin attempts to clarify that he remains entirely neutral. He is simply stating the objective reality. Cornering the property management is utterly useless when arguing yields absolutely zero results. Yet again, the angry mob refuses to settle down unless the exterior snow is completely cleared for groceries. Starving to death is certainly not their intention. Qin desperately tries reasoning with this foolish mob. He points out that even if the exterior is cleared, there is absolutely no guarantee the main roads will follow. As a practical alternative, he suggests walking to the store, as clearing narrow footpaths is far more achievable than sweeping entire roads. Meanwhile, Hanfong scowls deeply, instantly recognizing the very man who has been endlessly preaching like a self-righteous prophet. His darkened gaze makes it blatantly clear that their shared history is far from pleasant. Suddenly, a no-nonsense resident with an irritated expression aggressively enters the chat. Dropping all formalities, he states the brutal truth. If anyone actually wishes to eat, they must head outside and clear the roads. Idle gossip will certainly never melt the snow. He abruptly logs off. Another man steps forward, fully prepared to descend and clear the frozen wasteland outside. This blunt-tongued thug appears to be yet another figure from Hanfeng's past. Gradually, the desperate residents begin joining the vanguard to clear the icy roads. Even the most fragile individuals are willing to soil their hands for this desperate survival cause. Then appears the unforgettable Hyona, unexpectedly volunteering her assistance as well. Hanfong remains deeply suspicious of why a woman like her would ever participate. It is revealed her volunteering is just a calculated ploy to attract all the foolish men who refuse to let such a beauty exhaust herself in their presence. As expected, she expertly exploits the moment, dumping all physical burdens onto others. What else could be expected from such an opportunist? As Hanfong exits the chat, sheer frustration contorts his face. This calculating woman never fails to completely ruin his current mood. Right now, she is actually messaging him. For what reason? She firmly believes this desperate fool will obey her every command. Thus, she demands he deliver food supplies. She even includes a provocative bonus picture of her exposed legs, revealing proportions and minimal clothing. A calculated strike aimed directly at his soul. Hanfong internally awards her a perfect 10 out of 10 for attempting seduction in such freezing conditions. However, with a completely shattered leg, pursuing her superficial charms is physically impossible anyway. Therefore, he retaliates with a mocking remark absolutely guaranteed to make her skin crawl. Unsurprisingly, his piercing words strike true. Her boiling annoyance makes her want to crush him. Here is a brief reflection on the catastrophe currently unfolding. Today marks the third day since the apocalyptic blizzard began, with temperatures plummeting below 20 degrees. Because this is merely the prelude to impending destruction, the building's central heating is still functioning. The internet remains fully operational, providing everyone with their daily dose of meaningless distraction. Thus, much like any aimless youth, Hanfong did nothing but scroll through TikTok, watching alluring women create short videos. Though, honestly, he feels absolutely nothing. Truthfully, Sheer boredom has already set in. And this is merely day 2 of the so-called apocalypse. The crushing silence forces him to ponder the devastating toll of absolute isolation. His shattered leg only worsens the misery, completely crippling his mobility and anchoring him to this spot. Worse yet, complete recovery will demand at least several agonizing months of waiting. Left with no alternative, he plunges back into an endless digital void. Suddenly, a truly awe-inspiring news broadcast completely shatters his monotonous scrolling. A breaking report reveals an individual possessing an absolutely insane self-regeneration ability. Medical experts confirm this man plummeted from the 15th floor, utterly destroying his organs and pulverizing his skeleton. Yet moments later, his flesh flawlessly knitted together in a stunning display of regeneration. Witnessing such supernatural prowess instantly reminds Hanfong of the dormant abilities lurking within his own arsenal. Therefore, he summons that familiar, radiant green aura over his palm, desperately attempting to mend his fractured bone. However, the emerald energy instantly dissipates into nothingness. Another focused attempt yields the exact same hollow result. Only bitter failure greets him. Conceding defeat, he collapses onto the sofa, utterly crushed that his fleeting spark of hope was so ruthlessly extinguished. Following hours of mindless swiping, his exhausted consciousness finally surrenders to the realm of dreams. Within this vision, he wears ancient, primitive garments while mounting a truly colossal goat. Beyond that single beast, an entire majestic flock of soaring goats trails endlessly behind his path. From this sweeping panoramic perspective, the vast, thundering stampede loyally shadows his every single movement. Without warning, the majestic journey violently ends as the beast abruptly halts, violently hurling him off its broad back. The brutal impact damages his leg, prompting one curious creature to immediately lick the grievous wound. Finding this bizarre display of animalistic sympathy incredibly repulsive, he forcefully shoves the creature aside, deeply offending the proud beast. In retaliation, the creature unleashes an impossibly long tongue, binding Hanfong's leg and violently yanking it heavenward. Miraculously, the flesh ensnared by the bizarre appendage begins to instantly perfectly regenerate. In a sudden flash, Hanfong jolts awake, drenched in icy sweat and utterly bewildered. That profoundly unhinged nightmare shook him to his absolute core, leaving him trembling and soaked in profound terror. Out of nowhere, his injured limb radiates emerald light, showing clear signs of miraculous self-repair. Mere moments later, he cautiously strips away the medical bindings and hesitantly presses his foot against the floor. Astonishingly, the blinding pain has completely vanished. It appears his verdant energy only activates its healing properties during deep slumber. Determined to verify this insane revelation, he seizes a razor-sharp blade for a morbid self-inflicted strike, desperately hoping to awaken the miraculous recovery process once more. His hands shake violently as he forces cold steel to slice his own index finger. While he tests this newly awakened power, let us shift back outside. In the freezing cold, the furious mob of residents finally channels their anger into productive labor. Through sheer collective willpower, they successfully carve out a clear path before the imposing main gates. The triumph belongs entirely to Zhang, whose legendary speech on unity ignited their fighting spirit. Zhang subsequently directs deep respect toward a resilient elder, who exerted the most grueling physical effort. In humble return, the elder showers high praise upon the relentless twins, whose grind matched his. Then arrives the community's favorite, exceptionally alluring nurse, Jingyan, struggling desperately to walk across the treacherous snow. Spotting the damsel in distress, the sharp-eyed twins immediately rush forward to offer their strong support. Duty calling, the brothers swiftly resume their grueling task of clearing the frozen wasteland, firmly instructing her to summon them if danger arises. Janang watches the snowfall grow ominously heavier, so he urgently orders everyone to rush their supply, run, and return immediately. Regarding those supplies, the old man suddenly recalls a detail. Only speaking up after Zhang presses him, he reveals a strange rumor from a few days prior. A new resident was spotted hauling truckloads of supplies disguised as moving boxes. Zhang dismisses this easily. Unloading heavy cargo is completely normal for any new apartment tenant. However, the old man drops a chilling detail. The stranger was stockpiling heavy gas tanks and a solid fireplace. Those are clearly not standard moving supplies. This person was aggressively prepping for a deadly winter. Before they can investigate, the twins return with urgent updates. Suddenly, a strange man appears from nowhere, clearly eavesdropping on the old man's tale, and, desperate to learn more about this mysterious, winter-prepped survivor, but Liu Yan ruthlessly smacks the curious eavesdropper with a snowball, ordering him back to work. Zhang immediately steps forward to silence the bickering, ordering everyone to march down the cleared path. Nurse Jin eagerly anticipates their vital scavenging run. Meanwhile, the old man questions Zhang, wondering if this newcomer predicted the approaching blizzard. Zhang pauses for a moment, carefully dodging the dangerous question. He confidently claims the deadly storm will pass soon, urging calm. If the storm continues, having a fully stocked neighbor to help everyone survive is actually a massive blessing. As their dangerous market journey cautiously continues, the violent snowstorm intensifies, forcing everyone to sprint. Meanwhile, Hanfong sleeps peacefully inside his cozy apartment until a sudden knock shatters his rest. A very familiar voice calls out to him. Opening the door, he finds homeless Joe holding the premium items he had strictly requested. This was the promised gift from Boss Liu. Brother Li had agreed to make the dangerous delivery because his own massive stockpile allowed him to avoid the chaotic, citywide panic for survival supplies. Still, Hanfeng feels genuine gratitude for his arrival in this freezing hellscape. Brother Li also brings chilling intelligence about wild rumors spreading through the desperate city. Last night, a phantom survivor completely emptied a massive supermarket in the eastern district. When Boss Liu's gang fought through the snow yesterday, they found nothing but an empty, scavenged wasteland. To Hanfeng, completely wiping out an entire supermarket overnight feels absolutely impossible. Who possesses such terrifying capability? However, Brother Li's grim tone proves this impossible feat definitely happened. A chilling realization washes over Hanfong. Events far stranger than his previous life's timeline are unfolding right now. He might not be the only survivor who had awakened superpowers. Brother Li suddenly interrupts his racing thoughts, warning Hanfong to dress warmly and stay vigilant. With that final warning, he abruptly departs. Finally, our hero stands alone to process this earth-shattering revelation. His mind raced for a logical answer to last night's impossible event. How could an entire supermarket vanish in a single night? Only one insane theory made sense. It was the work of an awakened being straight out of fiction, a master capable of storing endless supplies within their own dimensional space. But did such mythical abilities truly exist in their reality? The chilling truth was frighteningly simple. If he possessed extraordinary powers, others surely walked among them. A terrifying revelation. Hanfong could not waste another precious second. He had to master his own awakened abilities immediately. He needed a solid battle plan before clashing with other dangerous ability users. He had to uncover his ultimate limits, measuring every hidden strength and fatal flaw. Flipping open his journal, he intensely studied the established data of his powers. He already knew his aura could alter various foods, both flora and flesh. Through this power, he could accelerate growth, multiply their mass, or fry them into terrible-tasting ash. Yet, frustratingly, his abilities came with absolute limits he soon discovered. His activation success rate was terribly low, varying wildly between different materials. For instance, a simple soybean had only a 10% chance to bloom. For flesh, the odds were even worse. Hanfong struggled to decipher the chaotic logic behind his failing aura. Suddenly, his energy triggered an explosive green mist right in his palm. Instead of a flourishing crop, he held nothing but a foul-smelling stone. Frustration blazed within his chest. Such a devastating failure rate was unacceptable. Hanfong swore to master his force through grueling training. After all, absolute mastery demands relentless and brutal repetition. Pushing his limits, he trained his spirit tirelessly into the dead of night. Finally, a breakthrough emerged. A vibrant, fully formed soybean plant miraculously rested in Hanfong's palms. But this small victory carried a massive toll. Dripping with sweat, his overheating body radiated an intense thermal energy. Yet, this agony was the price to unlock the true laws of his awakening. He discovered his green aura was a volatile, shifting force. Its flow had to be precisely timed, scaling perfectly with an item's core nutritional value. Misjudge the necessary channeling time by even a second, and the process fails, leaving behind a ruined, foul stone. He needed absolute synchronization, finding the exact critical window for every target. The concept struck a familiar chord within Hanfong. It felt exactly like hitting the perfect rhythm in a classic music game from 10 years ago. His energy flow was just like matching directional inputs, striking up and down, left and right, demanding flawless energy precision at every ticking second. He had to catch that crucial breaking point and abruptly sever the flow. Execute it perfectly, and every single seed would awaken into life. Following his legendary botanical triumph, Hanfong boldly turned his aura toward meat. But flesh proved far deadlier than flora. One wrong move, and the meat collapsed into a vile black sludge. Yet, the core principles of transmutation remained the same. First, he had to calculate the exact energy output required. The process flowed flawlessly at first, but a fatal flaw remained. The chicken leg violently ruptured, bursting into a foul, dark ooze. Mastering flesh would clearly demand far more time than plant matter. Time and again, Hanfong faced absolute failure. Subject after subject detonated. The cycle of disaster felt endless. Finally, his fragile patience shattered. He roared in absolute despair, cursing this impossibly difficult ability. But yielding was never in his nature. As the raging blizzard dropped temperatures to lethal lows, Hanfong pushed onward. The dark residue of failure coated the entire kitchen. Then arrived the ultimate trial. The final chicken leg. His hands moved mechanically, his eyes blank, utterly drained of all hope. Up and down, left and right, crimson and emerald aura. It felt like a maddening puzzle, repeating in an endless, torturous loop. One single misstep meant starting the nightmare completely from scratch. Tension peaked. Hanfong finally broke through. The meat mutated to a colossal size. With a weary, victorious scoff, he whispered his triumph and collapsed. He had finally conquered meat synthesis. Meanwhile, the apocalyptic storm outside worsened daily. Broadcasts declared July 17th as the third straight day of snowy doom. This frozen nightmare was ravaging every single corner of the nation. Humanity faced an apocalyptic cataclysm unseen in thousands of years. To guarantee the fragile survival of the masses, the government desperately battled the crisis with emergency rescue measures. Hanfong woke to these exact broadcasts. How many times had he heard this? Hollow warnings and pathetic promises claiming that deadly blizzards had severed transportation, power, and the internet. They promised swift repairs. They begged the public to simply wait. They swore relief supplies would soon reach the disaster zones. Finally, the anchor desperately urged everyone to remain locked safely indoors. But to Hanfong, none of this apocalyptic theater was surprising. He had lived through this exact nightmare in his past life. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A frantic flood of notifications poured in. Hanfong saw his building's group chat exploding with panic and couldn't resist observing the chaos. The digital uproar was absolutely deafening. Everyone frantically debated the grim morning news. Fools clung to the hope of a miraculous government rescue. Realists saw through the lies, plotting their own brutal survival. One bold user shattered the illusion, asking if these sheep truly believed the television lies. It was old Uncle Leo, and he saw right through the media's desperate facade. If the authorities truly had this catastrophe under control, the rescue forces would have arrived days ago. Instead, he heard whispers from old friends that the government was mobilizing armored vehicles, heavy tanks, and devastating artillery in City A, the nation's capital. They were definitely preparing for the brutal war that was about to ignite. After facing the terrifying threat of total war against a faceless enemy, a deathly silence paralyzed the group chat of deeply terrified survivors. Panic quickly erupted. They begged Uncle Lou to confirm if his terrifying words were true. If so, wasn't their tragic doom already sealed? Meanwhile, Hanfong watched the rising war rumors unfold with absolute fascination. He had witnessed this exact catastrophic progression during his previous life. Mr. Zhang suddenly interjected to silence the growing chaos. He declared that if Uncle Lou was right, they needed strict survival measures immediately to save every single life. Several desperate neighbors had already exhausted their final remaining supplies. With government aid nowhere in sight, he proposed a grand alliance to assist those facing absolute despair. He was an extraordinary man. He passionately urged the wealthy owners to sacrifice some of their hidden stashes. Leading by shining example, Mr. Zhang pledged half of his own stockpile to anyone in dire need. The other owners muttered in hushed, anxious whispers over this bold demand. One man fiercely supported Mr. Zhang's proposal, desperate to survive this dark, unforgiving crisis together. He vowed to donate his share, forcefully dragging Li Hyona into the unforgiving spotlight. She immediately recognized this absolute madman, Wu Kuan-yu. That bastard was seeking petty revenge, publicly humiliating her simply for rejecting his past advances. Cornered by the crowd, Li Hyona played strict defense, faking a meek apology while crying that her cupboards were completely empty of spare supplies. Her loyal followers instantly rushed forward to shield the cunning witch. This bitter drama nearly shattered the alliance. Selfless unity felt entirely impossible for these broken people. But life-saving donations eventually started pouring in. Mr. Zhang's fiery, impassioned speech had truly moved the hearts of the desperate crowd. Food, heavy clothing, and vital medicine gathered. Mr. Jiang bowed in deep gratitude to those generous enough to help. Since there was a massive crowd of survivors to manage, he wisely appointed key owners to control the sprawling operation. He, naturally, would rule as the supreme leader. They formed an emergency committee, seizing total authority over planning and distributing the gathered rations. A cold smirk crept across Hanfong's face reading the announcement. This exact emergency committee had formed during his past life. He knew the dark truth. It was a vile scheme designed to steal everyone's precious resources. Today was the 19th of July, the devastating 5th day of the apocalypse. Outside temperatures had violently hit -40 degrees. The deadly extreme frost had finally conquered the building's central heating system, leaving it completely lifeless today. Everyone was scrambling in pure desperation, fighting to keep their freezing bodies warm without modern heating conveniences. A lucky few sparked feeble, tiny fires within their homes. History was repeating itself perfectly, mirroring the previous timeline. The frozen nightmare was terrible now, but destined to worsen. The main character stood as the glorious, untouchable exception. Hanfong bathed in the heat of his specialized charcoal, perfectly fueling his roaring, cozy fireplace. Beside him sat a fizzy, iced cola and a completely flawless slice of strawberry cake. While the world froze to death, Hanfong simply lived like a king in the apocalypse, casually enjoying single-player video games while not completely ignoring the ruined world outside. But a sudden phone call shattered his peace. Pausing his game, he answered the ringing phone while sipping his Coke. The voice belonged to the manager of Block 8. They demanded manpower in the basement parking lot to clear roads within 20 minutes. Hanfong swallowed his rising curses. These fools still failed to grasp their grim reality. This cursed snow simply wouldn't stop. Suppressing his annoyance, Hanfong abandoned his cozy sanctuary and descended to the main lobby. Making enemies of his neighbors right now would only breed unnecessary trouble. He had to keep his survival secret perfectly hidden at all absolute costs. One glance at the main gate confirmed their nightmare. The snow had permanently sealed them in. The other volunteers seethed with anger. The paths they had, painstakingly cleared, were now buried under an impossibly massive wall of pure white. Desperate to simply force the entrance open, the group spotted Hanfong and immediately summoned him to push against the heavy doors. Throwing their entire body weight forward, they shoved with all their might on 3. To their absolute shock, the cracking doors unleashed an avalanche of snow and a deadly raging blizzard. The apocalyptic storm was overwhelming. No human could withstand such bone-chilling frost. Just facing the howling winds was enough to instantly freeze and blind their open eyes. Hanfong regretted, abandoning his warm couch for this foolish manual labor and guaranteed frostbite. Stepping out into that icy wasteland was an absolute death sentence. Fortunately, the surrounding volunteers quickly arrived at that exact same terrifying conclusion. Only a complete fool would dare step outside. And speaking of fools, one finally arrived. A gratingly familiar voice echoed in Hanfong's ears. It was Homeless Joe, better known as Brother Lee. He mocked the crowd, calling them pathetic cowards who lacked the sheer willpower to conquer this freezing disaster. Trembling from the cold, the volunteers desperately tried to talk Brother Lee out of his madness. Venturing into that merciless blizzard was pure suicide. But Brother Lee arrogantly thought otherwise. He aggressively devoured the rest of his cigarette in one massive puff. Charging forward like an absolute madman, Brother Lee violently plowed into the towering snowbank. The fool began, chanting a ridiculous battle cry, throwing wild punches that scattered the heavy snow everywhere. His reckless assault continued for several intense moments. Amazingly, he carved a human-sized tunnel straight into the middle of the massive icy blockade. Then, pure silence fell. Seconds later, pathetic, garbled cries for help echoed from deep beneath the crushed snow. The panicked group frantically dragged Homeless Joe out from the freezing depths. His face had turned a sickly purple, nearly suffocated by the crushing heavy snow. Accepting that surviving outside was impossible, the volunteers immediately forced the heavy gates shut. Hanfong rushed toward Brother Lee, checking to see if the brainless gangster was still breathing. He instructed the crowd to retreat underground and locate the shift manager in charge. They would plan their next move once the apocalyptic blizzard finally passed. With this world-ending winter raging across the entire globe, mere human willpower and sheer numbers were no longer enough to survive. Down in the underground parking lot, the freezing tension finally eased, offering a brief sanctuary. Mr. Jiang, the de facto leader, held court among the residents. After hearing lobby reports, he declared a pause on the clearing operation. From this moment, the basement car park became the official donation zone. Hanfong watched quietly from the shadows. He was finally laying eyes on the infamous Mr. Zhang from the group chat. This was the very mastermind destined to build that fraudulent committee. Armed with a gentle, eloquent facade, Mr. Zhang manipulated the masses through fake politeness and false unity. Mr. Zhang praised the overwhelming flood of supplies from the generous owners. He expressed deep gratitude, claiming these offerings would save the struggling survivors. A wave of ignorant optimism washed over the car park. The crowd bathed in their own glorious selflessness. It birthed a fragile illusion of unity. But Hanfong knew the bitter truth. Their smiles would soon fade. As this eternal nightmare dragged on, they would fiercely regret surrendering their precious lifelines. Still trembling from his earlier stunt, Brother Li bade Hanfong farewell and headed upstairs. Scanning the crowded lot, someone truly striking caught Hanfeng's eye. It was the scatterbrained nurse from his hospital days. Dressed in a charming winter onesie, she wobbled under a massive stack of boxes. She was desperately fighting to navigate the dense crowd swarming around the committee members. With a clumsy step, she crashed straight into the surrounding men. A nasty fall was certain, until Hanfong swooped in like a hero once again. Catching both her and the cargo, he gently checked on the blushing nurse. As her eyes fluttered open, she breathed a sigh of relief and instantly recognized Hanfong from the ward. But wait, wasn't his leg supposed to be completely shattered? He was in no condition to be catching falling maidens. Realizing his reckless reflex had exposed him, Hanfong frantically searched for an excuse. He stammered wildly, claiming his healing factor had been godlike since childhood. His heavy sweating and frantic gestures made it completely unconvincing. Luckily, the naive nurse remained entirely oblivious to his terrible acting. She genuinely marveled at his miraculous recovery speed. Hanfong quickly offered to carry her burden. She tried to refuse, warning of their weight, but our hero insisted. After some gentle persuasion, she surrendered the cargo. But the moment he took hold, the crushing weight of the boxes completely stunned him. They felt like solid iron. Astonished, he asked what she was carrying. She warmly explained they were medical supplies destined for the sick and wounded. She awkwardly admitted that the load might be a little too much, offering to carry them the rest of the way herself. Captivated by her radiant kindness, Hanfeng would gladly carry a mountain without complaining. Boasting her own surprising strength, the nurse continually urged him not to overdo it. When he asked if she possessed this monstrous strength since childhood, her expression grew guarded, hinting at a hidden reason behind it all. Those cryptic words naturally sparked Hanfeng's deep curiosity, but discomfort flashed in her eyes, prompting a quick apology for speaking. An unexplainable event had recently turned her entire world completely upside down. They had walked and talked for miles, yet his true name remained an absolute mystery. With a polite nod, Hanfeng finally introduced himself. The angelic nurse revealed her name to be Jin Shu. Her radiant smile proved she truly cherished this fateful, unexpected encounter. That breathtaking smile left him completely speechless. Victory was close, but when Nurse Jin asked his profession, he truthfully confessed his absolute unemployment. A tragic fumble at the very threshold of absolute romantic victory. But as fate decreed, an impatient passerby violently shoved Nurse Jin entirely off her balance. Losing her desperate footing, she collapsed right into Hanfeng's sturdy arms. He became her sole anchor to stabilize in that sudden fall. The sudden impact pressed her soft figure firmly against Hanfeng's strong arm. Lacking smooth words, Hanfeng simply stood frozen, deeply savoring the precious moment. Jin quickly pulled away with flustered apologies, while Hanfeng nervously brushed it off as nothing. This perfect encounter was utterly ruined as Li Hyona raised her wicked head, approaching Hanfeng like a lifeless, sleepless zombie. The cruel, devastating toll of freezing cold and hunger was visibly etched across her pale face. Like a desperate parasite seeking its host, the wicked woman pounced on Hanfeng, intentionally pressing her chest against his solid arm. Gripping him slowly, she venomously questioned the identity of this mysterious pink-haired friend. Sensing the suffocating awkwardness, Nurse Jin swiftly snatched the supply boxes from Hanfeng's grasp. She merely wished to log her donations, escaping the heavy tension between these two. Hanfeng coldly questioned why Hyuna was lurking here, as he watched with deep regret while Nurse Jin scurried toward the checkpoint. The wicked woman deceitfully claimed she only came seeking basic survival supplies, feigning deep concern over his suspicious silence and total lack of activity. Scratching his head, he casually claimed a vital message was already on its way. She instantly branded him a lying traitor, fiercely jealous of his chat with another beautiful woman. Then came her true greedy motive, interrogating him about his hidden food supplies at home. She shamelessly pleaded near starvation, begging to leech off a portion of Hanfeng's remaining precious rations. Instead of boiling with furious rage, a chilling smirk slowly crept across his dark face. Continuing his utterly pathetic facade, Hanfeng claimed his survival food was dangerously scarce, offering his remaining shares exclusively to loyal people who actually replied to his messages. Taking bold action, he firmly grabbed her waist, daringly inviting this wicked woman to his stronghold for a few agonizing days. Stunned by this sudden dominant confidence, the wicked woman completely lost her manipulative composure for a fleeting second. She hastily shoved him away, forcing a nervous smile. Lai Hyona nervously insisted their private conversations should strictly remain in the safe digital realm. Accepting this as an absolute rejection, Hanfeng turned his back to return to his solitary stronghold. Driven by absolute starvation and desperation, she violently grabbed his arm, desperately begging him to halt his steps. She anxiously noted his completely drastic and mysterious transformation in recent days. Hyona then desperately swore that her deep romantic feelings for him had always been genuine. Deploying the most deceptive, innocently convincing gaze imaginable, Hyona claimed she refused to be seen as a gold digger after Hanfeng's wealth. Thus, she needed more time before committing to anything serious. Hanfeng watched her pathetic act with a feigned blush, quickly hiding his true disgust. Had she not murdered him in his past life, he might have believed those lies. But now, he only craved ripping away her hideous disguise. However, the mastermind pulling this vile witch's strings remained hidden. Pondering this mystery, why hunt him down when repeating his past life's actions would naturally lure the man out through Hyona? This time, he would be fully prepared. They might wield a steel bat, but Hanfeng possessed a deadly sniper rifle. Realizing this, he played along and joked that he was merely teasing her. The wicked woman felt foolish for wasting her masterful acting on a mere prank. Still, Hanfeng promised to wait for her message to deliver food supplies the following day. Thus, they finally bid each other a deceptive farewell. She even invited him to call if he ever needed someone to talk to. As the witch exited the parking lot, a sinister smile twisted her vile lips. Unbeknownst to her, Hanfeng was no longer the foolish pawn this time. He relished tormenting her secretly. 2 entire days passed without Hanfeng contacting the witch. This drove Li Hyana into a frantic rage. Bombarding his phone with furious texts demanding the promised food supplies, Hanfeng ignored her pathetic messages, casually devouring a piping hot steak and a fizzy drink. Feasting perfectly, while tormenting his past life murderer, brought him absolute euphoria. Finally, mastering the secret to creating blissfully delicious meat was a total game-changer. The freezing apocalypse outside made this warm, hearty meal feel absolutely divine. While others froze in absolute misery, he sat comfortably sweating in his luxurious bathrobe. An absolute legend. Yet, he had not been entirely idle these past days. Through relentless experimentation, he finally confirmed 2 crucial facts about his abilities. First, a single meat piece could not expand limitlessly. Second, much like soybeans, the meat itself could be endlessly reproduced. His tests had already generated massive, endless pounds of fresh meat. For every batch of sprouted beans, he replanted half and consumed the rest. He could flawlessly apply this exact same principle to his meat supply. Bathed in mystic red and green light, half a steak and soybeans forged a complete cut. Exploiting this divine process repeatedly guaranteed an infinite, unending supply of steak. After running countless trials to verify this miraculous hypothesis, he realized he would never face starvation in this apocalyptic future. Some news stations still deployed reporters to broadcast this unprecedented 19th day of snow. It was now August 2nd, and even the tropical Maldives near the equator suffered brutal temperatures of -42 degrees. The entire paradise had been completely swallowed by devastating ice and snow. The roaring ocean froze solid before their very eyes. It was pure apocalyptic madness. Desperate experts recorded the fatal ice layer plunging to 55 centimeters deep. Similar frozen nightmares consumed other equatorial countries, shattering their supposed eternal warmth. Gazing at his enormous entertainment system, Hanfeng sneered at the pathetic news broadcast. In cruel reality, the apocalyptic nightmare outside vastly eclipsed the media's sugar-coated lies. While savoring his daily red wine, a sudden thunderous tremor violently shattered his peace. Hanfeng rushed to the glass and tore back the heavy curtains. A distant high-rise burned like a massive torch. This marked the 7th catastrophic explosion in mere days. Even Hanfeng could not fathom the true origin of this destruction. Yet, one brutal truth remained certain. This was a terrible omen. Military helicopters were also swarming the bleeding city skies in unprecedented numbers. Ignorance bred sheer terror among the survivors. The outside chaos plunged every resident into utter panic. They huddled together in the underground parking lot, desperately bartering for life-saving rations. Mortal greed holds absolutely no boundaries. Predatory residents ruthlessly exploited the weak, sparking fierce clashes and violent altercations. Standing at the heart of this chaos was Mr. Zhang, who continued masquerading as a benevolent leader, tossing free scraps to the desperate masses. Today marked a rare occasion as Hanfong descended into the underground lot to join the crowd. He had only abandoned his sanctuary for minutes before the biting frost pierced his bones. Leaving his safe haven always tasted like immediate regret. His sole purpose for descending was to harvest vital intelligence. Without this motive, he would never have faced these miserable souls again. Before experiencing his miraculous regression, he recalled a bloody rebellion ravaging this very district. If his past memories held true, the uprising sprouted directly from this miserable basement. Currently, the committee maintained their charitable facade instead of resorting to blatant extortion. To unearth the hidden truth, Hanfong resolved to observe the shadows behind this turbulent assembly. Judging by the endless queues stretching across the distribution zone, an overwhelming number of households were clearly starving for provisions. Up front, a man fiercely protested his meager rations after sacrificing multiple massive crates of vital supplies. Yet, Mr. Zhang adamantly preached the illusion of absolute equality. Clutching merely a solitary can and one sausage, the furious man demanded his original donations back. However, the greedy committee outright refused. While this apocalyptic disaster raged, Mr. Zhang weaponized the greater good, promising massive cash returns once the nightmare finally ended. But hollow monetary promises meant absolutely nothing in this crumbling world. Eventually, the starving crowd turned their fangs against the complaining man. They viciously cursed him, branding him shameless, while demanding he step aside. It took mere seconds for a unified mob to weaponize their hatred against a desperate father, merely seeking survival for his starving family. The interim committee had completely brainwashed these desperate sheep. Hanfong perfectly understood the untouchable authority would never surrender a single crumb during this crisis. However, claiming the moral high ground to rob initial donors was an equally shameless act of evil. Speaking of true shamelessness, the infamous legend finally manifested his presence in the underground once more. It was none other than Homeless Joe. Scratch that, Brother Lee. His miserable state had violently deteriorated over the past few days. He appeared withered, pale, and skeletal. A long time had passed since the Gun brothers last met. Brother Lee insisted he was surviving fine, yet his miserable state revealed the brutal truth. He blamed his violent shivering on sheer panic and helplessness, alongside the freezing winter chill. His survival situation was an absolute disaster. Breaking down, Brother Lee finally confessed the agonizing hardship he endured. He survived entirely on water to drown out his starvation, his food reserves completely drained. When the local donation campaign was fiercely raging on, he foolishly surrendered most of his supplies to the Central Committee. Ultimately, his personal stockpile vanished long before the apocalyptic snowstorm was supposed to end. Furthermore, the committee's distributed rations were pitifully meager. Had Brother Lee foreseen this freezing hell, he would have viciously guarded his personal stash. Sensing he held the perfect cure for Brother Lee's desperate crisis, Hanfong drew the gangster near, quietly whispering a secret request. Stunned, Brother Lee stepped back in disbelief. Young Hanfong offered 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages for a laughably simple task. Hanfong deliberately emphasized that this massive reward would severely cripple his own remaining food reserves. The hardened gangster assumed his little brother was merely inventing a desperate excuse to feed him. Overcome with intense emotion, he wept, vowing to carve this profound debt into his very soul. Brother Lee gripped Hanfong with burning sincerity, swearing this trivial mission would be executed flawlessly without a single hitch. Regarding the promised payment, he could simply drop by Hanfong's fortress later. However, Brother Lee desperately needed immediate sustenance, forcing him to join the pathetic ration line. Hanfong smirked in silence, immensely satisfied with the flawless contract he had masterminded. By sacrificing a mere handful of cheap noodles and sausages, he completely eliminated the need to risk his own life gathering future intelligence in this wasteland. A fleeting trace of pity crossed his cold mind. Yet playing hero meant nothing compared to lounging safely on his couch, devouring feasts, and gaming. Hanfong would have enjoyed a truly flawless journey across the gloomy basement parking lot had another ghost from his past not noticed him. Upon hearing his name echo, a vicious palm suddenly hurtled straight toward his unsuspecting face. Lee Hyona's twisted morning greeting was a devastating, ringing slap directly across Hanfong's cheek. Caught entirely off guard by this unprovoked daylight assault, his mind briefly short-circuited trying to process this utterly ridiculous confrontation. Eyes blazing with sheer fury, Hona viciously spat that Hanfong was a massive, pathetic disappointment. The arrogant woman shrieked relentlessly, furiously condemning his utter silence toward her desperate begging texts. She deliberately amplified her shrill voice, ensuring the entire freezing parking lot witnessed the humiliating spectacle. Hanfong stood completely paralyzed. His mind raced frantically to comprehend this sudden explosive audacity. The exact wicked witch he had been toying with just violently struck him before a live audience. He hadn't even settled her past life blood debts yet. Now she dared invade his territory, striking him completely unprovoked. This sheer audacity was an absolute heresy. As a murderous fury began violently boiling within him, he realized Lee Hyona still perceived him as the same pathetic, easily trampled weakling from before. He stood in dead silence while she continued spewing venom over his lack of a reply. She mocked him as deaf and mute, aggressively demanding answers. Hanfong inhaled deeply, his icy breath forming mist. Then, hiding his murderous intent, he flawlessly slipped into character, sincerely apologizing to Hyona. He revealed that his supplies had been stolen. He set the delivery outside for just a fleeting second to grab his keys, but the precious supplies vanished before he even stepped back out. Hanfong claimed he searched everywhere for the thief, finding absolutely nothing. At this point, she looked utterly deranged, desperate for her next fix as she begged to know if he had hidden rations left. He softly replied that his meager stash would only last a few days on one meal daily. Hearing about the remaining food, Hyona's twisted expression instantly melted into a bright blush. She flawlessly slipped right back into her innocent sweetheart persona, but as she boldly asked Hanfong to surrender half his food and eat every 2 days to survive together, her madness resurfaced. Hanfong could barely stomach the sheer audacity of this woman. Spouting such greedy demands without a single blink was truly horrifying. Clearly, to her, this man remained a mere disposable tool, and he gladly let her believe it. Hanfong offered a warm smile and affectionately agreed to her terms. He played the loyal fool, perfectly willing to divide his lifeline with a pretty face. She ruthlessly demanded the food immediately, but he delayed until nightfall, claiming he needed time to pack. She playfully purred that she would eagerly await his text tonight. Turning to leave, Hyona sweetly wished him well, hoping he would avoid the raging sickness. Hanfong waved goodbye, a truly sinister plot already taking root in his mind. By 8 o'clock that evening, Lee Hyona was already ruthlessly harassing Hanfong for the rations. Her burning impatience drove her straight to his floor's lobby by 9:30. She stood trembling in the freezing corridors, isolated and miserable. Meanwhile, Hanfong enjoyed his favorite game, dangling the bait before utterly ghosting her. The elevator lay completely dead after weeks of freezing neglect. Therefore, to throw her little tantrum, she would have to conquer the stairs to Hanfong's sanctuary. Cornered by hunger, Lee Hyona choked down her pride and entered the pitch-black stairwell. Halfway up, brutal exhaustion and biting frost took over. It was absolute torture. Without the promise of food, she never would have endured such torment. Fatigue crashed over her, amplified by days of relentless starvation. Every agonizing step drained her fading strength. You have to admire the sheer greed. Few souls would scale 16 floors just to shamelessly leech another person's lifeline. As fate would have it, the upper-level emergency lights were completely dead, plunging her desperate ascent into terrifying darkness. Startled by a sudden phantom noise, Lee Hyona nervously called out to the shadows. As if answering her fearful plea, a black bag plummeted from the abyss above, aiming straight for her pretty head. Paralyzed by absolute terror, Hyona could only freeze as the shadowy mass crashed down. Upon explosive impact, the emergency lights flickered to life, flooding the stairwell with blinding white dust. She, a special person, ever-smiling Lee Hyona, stood utterly coated in a massive flower explosion. Standing right before her was Hanfong. He smoothly lied about oversleeping, claiming he rushed down with supplies upon seeing her texts. As darkness fell, a dropped flower bag sparked this absolute chaos. Brushing the white powder and debris from her hair and coat, Hyona seethed, her vile true nature cracking through her fake mask. Hanfong thoroughly relished this pathetic display. He orchestrated this cruel trap perfectly, and his revenge was just starting. Raising another bag, he told the witch these were his final supplies. Peering inside, she discovered mostly rotting crops and decaying mold. It was utter garbage, completely unfit for human consumption. Feigning innocence, Hanfong rubbed his neck, claiming he fought hard for these scraps. Rancid meat festered deep within the filthy pile. He flawlessly shifted to pure fake outrage, snatching the bag back, daring her to reject his bitter charity. Terrified of starving, the witch desperately seized it back, begging to keep it. Hanfeng coldly scanned her from head to toe. He scoffed inwardly. This was the radiant goddess he once chased so desperately. Now, she resembled a homeless vagrant freezing in the brutal winter night. She frantically dug through the rotting filth, praying for a single edible bite. She even snatched the final flour bag greedily from Hanfeng's grip. Li Hyona was rejoicing over mere powder, ignoring the humiliating mess completely covering her. She scurried away without a word. But Hanfong felt zero anger. Feeding her pure waste guaranteed the wretched witch days of agonizing illness. Bathing in this freezing climate was completely impossible, so that sticky, humiliating crust would violently cling to her skin for days. While Hanfeng strolled home in high spirits, an eerie sensation crept up. He feigned ignorance, yet sensed a sinister shadow shifting behind him. Maintaining his sharp focus, Hanfeng walked naturally toward his door. He stepped from the stairs, projecting absolute calm and deadly control. Mere seconds later, a dark silhouette silently mirrored his exact footsteps. The heavy snow boots confirmed it was undoubtedly a human stalker. Seizing the ultimate element of surprise, Hanfeng vanished behind the door, violently ambushing his mysterious pursuer. He locked his grip with ruthless aggression, slamming the stalker down hard. His fist raised to crush the bastard, spying on him, but Hanfeng abruptly froze, his killing intent vanishing. The shadowy stalker was a disheveled girl with sleepy eyes and thick glasses. What in the world was actually happening here? Hanfeng deduced only one dark motive for her midnight presence here. She came to spy, and he demanded to know her true objective. Only a dead silence and an empty stare answered him. She remained mute. She offered zero words, and Hanfeng, stunned by this defiance, resorted to heavier threats to break her. He threatened to violently strip her coat in the cold, yet she remained silent. Exhausted by the pointless standoff, Hanfeng chose to release her tonight. But should she spy again, his brutal mercy would permanently vanish. She needed to end her silent games and rush home before the deadly cold struck. Just as he turned to leave, a firm grip tightly caught his sleeve. This quiet girl refused to let him slip away so easily. Hanfeng remained utterly clueless about her true intentions. Meanwhile, she simply pierced him with an intense and silent stare. Hanfeng demanded she stop staring, threatening to walk away entirely if she refused to reveal what she truly wanted. Instead of speaking, she pointed silently toward the distance and dragged our protagonist along with her. Even the slow-witted Hanfong realized she was about to reveal a secret. They stepped into her room. The air inside felt shockingly warm and bright. Our hero stood speechless. Massive piles of supply boxes completely filled his vision, though some boxes sat empty and scattered trash littered the floor around them. Yet possessing this many resources weeks into the apocalypse was truly nothing short of miraculous. Had she also prepared before the disaster? Hanfong bluntly asked if she had foreseen the arrival of the devastating ice apocalypse. To his utter shock, she finally spoke. Although she muttered cryptic words, she revealed she had personally run the complex calculations that mathematically predicted the impending ice age. She was the very same mysterious prophet who had warned the community chat about the apocalyptic freeze long before the actual disaster even began. Naturally, Hanfong failed to grasp the terrifying depth of her words. It was difficult for his simple mind to comprehend that through deep research and mathematics, a mere mortal could predict the future without being a reborn regressor. But Hanfeng sensed she had not brought him here merely to discuss her academic theories. His survival instincts were correct. She was finally revealing her true, hidden motive. The girl possessed a massive wall of screens displaying endless security camera footage, and every single monitor was relentlessly tracking our hero. The first screen captured him picking his nose while hauling heavy supply boxes into the elevator. The second displayed couriers delivering 12 heavy gas canisters directly into his secure room. The third revealed Brother Li handing over a weapons case, and the surveillance continued. It turned out that Hanfeng's initial suspicions upon meeting her were entirely correct. This mysterious girl had indeed been spying on his every move for a long time. Acting completely at ease, she shamelessly began changing her clothes right in front of our stunned hero. The enclosed room burned too warm to wear heavy winter survival gear. The clueless Hanfong completely misunderstood the situation, frantically asking why she was suddenly stripping down. She calmly stated the room was hot, completely missing his actual, deeply panicked concern. Why on earth was she undressing right before his eyes? He immediately demanded that she stop her actions and put her pants back on. Eventually, after some time, despite his strong reluctance, the stifling heat forced him to remove his heavy coat too. This girl held deadly secrets, and he simply could not escape until this threat was handled. Gathering his scattered survival thoughts, Hanfong realized her surveillance began, because his early supply hoarding had triggered her intense suspicion long before the apocalyptic snow had even fallen. Fortunately, this relentless spying was never meant to gather malicious blackmail material against him, but merely to test if Hanfong possessed the intelligence and strength required for true cooperation. Now the only remaining mystery was discovering exactly what this dangerous alliance would demand. Words completely failed her, so the mysterious girl chose to let her actions guide the way. Naturally, our hero interpreted the entire situation in his own legendary way. Hanfong watched her chaotic movements in disbelief, only to see her summon a generator from behind the bed. Shattering his wild assumptions, she simply needed his guidance to operate the heavy machinery. She was an absolute genius regarding complex computers and dusty books, but her everyday survival skills were tragically non-existent. After a tense moment, the generator roared to triumphant life. Let us casually ignore the deadly reality of running a massive generator indoors. We will simply pretend this beast was a silent, hydrogen-powered marvel. Hanfong prayed this tutorial was over, but fate always had other terrifying plans. Those pleading blue eyes struck again, this time demanding salvation with the water boiler. Our hero swiftly conquered the task, securing a relentless hot water supply through the generator's might. Still, Hanfong sternly warned her to conserve precious water and seal the taps. Next came the absolute nightmare of conquering her refrigerator. Facing a true disaster zone, he declared that raw meat belonged strictly in the frozen depths, not the fridge, unless she wanted it rotting instantly. Furthermore, maintaining absolute cleanliness was her only true shield against disease, and he absolutely refused to become her permanent personal maid. She had to awaken her own skills. Hanfong remained baffled by her survival in this cruel world. He even had to demonstrate connecting dangerous gas canisters to her fragile stove, forcing her to memorize vital safety rules and precisely mirror his every movement. But the ultimate trial of survival still awaited them. Hanfong was forced to teach her the sacred art of roasting meat over an open flame. Finally, when his remaining stamina was entirely depleted, a spectacular dinner emerged, and he urged her to strike while the meal was blazing hot. He questioned his miserable fate. How did he end up babysitting a grown woman all day? His new companion's basic survival instincts were tragically pathetic, yet she showed zero shame, entirely captivated by the mouth-watering heavenly feast. Realizing his profound words were wasted, Hanfong awkwardly brushed off his rising frustration as a joke. He was completely crushed by exhaustion, dreaming of nothing but his heavenly warm bed. But it seemed he was not the only exhausted warrior resting here. Glancing back, he found her deeply asleep, using the dinner table as her ultimate sanctuary. Hanfong had never witnessed a human pass out mid-bite in his entire life. With a heavy, defeated sigh, he gently carried her resting body to the bed. Who could have predicted his epic destiny involved raising an adult child? Throughout the bitter night, the blizzard raged and freezing temperatures plummeted into the abyss. Hanfong barely opened his heavy eyes before a demanding guest invaded his morning peace. It was her again, bearing mountains of shiny gifts as a token of immense gratitude. The sheer scale of her overwhelming generosity left our hero completely speechless. Yet after accepting the heavy tribute, she lingered at the doorway like a stubborn statue. He instantly recognized that dangerous gleam in her eyes. Another troublesome favor awaited. She had hauled over another massive generator, begging for a second desperate masterclass. Yesterday's deep wisdom was entirely wiped from her memory, forcing Hanfong back to square one. After a few chaotic days by her side, he realized she was an absolute novice at survival. She possessed absolutely zero common sense, completely blind to the rules of this broken world. Yet, her spirit remained unbroken, and day after day, she dragged Hanfong to her room to master basic survival skills. After countless attempts, her relentless efforts finally produced a dish barely resembling actual human food. To Hanfong, even this minor culinary victory was massive. Her previous creations would have made a starving dog retreat, but in this frozen hellscape, desperate humans would gladly slaughter for such meals. After so long, Hanfong finally decided to uncover her identity. She revealed herself as Zhao Xinggan. It remained a profound puzzle to Hanfong why she spoke so strangely and what haunted her, but abandoning her to the icy wasteland was never an option. Meanwhile, deep within the gloomy basement, Meager rations were handed to desperate, starving survivors. But peace was a forgotten illusion here. Starving neighbors ruthlessly tore at each other like wild beasts over the crumbling scraps. Absolute chaos erupted as survivors violently plundered one another's pathetic hoards, spitting venom and claiming ownership in a lawless, frozen wasteland. The weak were mercilessly trampled into dust, while the strong forcefully grabbed everything. The sanctuary's peaceful days were truly dead. Madness consumed them as they violently claimed their owed resources. Survivors fiercely defended their pitiful stolen treasures with their very lifeblood. A single theft instantly ignited a storm of mindless violence. They battered each other without mercy, leaving fists shattered and boots completely soaked in crimson. As humanity crumbled into savagery, Mr. Zhang stood like a chillingly calm mountain amidst the storm. Slowly amplifying the overwhelming volume of the megaphone in his hands, he unleashed a deafening shriek that instantly forced everyone to their knees. The man literally deployed a sonic strike. He was a true apocalyptic mastermind. After agonizing seconds of ear-piercing static, Mr. Zhang coldly stared down at his broken, bleeding flock. With a mocking tone, he asked if their pathetic brawl was finally over. Hauling a bloodied survivor to his feet, he coldly explained that simply, over these pathetic scraps of resources, they were risking ultimate death. Was it not the height of stupidity? Yet, blazing fury still remained. Mr. Zhang had engineered this very rationing system from the shadows, and now they merely received a single noodle pack for days. To not die in battle meant dying of starvation. Mr. Zhang wore a flawless mask, pretending he was, deeply listening to their pathetic complaints about the unfair resource distribution and empty pantries. Then his gaze darkened as he laid down the absolute law. If they chose to bleed over such petty scraps, perhaps destiny meant for them to starve. Mr. Zhang slyly demanded to know who truly triggered this living hell, urging them to open their eyes. The furious masses instantly blamed him for everything. Raising a stale piece of bread, he wove his dark charisma, manipulating their scattered memories of the harsh apocalyptic reality. The bread that was once sold for a few dollars was now being ruthlessly extorted by wealthy hoarders for tens or even hundreds. The untouchable elites squeezed the unfortunate entirely dry. It reached the sickening point where a single loaf was shredded into 5 or 10 pieces for auction. They weaponized the disaster to build their empires. Meanwhile, the wretched souls rotting in this basement parking lot had been stripped of their wealth and hope long ago. Yet their once flawless system was now crumbling from internal conflict. The desperate slaughtered each other, while the elites who had plenty guarded their mountains of supplies, refusing to donate to the common good. They were the ones maliciously inflating the prices. Meanwhile, the desperate poor starved and fought to the bitter death. Mr. Zhang challenged the crowd. Was this true justice? Seeing the masses completely captivated by his venomous words, Mr. Zhang commanded everyone to halt their actions and stand united. It was time to reclaim the resources that rightfully belonged to them. The starving, furious citizens quickly justified this dangerous, twisted logic. Absolutely convinced of their unjust treatment, why did the wealthy elites reap all the benefits, while the rest of them desperately bled just to stave off starvation and inevitable death? Mr. Zhang watched closely as the pieces of the puzzle fell perfectly into place. He had successfully planted a dark seed of hatred in the people's minds. The boiling fury and resentment of the escalates masses turned upward, targeting the rest of the apartment building's residents. These desperate survivors genuinely believed they were only claiming their rightful share. Arise. Watching the storm of violence, chaos, and desperation brew, Mr. Zhang smiled wickedly. Amidst this escalating nightmare, Homeless Joe, also known as Brother Lee, stood silently. Out of everyone present, he alone could see through the deadly venom of that manipulative speech. The mob had practically lost their minds. A devastating bloodbath was imminent. He needed to warn Hanfong immediately. Inside Hanfong's private room, he was peacefully lounging around, snoring while pretending to read a book. The sudden ringtone of his phone immediately woke him up. He received Brother Lee's desperate texts detailing the horrific trouble brewing down in the basement parking lot. Fueled by Mr. Zhang's ruthless incitement, the mob now planned to pillage resources from everyone else. They were violently going door to door and shattering locks open. These crazed raiders were heavily armed and hungry for blood. Brother Lee begged Hanfong to hide. Facing those lunatics directly would be absolute suicide. He could only pray that Homeless Joe could survive out there. Hanfong never expected the situation to escalate into this kind of chaotic nightmare. Even though he possessed 2 firearms for a crisis, the grim thought of shooting another human still chilled his bones. Furthermore, If this organized mob successfully revealed his massive stockpile of resources, they would undoubtedly hunt him down with absolute crazed bloodlust. They would devour him alive and leave absolutely nothing but bones. Because of that, he had to thoroughly prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. He immediately retrieved a bunch of copper wires, heavy tools, and 2 fire extinguishers from his vast storeroom. Using these materials, he hastily rigged his door, crudely strapping deadly live wires directly onto the doorknob for ultimate security. Finishing his dangerous trap, Hanfong carefully unrolled the remaining wire across the floor. However, his lethal experiment was suddenly halted by a massive blackout. Looking outside, it was terrifyingly clear that every single building in the frozen district had plunged into darkness simultaneously. Desperate residents tried contacting the building management, but those communication lines had gone completely dead a long time ago. Hanfong knew the terrifying truth. With the apocalyptic snowstorm intensifying and residents overloading the grid for warmth, this massive blackout was absolutely inevitable. Furthermore, the crushing snowdrifts and abysmal freezing temperatures outside made any external maintenance utterly impossible. Considering these grim factors, the massive power failure and signal loss might be absolutely permanent this time. Once the desperate masses realized the power was gone forever, true apocalyptic hell would break loose. There, crushing feelings of panic would only spark a far deadlier and more serious rebellion. And that is when true hell would finally descend. 30 minutes before the power vanished, the greedy witch, Lee Hyona, was viciously stuffing noodles down her throat. Her current patron bragged endlessly about purchasing precious survival resources at 50 times the market price earlier. Those desperate poor people could not resist, shutting their mouths and selling their lives. To hoard this massive stock of resources, he had only spent $500,000. He also initiated the cruel practice of auctioning supplies, forcing the impoverished to violently fight just to win a crumb. Using this vicious tactic, Blondie profited massively. Stroking Lee Hyona's face, he smugly asked if she truly believed she made the right decision to follow him. The deceitful witch smiled and nodded cheerfully. The wealthy scumbag was already plotting to do absolutely whatever he desired with this beautiful girl, using his hoarded resources to easily buy her absolute obedience. Suddenly, chaotic and hurried footsteps flooded the dark hallway, shattering their intimate moment. It was the car park survivors, wielding heavy tools to violently smash doors open in the dead of night. Blondie quickly overheard that he was their primary target, hunted for spearheading the massive price hikes in the group chat. The ruthless raiders violently kicked and pounded his door, desperately forcing it open. Blondie possessed great wealth, but could paper cash stop the impending slaughter coming for him? He stood frozen in pure terror, completely unsure of what to do as the mob attacked. Finally, the crazed cult of Mr. Zhang's starving soldiers had gone completely unhinged. Outside, the apocalyptic snowstorm raged relentlessly, showing zero signs of ever stopping anytime soon. Inside the Hanfong stronghold, absolute chaos reigned as tangled wires and supplies littered the floor. He was still constructing a deadly, Home Alone-style trap upon his door, creating a massive mess. Hanfong meticulously followed every required step to properly rig the heavy door, yet the energy meter clearly displayed that zero power was flowing through. Just as he questioned his seemingly faulty setup, the hastily twisted bundle of wires violently exploded into flames. The electrical line must have suddenly gone live. Caught directly in the fiery blast, Hanfong coughed and struggled. He swiftly smothered the blazing electrical fire. He still could not fathom his error or why this simple process was proving incredibly difficult. If the internet was still actively working, this obstacle would not be a problem. Unfortunately, ominous knocking struck his door before his deadly electrical trap was fully armed in time. Hanfong cautiously stood up, peering through the small peephole to quickly confirm who lurked on the other side. He could not see a face, merely a remarkably short figure, with messy, violently sticking out hair. It was that strange outcast girl again. This time, she approached with her signature nonchalant expression, quietly begging for his help. This was a terrible time for Hanfong, currently busy improvising lethal defensive traps inside his own home. Suddenly, haunting memories resurfaced, of his regression being fatally seduced by a vile witch and brutally clobbered by a madman. He slowly released his tight grip on the door handle. Fearing the treacherous malice lurking on the other side, Hanfong strictly warned the girl about violent raiders smashing doors and stealing precious supplies. Instead of opening his sanctuary, he coldly ordered her to rush home, refusing entry. The outcast girl remained standing in the freezing, gloomy hallway. Deadly silence filled the air. Then, she began pounding on his door with terrifying, deafening force. With Hanfong still refusing to open his door, she sat shivering on the freezing hallway floor. The biting cold seeped in, while the raiders' brutal voices echoed closer to Hanfeng's floor. They cared nothing for the survivors living on the 18th floor. Their only goal was to smash every single door. Two ruthless thugs surveyed the 18th floor hallway, celebrating their early arrival. They quickly divided their targets. Unluckily, Hanfeng's room was right in front of them. One raider stepped up, gripping a heavy crowbar to breach the entrance. They deceitfully claimed to be resource deliverers, testing for any prey inside. Inside the sanctuary, Hanfong pulled the girl close, tightly covering her mouth. Met with absolute dead silence from within, the thugs ruthlessly tried to pry the door open with their crowbar. Hanfong whispered to the outcast girl, swearing those scumbags could never scratch his reinforced steel. Hearing his steady confidence, her trembling finally stopped. The handle violently rattled up and down, but the raiders remained locked out. Realizing this fortress-like door was completely unyielding, the scavengers marked Hanfeng's place and moved on to their next target. Installing that heavy-duty door and handle had been a lifesaver. Reinforced with 5-centimeter thick iron plates, it was a masterpiece that even shocked its builder. Hanfong was so wrapped up in his own genius that he kept suffocating the girl. He was still terrified of making a single sound and luring them back. Even so, the outcast girl whispered her thanks for saving her from the hallway scavengers. They were not in a hurry. They waited in breathless silence for several minutes, finally confirming the threat had passed. Hanfong instantly returned to constructing his deadly trap. If built perfectly, anyone daring to touch his handle would be electrocuted to ash. The girl tilted her head, curiously asking about his task. He proudly announced it was his ultimate high-voltage defense system. He smirked, claiming the complex engineering would be far beyond her understanding. In truth, he was completely clueless, and wiring the lethal trap was proving impossible. Little did he realize, she was an absolute prodigy with anti-theft systems and voltage differentials. To her, these electrical concepts were mere child's play. Stepping up, the outcast girl began coaching Hanfong through the process. She directed him to cut the power while delicately wrapping bare wire around the handle. They linked the circuit box wire to the metal, finally flipping the main power switch. When Hanfong measured the live current flowing through the metal, the tester screamed with a massive, lethal voltage spike. Astonished, he asked how she had mastered such complex engineering. She dramatically declared that the true eye of the evil king sees through all worldly truths. Grateful for her technical rescue, Hanfong asked how he could repay the favor. She offered absolutely no tragic backstory or explanation. Ignoring him completely, she dumped her entire backpack onto his living room couch. Then, she boldly proclaimed that the true eye of the evil king was moving in. Hanfong stood frozen, taking a long moment to process her outrageous demand. He vehemently opposed letting this girl stay. He needed his sanctuary back, and desperately urged her to leave at once. Flustered by her presence, Hanfong suddenly tripped over the floor wires, launching violently forward. He staggered briefly before crashing hard onto the floor, scattering everything in his path. A radiant purple glow pulsed from his hands, radiating a strange, otherworldly energy. Crashing down onto the hard floor should have shattered his bones. Yet he felt absolutely nothing. Then, his eyes locked onto his landing spot. The once rigid coffee table had completely morphed into a squishy, clay-like substance. Did his sheer will subconsciously melt the solid table? Hanfong stared at the dancing purple aura on his palms, instantly linking it to the table's bizarre softness. Even his nearby toolbox warped into a mushy state from the strange light's touch. He seized a hammer, watching its steel head completely fold under his grip. As Hanfong swung the tool, it instantly lost all of its structural integrity. Simply put, this mystic purple aura completely stripped away any object's hardness. Surprisingly, Outcast Girl watched this entire supernatural phenomenon unfold in absolute stunned silence. She remained so utterly still, he completely forgot her presence, entirely consumed by the thrill of testing his newfound power. Outcast Girl simply pierced him with her unyielding, deadpan gaze. Suddenly beaming, she declared him an emissary chosen by the true eye of the evil king, whatever that meant. Hanfong decided to play along, embracing his role as the evil king's servant to keep his true abilities hidden. Given her deeply eccentric mindset, this wild bluff might actually work flawlessly. As dark emissaries, she suggested joining forces, meaning Hanfeng's private sanctuary would now become their shared base. Before he could voice his absolute refusal, Outcast Girl confidently marched into a bedroom like she owned the place. Without waiting for his consent, she was already establishing their grand evil king's lair. Deciding it was harmless enough, He simply let her do as she pleased. His true priority right now was decoding the mystery behind this radiant purple aura. Upon initial inspection, it clearly possessed the absolute power to liquefy solid matter, proving he commanded far more than just two solitary types of elemental lights. Perhaps countless other undiscovered powers were still lying dormant within his very soul. The awakening triggered when he stumbled over those wires, nearly smashing into the newly softened table. That, without a doubt, it made perfect sense to simulate that exact surge of adrenaline to summon the power again. Focusing deeply on that vivid memory, Hanfong successfully manifested the brilliant purple glow once more. He was finally mastering the art of summoning his hidden abilities on pure instinct. For his first deliberate test, he targeted the very same cables that sparked this miraculous awakening. He then expanded his experiment, setting his sights on a razor-sharp kitchen blade. Intrigued, he unleashed the purple aura, watching its mysterious essence devour the entire steel blade. Astonishment struck him as the softening magic effortlessly conquered cold, hard steel without resistance. The weapon melted so drastically that the deadly edge now felt like harmless jelly against his skin. From there, he unleashed a relentless testing spree, applying this cosmic touch across countless different materials. Every single household item he touched instantly surrendered to this overwhelming new ability. The longer the purple aura flared, the mushier objects turned, fundamentally rewriting their physical laws. Nothing else had changed. Alone, the purple light was useless. Then, inspiration struck Hanfong, a familiar concept. What if he fused two different lights together, mixing purple and green auras on a softened object simultaneously? He quickly mastered merging the two auras. Gripping the melted knife, he infused both lights and roared, "Bankai!" as if he were in bleach. To his absolute shock, it actually worked. The melted blade solidified, becoming razor-sharp and incredibly tough. The steel was so flawless, it reflected like a mirror, gleaming from the fused auras. Scanning the room, he spotted a tissue box. Curious, Hanfong infused a tissue paper and tried to forcefully bend it. It fiercely resisted. Fusing the lights permanently altered an object's absolute toughness. The durability granted by this fusion was absolutely terrifying. With this supreme hardness, didn't he have the perfect use for this power? Meanwhile, the greedy raiders flatly refused to share their plundered supplies, hoarding the stolen loot out of sheer desperation. They refused to split their hard-earned spoils with the weak, but they kept it hidden, fearing violent retaliation if discovered. As the scavengers plotted their vile schemes, one noticed a bizarre anomaly on the wall. Unbelievably, the 18th floor wall was writhing alive. Illuminating the concrete surface, a face materialized from the solid stone. It contorted, struggling to break free from the concrete. These raiders were ruthless thugs when scavenging, but this supernatural horror froze their very blood. When spectral arms breached the surface, like a demon tearing into the mortal realm, terror struck. It was a living, breathing, paranormal nightmare. The raiders fled in sheer panic, terrified of the 18th floor's dark secrets. Meanwhile, Hanfeng gasped for air, struggling to push his face through the softened wall. He had to escape that soft, clay-like trap before suffocating from his reckless experiment. He chose a wall to test his fused purple and green aura, but infusing an entire wall rapidly drained his energy. Eventually, he forced massive amounts of energy to perfectly merge. The process completely exhausted him, but it forged an impossibly sturdy, impenetrable fortress wall. To verify its strength, he readied a heavy sledgehammer. Facing the enhanced barrier, he raised the weapon, determined to test his creation. Eyes burning with anticipation, Hanfeng unleashed a devastating swing, and it smashed violently into the cold wall. He struck repeatedly, pushing himself until his exhausted hands could barely grip the heavy sledgehammer. Regardless, the grueling exhaustion paid off. His reinforced wall stood completely impenetrable, refusing to show even a single scratch against his maximum physical strength. Meanwhile, inside the gloomy basement car park, the returning scavengers surrendered whatever meager survival loot they had successfully claimed. Under strict inspection, one scavenger nervously scratched his head, apologizing for securing only a tiny scrap of food. Panic dripped from his tense frame. A sudden shoulder tap made his paranoid nerves explode. His sudden assailant instantly pinned him to the cold floor, viciously twisting both of his arms backward. This swift enforcer was none other than a Jin brother. Crushing the thief beneath him, he fiercely demanded the hidden location of the remaining stolen food. The desperate raider denied hiding any supplies, but Jin Bro witnessed him hauling 3 massive bags before surrendering merely a single one. Despite the agonizing pressure on his twisted limbs, He stubbornly continued denying his hidden stash, since it seemed a simple arm twist could not shatter the stubborn thief's cowardly silence. Perhaps brutal force would extract the absolute truth. Yet, right before Jinbro could unleash his fury upon the liar, a calm hand intervened with a simple shoulder tap. To the crowd's utter shock, it was the beloved people's leader, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang urged the fierce enforcer to release the captured thief first, preferring a peaceful dialogue to resolve any underlying conflict. He had caught wind of the hoarded community food that was meant for everyone's survival. Choosing to handle this delicate dispute with his personal touch, Jinbro reluctantly relented, violently tossing the piece of trash to the ground for Mr. Jiang's sock. Looking up from the dirt, the trembling raider saw a benevolent hand extended. It belonged to the basement's supreme representative, the merciful and highly respected Mr. Jiang. His gentle smile brought an illusion of absolute peace, but a terrifying darkness eternally lurked beneath that benevolent mask. After a few minutes of gentle persuasion, the broken man finally surrendered the rest of his hidden food. Exactly as accused, 2 massive bags of survival rations were finally revealed. The desperate scavenger shamefully apologized for his greed, as he had 5 starving mouths to feed at home, and the standard distributed rations were never enough. Hearing his plea, Mr. Jiang selflessly sacrificed his own daily ration, handing it directly over to the desperate father. He honored the rules. All scavenged goods must be surrendered to earn survival rations based on their exact household size. Yet, his heart ached for those struggling to survive in such a hellish apocalyptic reality. Overwhelmed by this divine grace, the dishonest thief nearly sobbed, thanking Mr. Jiang from the very absolute bottom of his soul. The reformed thief Lao Wang fiercely swore his eternal loyalty, promising to serve Mr. Jiang in all of his future endeavors. Turning his piercing gaze toward the endlessly lined-up survivors, Mr. Jiang gently urged them to claim their meager rations and return home swiftly. The Jin brothers watched in complete awe, questioning how Mr. Jiang extracted such willing obedience from the thief, and why he sacrificed his own precious food. He humbly insisted he merely enlightened the broken man to understand a very fundamental principle. Naturally, the Jin brothers were desperate to learn this profound principle. Mr. Jiang solemnly explained that throughout the nation's bloody history, devastating waves of violent riots and rebellions always ignited from bitter clashes between fiercely divided social classes. However, these violent riots were deemed a collective social phenomenon. Without an arrest on the spot, court convictions were practically impossible. Mr. Jiang simply warned the man, "Break our rules and face exile from the group." He would devolve into nothing but a lowly street thug, let alone face the crushing weight of the law once this disaster ends. He would also suffer the brutal vengeance of those he had robbed. Such terrors made his choice simple. Uncle Lu watched the drama unfold quietly from afar. He knew Mr. Jiang purposely hid one crucial truth about these rioting mobs. A dominant leader would always rise to command the collective. True heroes and dark villains emerge in chaotic times. He saw that raw potential in young Jiang. Meanwhile, the main character tirelessly swung his sledgehammer across his house, ensuring every wall was virtually indestructible. The grueling task drained his stamina, but his windows were now utterly invincible. With his entire sanctuary fully fortified, and its durability completely verified, he could finally catch his breath. Suddenly, heavy knocking echoed from his door again, a disturbingly frequent occurrence. He crept silently, wondering if those scavenging neighbors had returned to steal resources. Reaching the cold entryway, he peered through the peephole to assess the imminent threat. To his absolute shock, Lee Hyuna stood there shivering in the freezing cold, tearfully crying his name. It was a sickeningly familiar scene. She sobbed about how she could never betray his deep feelings for her, claiming that true hearts are only revealed during the darkest times, and only unconditional love would make someone sacrifice everything for her. If he opened his door, she would open her heart. Hanfong's mind replayed the deadly bedroom ambush. He remembered how this venomous witch and her accomplice played him for a total fool. Today, she was reciting the exact same poisonous words spoken right before his previous death. This deadly echo meant only one thing. An assassin lurked outside, waiting to crush his skull if he fell for the trap. Hanfong's burning desire was to grab his gun and slaughter this dog couple directly, but he stopped himself cold. The blackout plunged everything into dangerous darkness. The hidden enemy held the tactical advantage while he remained exposed in the open. If Hanfong missed his single shot, his own life would be forfeit instead. As for electric shocks, tricking 2 targets into a synchronized trap was practically impossible. Forcing his raging emotions down, he quietly shut off his power generators. He had only one chance at survival. He could not afford to lose absolute focus. He needed to calmly analyze the battlefield. The true lethal threat was not the crying witch, but the silent killer lurking outside. Hanfong had to pinpoint his location and deliver one devastating strike upon stepping out. Locating the target was a dangerous gamble, but his tragic memories of the past timeline gave him the ultimate cheat. According to his past life, that man always hid in the doorway blind spot. He calculated the exact coordinates of his killer through the wall, tightly gripping his massive sledgehammer. Hanfong formulated a masterful plan. Although he would need to spend some precious time executing it, it remained his absolute best shot. Touching the solid surface of the cold wall, purple aura coalesced within his palm as he desperately hoped this strategy would succeed. Lee Hyuna continued acting like a tragic damsel in distress, desperately screaming Hanfeng's name to be miraculously saved. The brutal assassin she brought to slaughter and rob Hanfong was already starting to second-guess his mission, but she fiercely insisted that this pathetic loser, Hanfong, hoarded a mountain of resources. Truckloads of survival supplies delivered just one day before the disaster. Anyone would eagerly leap at the chance to plunder enough vital resources to survive for several grueling days, but they made a fatal mistake by choosing the completely wrong awakened target. The solid wall behind the killer suddenly morphed like wet clay. A massive sledgehammer-shaped protrusion surged forward, violently attempting to shatter the softened barrier. The killer started sensing ominous noises nearby, but Leona remained entirely consumed by performing her pathetic deceptive trap. When the startled killer realized the deadly noise was coming from behind, it was already too late to react. A brutal sledgehammer coated in softened cement smashed into his jaw, absolutely shattering the entire bone with devastating explosive force. The explosive force was so great that the wicked witch recoiled in pure shock as she watched her criminal partner launch like a broken rag doll. She frantically asked what happened, but his shattered jaw left him unable to speak. His battered body shivered with freezing agony. In that exact instant, the seemingly impenetrable door slowly creaked wide open. Hanfong confidently burst from his room wielding a heavy fire extinguisher, wearing a wickedly sly smirk on his cold face. The haggard witch stared at the so-called loser in absolute terror. Before she could even utter another single syllable, Hanfong mercilessly let the fire extinguisher rip, blasting the treacherous witch with freezing white powder as she agonizingly screamed. Lee Hyuna was a truly masterful actress. She maintained her pitifully soft cadence, desperately begging Hanfong to stop blasting her with the suffocating chemical substance. She even accidentally swallowed some of the toxic powder, a critically fatal mistake to make. The vile witch violently coughed as her frail body started breaking down from the extinguisher's bitterly freezing chemical assault. When she finally opened her teary eyes, she witnessed the wealthy blonde thug she brought as muscle to rob. Hanfong collapsed helplessly on the cold floor, violently convulsing and desperately begging for any salvation. Tragically for him, Lee Hyuna was in no condition to offer any rescuing hand either. Hanfeng's terrifying hand pierced through the chemical fog as he reached directly for the trembling witch. She flinched quickly, but his iron grip firmly seized her hair and scarf simultaneously. Fueled by a desperate surge of survival adrenaline pumping through her system, Lee Hyuna violently ripped herself free, though she sacrificed a bloody handful of hair in the process. She was a truly slippery opponent to catch. She scrambled to her feet and fled the terrifying scene while frantically shrieking for aid. Hanfong clicked his tongue in deep annoyance as the treacherous witch escaped entirely too quickly. The same fate could not be said for the brutalized man he had just crushed with a sledgehammer. The crippled thug was still violently struggling to even stand. Burning with vengeful fury, Hanfong delivered a crushing kick to the wealthy bastard's stomach, preparing to brutally stomp the very man who had murdered him in his tragic past life. The bleeding blonde thug frantically pleaded for him to wait just one single second. This arrogant fool started loudly invoking his powerful father's name alongside pathetic, threatening nonsense. He angrily swore that if Hanfong touched him again, catastrophic consequences would surely follow. Hanfong coldly answered by unleashing another bone-shattering punch directly into his arrogant face, ruthlessly taunting the spoiled brat about his deadly next move. Hanfong did not give a single damn who this pathetic bastard's influential daddy was. He wanted to drag out the agony, crushing this arrogant brat without a shred of mercy. Realizing threats were useless, Blondie shamelessly changed his tone. He nervously called Hanfong a brother, claiming they had no real grudge, making this violence completely uncalled for. Haunted by memories of his past life, Hanfong slammed the bastard's skull into the floor. Hanfong mounted, his chest, raining down savage blows while screaming out his deep-seated rage. This scum had treated his life like dirt. He was murdered while simply minding his own business, fists drenched in crimson and eyes burning with malice. Hanfong dared the prick to speak. Blondie desperately wanted to reply, but his shattered jaw and bloody mouth could no longer form words. Hanfong rose, tightly gripping the modified baseball bat dropped on the floor. Clutching the very weapon that ended his past life and ignited his rebirth, he glared down at the defenseless culprit now trembling on the ground. Coughing up blood, the wealthy scum wept, demanding to know why he faced such ruthless torment. Hanfeng's fury erupted. His senseless murderer now had the absolute audacity to demand a reason from him. Raising the nail-covered steel bat, he swung it straight into Blondie's face with maximum force. A sickening crack and splattering blood instantly echoed across the 18th floor hallway. His vengeance was complete. He had finally slaughtered his own killer. Hanfong's adrenaline raged. As the rush faded, he stared at the gruesome massacre. The crushing reality of his bloody actions nearly made him puke. He quickly turned his head away, violently emptying his stomach onto the floor. Hanfong struggled to regain his calm when a familiar voice suddenly cleared her throat. He spun around, finding the outcast girl sitting near the door, calmly playing with the crimson pool. Having witnessed the entire slaughter, she unexpectedly offered to help clean the mess. They swiftly erased the crime scene. The horrific gore didn't faze her one bit. Hanfong sensed a dangerous aura around this girl. Realizing hiding her here was a terrible idea, he used the excuse of impending revenge attacks from other thugs, urging her to go home before she became collateral damage. Calmly sipping her orange juice, the deadly threat of new intruders didn't bother her whatsoever. Hanfong desperately wanted to push her away for her own absolute safety, but she stubbornly insisted on remaining in the apartment, and absolutely nothing could shatter her unyielding resolve. He warned that the coming days would bring extreme danger, and this brutal path could easily get them both killed. She firmly slammed her juice glass onto the table, making her final stand. The outcast confidently declared the evil king's true eye would grant them absolute protection. However, her dark powers were currently depleted, and she required immediate rest. Hanfong lost his patience, snatching her arm right before she could lock the bedroom door. He ordered her to drop the edgy fantasy nonsense and listen, because true hell was approaching. She quietly stared at his iron grip on her shoulder, then slowly looked up. Telling him to continue, she casually opened the door to the dark room. Confused, Hanfong followed her gaze and peered through the doorway. Whatever he witnessed inside shook him to his absolute core. Hanfong stood paralyzed. Meanwhile, the underground parking lot buzzed with desperate activity. Restless survivors lingered in the freezing shadows, blocking the path of those still starving. Yet, the rationing system miraculously held. Resources were desperately scarce, but a fragile peace remained unbroken. Lee Hyona, having just escaped Hanfeng's grasp, lined up with commoners for her meager share. She had no one left to manipulate. She muttered her details and received a single, pitiful piece of bread. The witch seethed with venom over the previous night's disastrous events. Her wealthy patron had vanished after suddenly collapsing without warning. Clearly, Hanfong had orchestrated a brilliant trap from the very beginning. This revelation only fueled her burning curiosity about his hidden sanctuary. She remembered the flickering light and the blast of warm air from inside. This meant he possessed an independent power source. He had not merely hoarded basic supplies. He had predicted this apocalyptic winter. Bitter jealousy consumed her entirely. The cunning bastard hid the impending disaster from her completely. He lived like a king while she scavenged his pathetic scraps. She desperately needed a way to breach Hanfong's fortress. Lost in her toxic thoughts, she collided with a man in the ration line. He recognized her instantly, flashing a blinding light straight at Lee Hyona's face. The flashlight wielder eagerly invited Lee Hyona to Block 5's lobby, where a warm fire burned. Utterly disgusted, she claimed she had warmth at home, but the creep refused to back down. He shamelessly boasted about his massive food stash, promising days of feasts if shared by two. He coveted her type, and this was his twisted chance. Lee Hyona was a toxic serpent, but even she felt her skin crawl at his revolting proposal. Realizing his pathetic bribes had completely failed, the creep threw a tantrum, loudly accusing her of stealing extra resources. The loud commotion immediately drew the hostile glares of hungry survivors. Lee Hyona shoved him aside, smacking his face with her scammed food. Humiliated before the starving crowd, the creep raised his flashlight for a brutal strike. But Nurse Jin suddenly intervened. Her devastating slap sent the bastard crashing violently into a nearby wall. As the deadly tension peaked, Desperate survivors moved to summon their almighty leader, Mr. Jiang, for justice. Lee Hyona stared in pure shock at the nurse's monstrous strength. The angelic nurse calmly handed her a medical card, offering a free checkup for any injuries. Terrified of drawing further attention, Hona thanked Nurse Jin and tried to flee immediately. But the creep refused to yield. He staggered up and charged wildly at Nurse Jin, pinning the building's kindest soul to the cold concrete with foul insults. Right before his fist connected, an unseen force violently yanked the creep away. In a single blinding blur, our legendary gangster, Brother Lee, crushed the rabid scum. His lips were cracked dry. Starvation ravaged his body, yet Brother Lee absolutely despised cowards who struck women. Mr. Jiang finally arrived to shatter the chaos. The rat pointed at Hona, exposing her resource theft and rich kid ties that skyrocketed supply costs. Realizing this trash learned nothing, Brother Lee launched another devastating assault. Yet, before his fist connected, Mr. Jiang seized the rat's collar, preaching the committee's true mission. Their absolute duty was shielding the helpless and guaranteeing rations for all. Ultimately, the worthless scum escaped with merely a harsh threat. Mr. Jiang stepped toward Nurse Jin and Brother Lee. Offering apologies, he extended a formal committee invitation. Brother Lee refused instantly. Plundering under a false banner disgusted him. He preferred starving to death over breaking his ironclad code. Nurse Jin also refused, though with gentle grace. Rejecting their brutal tyranny, she still pledged to heal the wounded. While the duo exited the parking ruins, Hona intercepted Mr. Jiang, begging to join his ranks. The scheming witch gripped his arm tightly. Despite her wretched state, she desperately weaponized her fading allure to seduce true authority. Embodying pure alpha dominance, Mr. Jiang coldly stated they only recruited genuinely useful talents. Brother Lee fights. Nurse Jin heals. A parasite like Lee Hyona holds zero apocalyptic value. Her current pathetic self offered absolutely nothing to their faction. Panicking, the witch frantically claimed she knew a hidden resource sanctuary. Meanwhile, inside Hanfong's quarters, a bizarre guessing game unfolded with his new companion. An ominous black hole pulsed directly between Outcast Girl's palms. Hanfong cheered as she extracted random artifacts from the dark void. He desperately described a crucial tool, yet she yanked out a useless mannequin instead. To clarify this chaos, Outcast Girl revealed her dimensional storage power. Her black hole devoured all nearby matter completely. Swallowing items was effortless, but retrieving them proved insanely difficult. Her extraction accuracy was pathetically flawed. Hanfong grew fascinated by the void's depths and its mysterious mechanics. Outcast Girl had never witnessed the interior. Since hand rummaging was perfectly safe, Hanfong gambled that poking his head inside was harmless. He recklessly shoved his head into her spatial void. Hold your judgment. It wasn't what you're thinking. Submerged halfway into subspace, his eyes met an infinite dimension of endless supplies. The sheer scale was absolutely godlike. Countless random items drifted in absolute chaos, a true testament to the superhuman who drained Eastern supermarkets overnight. Suddenly, Hanfong wept as a horrifying realization struck him. This abyssal black hole possessed absolutely zero oxygen. Ripping his head from the breathless void, he violently gasped for precious air. Seconds inside that cursed subspace brought pure trauma. He angrily scolded Outcast Girl. She never bothered warning him about the deadly oxygen vacuum. He felt every drop of moisture being violently drained from his body. Ignoring his complaints, she plunged her hands into her infinite stash, extracting their ultimate weapon. Hanfeng's target? A highly functional arsenal of remote-controlled toys. An endless stream of drones and remote cars cascaded from the dark void. The sheer thrill instantly erased any lingering trauma from his recent brush with death. Meanwhile, upon the freezing, frost-covered steps of Floor 18, ruthless raiders prowled the shadows, hunting for fresh victims to plunder. This cursed level was infamous for a monstrous guardian, though Glass's raiders scoffed at such supernatural tales. Mr. Jiang had personally dispatched them to scout this exact floor. Failing their ruthless boss simply was not an option. Whispers of doubt remained regarding the intel provided by that girl, Lee Hyona, yet survival demanded obedience. Unbeknownst to these hunters, Hanfong and his mechanical eyes watched closely. Fortunately, the surveillance network was fully operational, perfectly timed to welcome their uninvited prey. A deadly countermeasure was already prepared. Hanfong would ignite the spark, initiating Phase 2. Locking a 2-minute countdown on his watch, he vanished from the room. Within the stairwell, the intruders froze as eerie noises echoed from above. Suddenly, a blinding symphony of lights erupted. This dazzling ambush came from the remote-controlled fleet Hanfong had strategically deployed. Spotting the mere toys, the raiders lowered their guard. They completely missed the deadly payloads strapped onto the plastic frames. As the fuses died, violent blasts consumed the narrow staircase, engulfing the ambushers. These were not fatal blows, they were merely blinding lime bombs designed to disorient. Amidst the chaotic blindness, a drone hovered menacingly overhead. Spotting a payload attached to its tail, the terrified intruders instantly broke formation and fled downwards. Fleeing was futile against the aerial pursuit, guided perfectly by Outcast Girl's expert piloting skills. Hanfong had demanded absolute retribution, eager to carve a harsh lesson into these scumbags. Yet, blinded by the thrill of the hunt, the mechanical bird dipped too low, exposing its fragile frame to a desperate counterattack. Struggling to evade the wild strikes from Glass Raider, a brutal crowbar swing violently shattered one of its spinning blades. Left side thrust failed instantly, plunging the craft into an uncontrollable, chaotic death spiral. Losing their singular eye in the sky would be a catastrophic tactical failure. Outcast Girl fought the controls desperately, but the tumbling machine crashed straight through an open window. The countdown Hanfong established finally reached absolute zero. The payload detonated mid-air, illuminating the freezing wasteland like a spectacular winter festival display. The shockwave destroyed the remaining propeller, severing their last shred of mechanical dominance completely. Outcast Girl desperately attempted a miracle, forcing a crash landing on the icy ledge of an unknown floor below. Hanfong immediately geared up to venture out and retrieve their fallen asset. The drone was an irreplaceable treasure, yet its dying feed captured a chilling anomaly. A lifeless figure slumped motionless between the frozen steps. As the lens zoomed closer, the grim reality hit. The body perfectly resembled Brother Lee. Hanfong questioned why the hardened mobster lay abandoned in this freezing purgatory. Perhaps he suffered a ruthless ambush. Now, a double urgency forced him into the dark. Hanfong issued a stern warning. Do not open the door for anyone. He packed vital supplies for the unknown. The Outcast Girl offered a radio to stay connected. As his final trump card, Hanfong readied his pistol, loaded the cold chamber, and prayed the weapon would remain silent outside. Gripping his flashlight, Hanfong descended into the pitch-black abyss. The 17th, 16th, and 15th floors sat completely empty after the raiders retreated. According to drone telemetry, the outside temperature had violently plummeted to minus 49.8 degrees Celsius. Without heavy gear, the biting frost claims human lives in mere agonizing seconds. Brother Lee's life hung by a tremendously fragile thread, and Hanfong must move like lightning to save his sworn blood brother. Meanwhile, the surviving scouts reported their crushing defeat on the upper floors. Mr. Jiang listened with chilling calm, offering hollow, fabricated gratitude. Their grand reward was merely 3 thick garments and 1 single noodle pack each. In this desolate world, simple rations became absolute treasures, bestowed only upon those highly useful to the cause. A battered Lee Hyona desperately begged Mr. Jiang for a secure place in his ranks. His brutal rejection was as cold as absolute ice. Currently, they lacked solid proof that Hanfong orchestrated this brutal, calculating strike. Furthermore, had Uncle Lu not personally witnessed the pre-apocalypse hoarding, Mr. Jiang would have completely ignored her desperate words. Their current priority was overwhelming the unknown floor with sheer numerical, tactical superiority. This upcoming bloody raid would ultimately test the absolute truth of Lee Hyona's desperate intel. This was her ultimate, defining stage to finally prove herself. Her knuckles turned pure white while tightly gripping a heavy steel pipe, eyes burning with ruthless determination to brutally secure her survival. Before ascending, Mr. Jiang preached that everyone was vital manpower, urging them to fiercely guard their lives. With the smiling mastermind confidently leading the vanguard charge, a massive army of heavily armed raiders stormed the concrete steps. Midway up, they discovered Brother Lee's violently trembling and deeply frostbitten body. Forcing scorching water down his throat, Mr. Jiang jolted Leslie awake in pure, tongue-burning agony. As his vision finally cleared, pure disgust filled his eyes toward the surrounding parasitic scavengers. He clicked his tongue, cursing his bitter, twisted luck at being saved by such utter scum. Mr. Jiang's loyal hound aggressively stepped up, violently demanding absolute gratitude for sparing his miserable life. Brother Lee simply spat out a dark, mocking laugh. The lone wolf staunchly refused to bow to their hypocritical authority, exposing these fake saviors as nothing but glorified thieves. The enraged lackey fiercely moved to strike him down, but Mr. Jiang calmly blocked the incoming physical blow. Wearing his eternal fake smile, the boss offered Leslie another manipulative chance to finally submit. Unflinching, the gangster brutally shot down the false olive branch. The raiders boiled with intense rage at his ungrateful, iron-willed defiance after receiving their salvation. Brother Lee despised absolute submission to anyone. Just as he turned his back to ascend the steps, Mr. Zhang's iron grip clamped onto his freezing shoulders. That snake. How terrifying. The deceptive snake smiled widely, questioning if a petty misunderstanding stood darkly between them. He preached that their only goal was uniting power to grant the fragile a true fighting chance. But Brother Lee easily pierced through Bastard Zhang's venomous, manufactured grin. This fake committee, parading as righteous protectors, ruthlessly starved the elderly by rationing a single meal every 3 grueling days. In this desperate situation, that was practically a death sentence. Moreover, Brother Lee had no family left. Guilt-tripping him into joining was completely useless. Hidden on the upper stairs, Hanfong silently observed and listened to their tense conversation. That exchange proved one chilling truth. Jiang Shuyu cared for absolutely no one. It made sick sense. They wanted to exploit the young, while leaving the old, weak, sick, and disabled to slowly rot away. At this rate, the committee was bound to erupt in violent conflict. Furious at Brother Lee's defiance, the lackey stepped up, barking at the gangster for rejecting their so-called mercy. But the lackey made a fatal mistake entering Brother Lee's strike zone. Without a second thought, the golden-hearted gangster unleashed a devastating, skull-crushing headbutt. The impact left Brother Lee trembling in agony, yet he stood his ground with unyielding resolve. Just one fierce glare from this man with nothing to lose forced the armed raiders to instinctively step back. His men stared in stunned silence, awaiting their next command, while Mr. Zhang pondered. Swallowing their fear, the armed thugs slowly began creeping closer to Lee. Trembling and swaying heavily, struggling just to stand upright, he fiercely dared the thieving bastards to attack. Watching from above, Hanfong saw his brother on the verge of collapsing. He needed immediate help. As much as he wanted to charge in, the enemy numbers were simply overwhelming. A direct clash would only end with him swarmed and slaughtered. Yet, Brother Lee had risked everything for him countless times before. Hanfong refused to watch his benefactor die in a tragic, miserable final stand. Suddenly, a daring plan formed. He drew his pistol and aimed into the abyss. He coldly watched the chaos unfold, a loaded weapon in hand, finger on the trigger. Before a single blow landed, Brother Lee was already swaying on the brink of collapse. Hanfong had seen enough of this cowardly ambush and fired a deafening warning shot. The bullet grazed Mr. Zhang's lackey, sending a shockwave of absolute terror through everyone. That echoing gunshot instantly shattered the raiders' arrogant confidence. They were completely paralyzed, unable to believe a real firearm existed here. Hanfong descended the stairs like a grim reaper, weapon raised, commanding everyone to freeze. The deadly threat worked perfectly, forcing the frightened thugs to back away. Scanning the area nervously, Brother Lee spotted the familiar weapon and recognized his little brother. While the thieving raiders soiled themselves, Mr. Zhang remained chillingly composed. Amidst the crowd, Li Hiona's eyes widened at the sight of the gun-toting Hanfong. Handing Brother Lee the house key, they retreated slowly, eyes locked on the deadly intruders. The trembling underlings glanced toward their boss, desperately awaiting his next command. A few considered ambushing the vulnerable duo during their clumsy retreat. That foolish thought vanished as Hanfong fired another booming warning shot. His patience was completely exhausted. He coldly ordered them to drop their weapons and immediately kneel. Trembling, the raiders obeyed the command, maintaining a terrified, vigilant stare. This tense standoff bought Hanfong and his brother precious time to retreat safely. After seconds of dead silence, with the duo's footsteps slowly fading into the distance, Mr. Zhang stood up first. He demanded to know the hidden gunman's identity. Li Hiona seized this chance. She quickly exposed Hanfong's identity. He was the true master of their original target location. Janang's loyal lapdog exploded with rage. He cursed the witch for hiding the enemy's deadly firepower. Aizen, known as Mr. Zhang, calmed the fierce tension. He knew Hiona had no reason to lie. He then revealed the harsh truth to his men. If that Hanfong guy possesses deadly weapons, he surely hoards endless survival supplies. The promise of stolen loot ignited a blazing fire within the brainwashed crowd. Mr. Zhang was absolutely certain. Uncle Leyu's massive deliveries before the apocalypse were entirely real. Though their dark hope for securing supplies was completely reignited, their original assault plan faced ruin. Any one of them could catch a fatal bullet. However, Mr. Jiang believed Hanfong was too weak for murder. Otherwise, their forces would have already fallen. Besides, no man can hide behind fortress walls forever and never step out, right? Still, the mighty boss ordered a complete shift in their battle strategy. They must retreat now and forge proper defenses before their next strike. Room 1804 must fall as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the two survivors finally reached Room 1804's secure entrance. Brother Li's hands were still trembling with lingering terror, making the lock difficult. Hanfong stood guard, his finger ready on the deadly trigger. As soon as Brother Li unlocked the heavy door, a wave of heavenly warm air hit him. It was a sensation he deeply craved. Stepping inside, Brother Li froze. A running generator and working radiator completely blew his mind. Beyond the glass lay an endless ocean of precious supplies. It was a mouth-watering paradise. Brother Li turned to his little brother. He desperately asked about this heavenly fortress. While the gangster marveled at the absolute luxury, the outcast girl appeared. She asked if Hanfong secured the drone. He was so focused on rescuing his brother that he completely forgot his original mission. 2 hours and countless hearty meals later, Brother Li finally learned a small fraction of the unbelievable truth. Hanfong told the gullible gangster a simple tale. He had foreseen the apocalypse and fully prepared. The young survivor apologized for keeping his loyal brother in the dark. He harbored deep fear about his massive stockpile being exposed. He had to keep the secret heavily guarded. Finishing his feast, Brother Li stood tall. He bowed with overwhelming, absolute gratitude. Without his little brother's heroic rescue, a cold and starving death was his only fate. Tasting a warm meal again was an act of legendary kindness. The tough gangster lifted his head. Heavy tears of pure appreciation streamed down his face. Hanfong brushed it off. He was merely repaying a lifelong debt of brotherhood. Shaken to his very core, Brother Li praised Hanfong's unwavering loyalty and noble heart. Now safe inside the walls, Li revealed the grim reality consuming the entire building complex. The outside world had descended into madness. His last report to Hanfong was ages ago, right before the deadly darkness fell. Since that fateful day, that bastard Zhang ruthlessly plundered everyone's supplies, preaching a twisted collectivism. He quickly gathered many blind followers, but his ruthless methods also forged truly formidable enemies. Unable to survive on such pathetic rations, many desperate survivors abandoned the group. Yet, the big boss felt zero concern about his dwindling numbers. He appeared unbothered, but hiding in the shadows, he frequently dispatches Jin Qin-Wu, his loyal lapdog, to brutally execute deserters, falsely claiming to eliminate threats against their collective. Hanfong was completely stunned. Jin Qin-Wu and Jin Qin-Wen were once sweet, brilliant, and caring twins. In truth, this vile committee rapidly expanded its massive influence through filthy, underhanded tricks. However, Brother Li firmly believed that true evil would always face divine retribution. Jinnang and his goons made a fatal mistake trying to rob a man named Li Zhonghao. That fierce man was a legendary boxer, once the entire country's middleweight champion. Naturally, the committee's weaklings were beaten brutally into the ground. However, that bastard Zhang stubbornly refused to admit his crushing defeat. He could not lose face or his cult's blind respect. Following his direct command, raiders endlessly hunted down Li Zhonghao for combat. Naturally, every single one of them was pummeled into a bloody pulp. Through this bloody incident, the champion boxer quickly amassed his own loyal following. Among them, two absolute standouts began forging a terrifying name for themselves. One was Zhongyang Yu, a hardcore boxing fanatic, a veteran of brutal underground boxing rings for years. He was notorious for his blinding speed. The second was Jin Zhongshai, another die-hard fanatic of Zhenghao. Blessed with overwhelming brute strength, this warrior was built like an absolute monster. With these two powerful warriors in the boxer's corner, a new mighty faction was destined to rise, and they passionately despised the sickening hypocrisy of Jiang Shuyu. Brother Li added that Bastard Zhang grew desperate to end this conflict, finally targeting Hanfong's precious supplies. He desperately tried warning his little bro, but tragically passed out on the stairs. This was excellent news. It meant Mr. Zhang's corrupt empire was slowly crumbling from within. While the trio planned their next move, ominous skittering noises echoed from the dark hallway. Outcast Girl quickly checked the live camera feed, spotting the vicious raiders gathering right outside their door. Hanfong immediately stood up, preparing his lethal electric door handle trap. Outcast Girl stopped his reckless rush, warning him of a thick sulfur stench leaking from the hallway. Without warning, the entire room violently quaked. A massive explosion detonated outside. Mr. Zhang and his raiders were actually insane enough to use deadly bombs. Judging by the blast, they used localized demolition explosives. Their destructive power shouldn't be too overwhelming. Checking the live video feed, their heavy riot shields finally made perfect sense. It was glaringly obvious that Lee Hyona had betrayed them to these bastards. While the raiders prepped their next explosive, Hanfong hurriedly armed his deadly electric trap. 1 second later, an agonizing scream violently echoed from the hallway. The electric trap worked perfectly, instantly taking down one unfortunate enemy schmuck. The terrified raiders stepped back, but Mr. Zhang ruthlessly ordered them to plant more explosives. This time, they targeted the borders of the door, completely doubling their explosive payloads. Blindly obeying his vile orders, the raiders armed the walls, detonating another violent explosion. The deafening blast cracked the walls, yet the entrance held firm. Mr. Zhang knew the explosives were fine. The steel doors were simply built to withstand war. Refusing defeat, Mr. Zhang ruthlessly tripled the explosive charges for the next strike. If the barricade survived, they would just keep multiplying the deadly payload. He vowed to completely obliterate this fortress today. Inside, Hanfong and Brother Lee desperately fortified the entrance with everything they had. The third detonation wildly rattled the barricade, nearly shattering their ringing eardrums. Following that earth-shattering blast, an ominous cracking echoed through the heavy dust. The relentless demolition charges were finally doing their job, steadily fracturing the defenses. At this rate, the spreading fissures would completely shatter the crumbling entrance. Mere barricades were completely useless now. But Hanfong had a crazy fallback plan. They desperately needed to clear the massive debris crammed against the broken door. Outcast girl calmly stepped forward to assist. Brother Lee doubted the little doll, until she raised her hands and summoned her black hole. Brother Lee stumbled backward in absolute mind-numbing shock. As she began swallowing the massive piles of debris, blocking the door, Brother Lee nearly fainted at the impossible, terrifying sight. A grueling, minute-long task was effortlessly erased in a single heartbeat. A deep, newfound terror for the little girl and her godlike power chilled Brother Lee. Wasting no time, Hanfong ignited his purple light, cloaked his hands, and charged at the walls. He swiftly channeled the purple aura across the damaged surface, softening the concrete like before to instantly mold and fuse the deep fissures. Total focus was crucial, or the vital hardening process would take agonizingly long. Once every single crack was sealed, he flared his green light for the final phase. Miraculously, his desperate gamble succeeded. Forging the purple and green auras seamlessly repaired and reinforced the targeted zone. Brother Lee watched his roommates shatter the laws of reality. His mind was completely blown. Outcast girl peeked out and casually ordered them to hit the floor. Right as the next blast hit, the trio braced themselves and shielded their ringing ears. Hanfong had just fortified the walls, but vicious new spiderwebs were violently tearing through. This time, the ruthless raiders shifted tactics and began heavily bombing the floor. If they breached from below, Hanfong's endless repairs would be completely useless. He desperately needed a brand new strategy. However, his next move was highly lethal and demanded absolute, unshakable trust between them. Outcast girl was unfazed, while Brother Lee stood ready as a true, loyal comrade. Regardless of the terrifying risk, they just had to execute Hanfeng's orders down to the very last detail. After several relentless shockwaves, the reinforced door of room 1804 finally collapsed. The heavy demolition charges finally succeeded, violently tearing the secured entrance wide open. The raiders stayed on high alert, slowly creeping forward behind heavy tactical shields. They were dead set on plundering every single scrap of survival supplies inside. Mr. Zhang sharply warned his advancing men to watch every blind corner for ambushes. They aggressively swarmed Hanfeng's home, sweeping the rooms, yet mysteriously found absolutely nothing. All they discovered was worthless rubbish and a single box of seeds in the kitchen. Realizing they burned precious explosives for mere trash and seeds, the raiders turned to Lee Hyona for answers. Desperate, she swore she was innocent and pointed toward the bedroom. But the moment they reached for the final unchecked door, Brother Lee exploded outward, violently kicking a heavy shield directly into their faces. Emerging from the shadows behind him was Hanfong, pistol gripped tightly in hand. With dead-eyed precision, he aimed the barrel straight at Mr. Zhang. Hanfong pulled the trigger without hesitation, but the heavy-duty shield swallowed the bullet. Hanfong coldly warned the fools to leave, or his next move would be fatal. Safely behind the barricade, Mr. Zhang accused him of hoarding vital supplies, leaving the collective survivors to suffer and starve. He boldly declared they had arrived to exact justice for this unforgivable crime. The shameless hypocrite dared to demand Hanfong surrender his resources to cleanse his guilty conscience, preaching endless garbage about uniting to conquer the apocalyptic wasteland. Hanfong felt utterly disgusted by this man's sickeningly righteous, grand-sounding, yet delusional speeches. This was nothing but pure moral extortion. However, his mindless followers had completely swallowed the poisonous lies. They hung on their leader's words, glaring like a pack of rabid, starving wolves ready to slaughter. Instead of feeling fear, Hanfong saw the perfect opportunity to manipulate the narrative. Feigning absolute outrage, he angrily demanded to know where these supposed hidden supplies were. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗘𝗗 frantically interjected, insisting that he must have concealed the entire stash somewhere else. She desperately swore she had witnessed bright light and felt radiating warmth during her last visit. Sick of her screeching voice, Hanfong fired a warning shot that made the witch collapse. Unfortunately, the heavy shield blocked what would have been a perfect headshot. Hanfong fiercely cursed her for spinning such shameless, venomous lies. He roared that if this snake had not scammed his precious food for useless seeds, he wouldn't be starving today. Slowly but surely, the bloodthirsty raiders began turning their glare toward 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗘𝗗. Unfortunately, Mr. Jang remained coldly rational, crushing the internal conflict and proposing a foolproof way to uncover the truth. They simply needed to search the bedroom to prove if Hanfong's territory was truly barren. Maintaining his hardened facade, Hanfong allowed the search, though his finger never left the trigger. After a tense few minutes of violently ransacking the room, the raiders found absolutely nothing but worthless trash and a trembling little girl. The outcast girl flawlessly played her part. Clinging tightly to Hanfong, she sobbed loudly, crying out how starving and terrified she was. Fury erupted among the raiders. They had exhausted themselves breaking the door, only to find absolutely nothing. Absolutely enraged, Mr. Jang violently cornered the witch, demanding a flawless explanation for wasting their precious time and resources. If she failed to produce a valid reason, the hungry mob would happily tear her apart. Trembling on the edge of madness, she frantically repeated that she was not a liar. But the trust was shattered. No one believed a single word escaping her mouth. The only logical conclusion she could desperately form was that Hanfong had masterfully deceived them all. As always, she projected her failure, blaming Hanfong for pushing her toward the abyss. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗘𝗗𝗏 sanity finally snapped. Abandoning the shield's safety, she mindlessly charged straight at Hanfong. Blinded by her sudden flashlight, he felt the weapon violently ripped from his grasp. By a twisted stroke of fate, the witch snatched the pistol. Aiming right at Hanfong's chest, she screamed for the hidden supplies. The raiders stared in pure disbelief as she threatened his life. Taunting her to fire, Hanfong swore she had already stolen everything. Just as her finger tightened on the trigger, the raiders suddenly intervened, striking the weapon from her trembling grasp. Mr. Jang's hounds pinned the madwoman as she desperately claimed innocence. Before Hanfong could react, Mr. Jang snatched up the fallen weapon. He slowly raised the firearm, locking eyes with Hanfong. His lackeys cursed the witch for leading them into a trap. Before they could strike her with steel, Mr. Jang halted the meaningless bloodshed. With their scheme ruined, he instantly switched to damage control. He hypocritically claimed the committee abhorred violence, sparing Hanfong's home. Terrifying her with the gun, Mr. Jang offered her a rare chance at redemption. He then issued a fake apology to Hanfong for the chaos. Shockingly, he surrendered the weapon, promising a proper explanation soon. Hanfong reclaimed his gun as Mr. Jang invited him to join. He urged Hanfong to consider the offer carefully. As the thugs finally retreated, he demanded an answer at tomorrow's supply collection point. The trio was left alone in the cold, desolate home. Hanfong lowered his head, deeply worried about Brother Lee. Sighing in immense relief, he realized the dangerous farce had ended. Their grand act finished. They returned to warmth and power. Since his stronghold was compromised, they moved to Outcast Girl's cozy sanctuary right above. Her quick thinking made their flawless deception a reality. Before the raid began, Hanfong had perfectly orchestrated this trap. First, they hid every single resource inside Outcast Girl's subspace. They scattered trash everywhere to sell the illusion of poverty. They even forced the windows open, freezing the entire room. It had to look like they starved ages ago. Those committee fools merely wasted their strength, breaching an empty shell. Over a luxurious feast, the trio celebrated Zhang Shuyu's utterly failed mission. Knowing his empty-handed return would ignite massive internal fury, the greedy raiders would soon tear into their weakest links. With Hanfong armed, the defenseless 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗘𝗗𝗏 would suffer most. The scheme succeeded brilliantly. though not without a minor flaw. Hanfong's firearm was temporarily lost. Yet the mastermind had predicted this absolute worst-case scenario. He knew exactly what Zhang Shuyu would do with it. He would likely seek peace to preserve his righteous facade. If the madman chose violence instead, Hanfong had already emptied the magazine with 2 decisive shots. This way, letting the raiders seize the weapon deliberately only made the deadly performance more believable. Brother Li finally exhaled in relief. He assumed their only task now was faking misery while secretly living in pure luxury. But Hanfong shattered that illusion. Their true mission was to crush the committee entirely. Back in the parking lot, the meager poultry distribution raged on. Despite their rations dwindling by the day, the crowd's blind devotion to Mr. Zhang remained unshaken. Amidst the chaotic distribution, 2 shadowy figures slipped into the background. They swiftly breached the restricted zone, a domain meant for the elite. The committee guards securing the supplies were just returning to the garage. The phantom infiltrators, Hanfong and Brother Li, melted perfectly into the shadows to avoid detection. Miraculously, their stealth held up. Based on Brother Li's intel, the first 4 floors were already completely abandoned. The logistics workers and their families occupied the 5th and 6th floors. Mr. Zhang and his elite inner circle ruled from the 9th to 12th floors, leaving the critical supply warehouse likely hidden on the 7th or 8th. Heavy guard patrols were expected from the 5th floor upward. The duo needed absolute stealth, relying on metal rods to avoid gunshots at all costs. As the 2 shadows climbed higher into the abyss, an eerie lack of security allowed them to breach the 7th floor without shedding blood. Suspicion gnawed at Brother Li. Were they walking straight into a dead end? The committee was understaffed, yes, but 0 guards felt like an ominous red flag. Splitting up, Hanfong and Brother Li combed the desolate floor for the fabled warehouse. Hanfong had braced himself for a brutal clash, but the chillingly smooth infiltration defied all of his deadly expectations. With the committee commanding overwhelming numbers, their trio had to strike from the shadows, rotting the organization from within. To Hanfong, this wretched syndicate was glued together solely by the promise of food. If they could secure that horde, outcast girl, or the evil king as she preferred, could swoop in and drain their entire vault. However, pinpointing the exact supply room across an entire floor would demand time and extreme caution. Suddenly, Hanfong heard Brother Li frantically signaling him. When he saw the source of the commotion, Hanfong was left absolutely speechless. A door blatantly displayed the word warehouse. The trap could not be more obvious. A mocking key was even left resting in the lock. Had Brother Li been alone, he would have walked blindly into his grave. This blonde fool was a loyal brother, but his survival instincts were dreadfully dull. Hair-thin wires coiled around the handle, a classic hallmark of a deadly trigger trap. If these raiders could bomb Hanfong's door, this unseen trap could unleash absolute devastation. Hanfong swiftly ordered the reckless blonde to freeze and keep his hands away. For now, mapping out these crucial enemy strongholds was their only priority. As the 2 quietly plotted their advance to the upper floors, the door beside them suddenly creaked open. Rushing footsteps, 2 guards violently burst out, interrupting the reckless pair's desperate scheme to clear out the supplies. Time froze as both sides locked eyes, struggling to process the sudden chaotic encounter. Hanfong instantly snapped back to reality, desperately sprinting away with Brother Li in tow. They desperately reached the stairwell, but their pursuers were already closing in fast. Hanfong was forced to step in, shielding his brother from a lethal blow by violently clashing his own metal rod against theirs. Seizing the opening, Brother Li delivered a devastating kick to the guard's groin. The brief opening gave them enough time to breach the staircase and lock the heavy door. Tragically, the violent clash drew the immediate attention of hostile forces from below. Left with no alternative, they sprinted upward, praying their path ahead remained entirely clear of enemies. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Brother Li noticed Hanfong agonizingly gripping his right arm. It was clearly fractured from blocking that brutal strike earlier. For now, survival dictated they locate a secure hiding spot immediately. But just as they prepared to secure a shelter, a chilling sight forced Brother Li to a dead halt. Before a desperate warning about the menacing shadow could leave his lips, the young man was violently dragged into the pitch-black abyss like a weightless doll. The moment Hanfong vanished into the isolated darkness, the heavy door violently slammed shut. As his blurry vision finally cleared, a towering hooded figure struck absolute terror into his soul. While Brother Li desperately pounded on the locked door, the imposing stranger coldly demanded their exact reason for trespassing in his domain. Desperate to survive, Hanfong lied about simply scavenging for supplies, but his pathetic deception failed to fool the master. The stranger brutally stomped on his fractured arm, drawing out a blood-curdling scream. Beneath the dark hood was an elderly man bearing silver hair and a ragged beard. He warned Hanfong to drop the lies, easily seeing straight through his pathetic act. He had watched the pair intentionally bypass the 5th and 6th levels, clearly plotting dangerous sabotage against the ruling committee. Accused of stalking them, the mysterious elder simply questioned Hanfong why he believed the upper levels were utterly devoid of patrolling guards. Lurking within the room's dark shadows, the warehouse's entire security force lay completely unconscious, brutally stacked in a massive pile like discarded dolls. Before the terrifying reality could fully set in, an overwhelming swarm of committee guards violently flooded the corridor outside. Brother Lee had surely fallen into enemy hands. Clicking his tongue in sheer disgust, the elder calmly approached the nearest frost-covered window. He wrenched open the freezing handle, inviting the frigid winter storm inside. Panic-stricken, Hanfong questioned the absolute insanity of opening an 8th-floor window during a crisis. The elder calmly reasoned the terrifying drop was merely equivalent to 4 stories. The massive blizzard had already piled snow high between the 3rd and 4th levels. With that deep frozen cushion, surviving a leap of faith was an entirely possible feat. With a ruthless battalion closing in fast, their only remaining choices were a deadly leap or brutal execution. Right on cue, the savage raiders began loudly shattering the locked wooden door. Pushed to the brink, Hanfong finally grasped the elder's logic. Without a single hesitation, the absolute madman boldly plunged downward. The exact moment the barricaded door violently shattered, Hanfong chose to stake his life on fate, leaping into the void after the elder. Facing his fears, he leaped from the 8th floor, praying the thick snow would break his fall. For extra insurance, Hanfong dove hand first, channeling his purple light to cushion the heavy impact. As he landed, the old man emerged from the snow, entirely unfazed and completely unhurt. Hanfeng's landing was rough, but he survived, left gasping for precious air. Nearby, the plower is now this. Raiders staring from the window looked at them like they were absolute madmen. Moving swiftly, the old man dashed to the nearest window and shattered the brittle glass with his elbow. Even Hanfong was struck by the old man's terrifying survival instincts. He followed him inside, successfully slipping away from the furious committee raiders. Mr. Zhang's men lacked the courage to jump down and give chase. They were forced to take the stairs like ordinary weaklings. Eventually, the old man led Hanfong into a secure room and sparked a fire for warmth. Hanfong admitted he would have been captured without this bearded elder's help. The elder practically dragged him back up to the 5th floor instead of stopping at the 3rd. Their pursuers would naturally assume they hid on the lower levels, swarming the area with deadly traps. Noticing the heavy tension on the young man's face, Beardy asked if he was terrified. This fear was completely natural, considering they were resting by a fire right next to a corpse. When asked why he saved Hanfong, the old man sharply corrected him. If given the chance, he would gladly end Hanfeng's life himself. He then praised the youth for having enough wits to see through that pathetic warehouse trap. For now, he demanded Hanfong reveal everything he knew about the committee. If he stayed silent or lied, Beardy would gladly beat the absolute truth out of him. Considering how effortlessly he had slaughtered those guards, Hanfong realized the old man had been lurking on the upper floors. He was either stealing vital supplies or settling a bloody grudge against the committee. Either way, the arrival of Hanfong and Brother Lee must have ruined his grand scheme. When asked if he held a deep blood feud against Mr. Zhang and his thugs, the old man confessed. He also knew a dark secret that Zhang Shuyu was hiding. Hanfong's eyes widened, demanding to know what kind of secret it was. The old man stood up, realizing this kid must share some hidden fate with Zhang Shuyu. Pressing him further, Beardy demanded Hanfong confess everything about the committee, unless he wanted to become the second corpse in this room. The ultimate choice was entirely his to make. Fearing a brutal death, Hanfong spilled the tragic story of his encounters with that Eisen-looking bastard. To summarize, Jung destroyed his home, stole his woman, and mercilessly plundered his survival supplies. He risked everything and threatened them with a gun for revenge. But a paltry pistol simply was not enough. Hanfong cleverly mixed truth with lies, tossing in the pistol detail while praying the old man would believe him. It seemed Beardy bought every single word. He sighed, confirming that a rusty pistol meant absolutely nothing to the committee's powerful elites. The very fact that Zhang let Hanfong live without taking the weapon proved his point. When asked for the reason, the old man revealed 2 chilling theories. First, that absolute bastard was merely acting to secure his reign as their righteous leader. But a second disaster loomed. A terrifying theory suggests he hides an arsenal of even more devastating weapons somewhere. Hanfong revealed he brought his brother along to finally put an end to Jiang Shu, hoping the committee would slowly wither away without the head of the snake. While the committee's original intentions were pure, managing to help several people survive the chaos, Jiang Yu's increasingly ruthless philosophy convinced everyone that committing evil guarantees a comfortable life. Even if this apocalyptic nightmare finally subsides, those who surrendered their conscience to absolute depravity will never integrate back into normal society. That is exactly why they must entirely obliterate this corrupt committee. The old man fully agrees with this, but he dreads the terrifying aftermath if they actually succeed. In this brutal world, the strong have always ruthlessly preyed upon the weak. Assassinating Jiang Shu would only plunge the entire neighborhood into chaotic plunder and absolute slaughter. If that is the grim reality, they might as well seek a third opinion. It just so happens another unseen presence was secretly eavesdropping from behind the closed door. Whoever lurked there threw a heavy water canister at the old man's face, narrowly missing. Upon striking back, Beardy was utterly shocked when a tiny body halted his heavy fist. He quickly noticed the frail hands blocking his strike were violently trembling in sheer terror. Beardy repositioned to crush the intruder's skull, but instantly froze upon hearing a very familiar voice. Bearing pink hair and an adorable coat, it was none other than the charming nurse, Jin. Spotting the man inside the room, she immediately recognized him as Mr. Han from the hospital. Once the heavy tension finally settled, Nurse Jin treated Hanfong's fractured arm, profusely apologizing for eavesdropping on their highly confidential conversation. She only visited after receiving Grandpa Li's medical supplies and for his scheduled routine re-examination. Entering the room, she discovered the poor old man dead right before the door suddenly opened. Terrified beyond belief, she subconsciously scrambled to hide in the adjacent room. Beardy deeply suspects this little nurse played a sinister role in the old man's tragic death. He views her supposedly selfless dedication as nothing more than a pathetic joke. While his suspicions hold some truth, Nurse Jin feels absolutely zero regret for her drastic actions. People may call her heartless, but solely by surviving can she rescue others in dire need. Furthermore, Jiang Yu granted her a special pass to roam freely wherever she needed to go. She also reaps the committee's vital supplies, despite not working directly for their ranks. But Mr. Jiang recently banished countless sick and elderly residents. Grandpa Li was one of those unfortunate souls. It makes perfect sense. With fewer mouths to feed, the corrupt committee can maintain their iron grip of authority longer. However, according to Brother Li, a dangerous new faction is rapidly rising within the neighborhood. With those rogue boxers opposing the committee, Jiang Shu desperately craves to eliminate this competition. That explains why he viciously accelerated the cruel abandonment of the weak and sick. He strictly wants the young and healthy to remain fed and perfectly content. Driven by increasingly desperate measures, a bloody faction war will inevitably erupt sooner rather than later. If that holds true, discovering Jiang's alleged hidden weapon arsenal remains their wisest tactical move. Beardy aggressively questioned what the young man could possibly achieve alone upon finding the weapon stash. Hanfong asserted he will forge a solid plan once he gets there, but he absolutely refuses to sit around waiting to die alongside everyone else. Beardy accepts this path. He refuses to stop Hanfong from digging his own grave. He warns the youths that Jiang Shu and his committee are mere small fry. A storm of endless slaughter and bloodshed lies ahead on this path of survival. In this ruthless domain, only the last man standing claims ultimate victory. Leaving those heavy words behind, Beardy vanishes through the open window. He simply refuses to use a normal door. Only Hanfong and Nurse Jin remain in the heavy silence of the room. The superpowered nurse eagerly begs to aid his perilous mission. Hanfong politely declines, refusing to drag another innocent soul into the abyss. But Nurse Jin stands firm. Knowing the grim truth, she refuses to watch their territory burn. Blazing fury fills her eyes over Jiang's cruel treatment of Hanfong. Struck by her fierce, genuine determination, Hanfong finally yields. With her by his side, Hanfong reveals a crucial task for her. Down in the parking lot, guards report their desperate clash with Hanfong. And speaking of the devil, the man they expected to cower like a rat steps into the light. Surrendering completely, he walks directly into the lion's den. Trapped in a bleak isolation room, brutal blows leave Hanfong coughing up blood. Mr. Jen's loyal lapdog tightly binds his limbs, delivering vicious kicks while barking threats about crossing the powerful committee. The brainwashed twin threatens to shatter his remaining arm if he ever returns. The beating would have continued endlessly. But Mr. Jiang urgently summons his men for a sudden crisis. Once the heavy footsteps fade into the distance, a brilliant green aura erupts, mending his broken flesh. He willingly paid the bloody price of this brutal capture, but he has finally infiltrated the committee's inner sanctum. He must raid their armory once his body repairs itself. Time is running out. Every second matters. After absorbing the green aura, he melts his bindings with a purple light. He perfectly restores his shattered arm, but the green aura's massive energy drain nearly pushes him into unconsciousness. He must master targeted healing before this blind energy drain kills him. Just as he breaks free, heavy footsteps echo from the dark corridor. The door groans open, and the thugs violently toss Brother Lee inside. Moving like lightning, Hanfong instantly fakes his own bindings. Rushing to their crisis, the goons lock the door, leaving Hanfong to check on his fallen brother. Brother Lee's face is brutally disfigured. His usually plain features are now a swollen nightmare. Hanfong delivers a sharp slap, violently jolting Brother Lee awake. A brutal but highly effective awakening method. Lee groans, wishing his little brother had spared his battered cheek. The entire left side of his face has gone completely numb. He rasps out the dark tale of his capture and dragging. Right before his capture, he had successfully infiltrated the power distribution room. Inside, he discovered a massive, unnatural crater plunging into terrifying depths. Knowing they would eventually search the power distribution room, Brother Lee took a desperate gamble. He grabbed the cables and descended into the dark unknown. He expected to emerge in basement car park 1, but the line stretched down to basement 2. Strangely, the area was entirely deserted. He only found dozens of neatly arranged boxes resting on the floor. Every single crate was tightly sealed. Driven by pure curiosity, he pried a few boxes open. To his absolute shock, they were packed with mysterious sausages, each as thick as his arm. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, an ominous presence crept up behind him. His next memory was waking up to Hanfeng's sharp slap. Suddenly, the arrogance of the committee and that bastard Zhang made perfect sense. They were hoarding massive mountains of supplies on the lower floors. Hanfong skeptically questioned if those crates truly held just sausages. If they already possessed endless food, why use explosives to steal more supplies? Strangely, the boxes bore absolutely no written labels. The contents merely shared a sausage-like shape, leading Brother Lee to his wild assumption. Regardless, something felt deeply wrong. At least they confirmed Zhang Shuyu's secret warehouse. Suddenly, heavy footsteps signaled returning guards. The guards mumbled about how strange it was for Mr. Zhang to order Lei's sudden execution, especially after trying to recruit him yesterday. Hearing this ruthless kill order sent a chilling wave of terror through Brother Lee. As the armed goons breached the room, their captive prey had completely vanished. Baffled, they frantically scoured the area. Unbeknownst to the foolish guards, the duo had prepared a deadly trap. The tables instantly turned. They ambushed their captors, knocked them cold, and bound them tight. Since Jianggu issued a ruthless kill order over his exposed secret stash, that basement is absolutely worth investigating. Yet, dozens of mysterious boxes remain. Brother Lee wondered what their next move would be upon infiltrating basement 2 again. Hanfong confidently assured him it would be handled once they regrouped with the evil king. Swiftly reactivating his communication earpiece, Hanfong contacted the evil king, checking if the big sister he dispatched had safely arrived. Strangely enough, the little girl asked if letting the woman who stole Hanfeng's gun inside the house was safe. This was disastrous. The person knocking wasn't Nurse Jin at all. It was the malicious witch, Lee Hyona. Hanfong desperately warned the evil king to lock the doors and avoid that lunatic witch, but time was running out. The signal abruptly died, leaving Hanfong completely blind to the chaotic situation upstairs. They had to rush back and confirm the evil king's safety immediately. For the second time today, the duo silently navigated the lower floor's freezing corridors, moving like shadows to avoid capture. While they remained dead silent, explosive crashes violently echoed from the path ahead. The committee's dependent survivors were frantically evacuating to the upper levels. The wounded, elderly, and women or the tragic few remaining were forced upstairs, while able-bodied fighters were ordered to arm themselves in the basement. Pure, unadulterated pandemonium. Panic consumed them. They fought desperately to block the invaders from breaching their supply stash. To Hanfong, this absolute chaos meant only one thing. The war with Li Jingga's faction had finally begun. Regardless of the cause, this battlefield chaos worked perfectly in their favor. All they needed to do was cover up, conceal their identities, and vanish into the terrified crowd until they reached the evil king. The staircase swarmed with panicked survivors, allowing the duo to blend in perfectly. But their stealthy approach was about to be shattered. Mr. Jen's loyal lapdog managing the evacuation was violently struck down. Lai Zhenha's top two commanders had blocked the escape route, thirsting for pure bloodshed. Brother Li instinctively yanked his little brother back, shielding him from the impending massacre. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, the evil king watched Li Hyona intensely through the door's peephole. The sly witch pressed her ear flat against the cold surface, desperately trying to sense if Hanfong was inside, but greeted only by dead silence. Her every movement reeked of overwhelming suspicion. At that exact moment, Nurse Jin arrived on the scene, clutching her medical kit. Confronted about her blatant snooping at Hanfong's door, Hona froze in sheer panic, scrambling to forge a believable excuse. The best lie she could muster was a pathetic claim of searching for food. Nurse Jin saw right through it. Lai Hyona was not alone. A small army of starving, armed thugs lurked behind her. Lai Hyona and her ruthless thugs cornered Nurse Jin. Yet the nurse stood firm, declaring she was summoned to heal a patient inside. But the crazed witch was too cunning to fall for that trick. Having witnessed the nurse speaking with Hanfong earlier, she turned to her desperate goons. Preying on their hunger, she whispered venomous lies into their ears. One by one, the creeps closed in. Nurse Jin stepped back, threatening to report this to Jiang Shuyu. Hyona calculated that taking the nurse hostage would force Hanfong out of hiding. However, the thugs hesitated to capture the building's sole medical expert. Nurse Jin warned them fiercely, ready to drop her polite facade if they pushed further. But they ignored her deadly warning, lunging forward to restrain her arms. In a flash, the delicate nurse hoisted the attackers and smashed them together effortlessly. Hyona and her remaining thugs recoiled in absolute terror. Taking a calm breath, Nurse Jin delivered one final warning about obstructing her duty, but the witch had completely lost her mind. Drawing a hidden blade, she viciously slashed at the elegant nurse. She cared nothing for the lives of those around her. Had Nurse Jin's coat been any thinner, the sharp steel would have drawn blood. Hyona ordered her men to stand guard, wary of this freakish, inhuman strength. While they were distracted, the heavy apartment door finally creaked open. The raiders froze in confusion. The weapons in their hands began to violently tremble. That trembling rapidly escalated into an overwhelming, irresistible magnetic force. There stood the self-proclaimed Demon King, unleashing her terrifying hidden ability for all to see. She even flashed some useless ninja hand signs just to amplify the dramatic tension. Knives, bats, and steel pipes, every makeshift weapon was swallowed by her domain. The relentless vortex even began tearing at Li Hyona's ragged clothes. The terrified raiders attempted to flee, but the overwhelming suction dragged them back. They believed a vengeful spirit was hunting them. Meanwhile, in the lower floors, the faction war raged on, growing deadlier by the second. Fists clashed, and skulls were shattered. Amidst this brutal chaos, Hanfong and Brother Li sprinted away from a towering brute. Hanfong had struck the wrong target, and now, they were locked in a frantic chase. Anyone would be furious after a single strike swelled their cheek like a crimson apple. Hanfong took a desperate gamble in the dark. Merging his green and purple lights, he forged a reinforced gauntlet, unleashing devastating power in his darkest hour. To make matters worse, Mr. Zhang's lackeys spotted them through the chaotic riot. If captured again, those cruel sadists would never let them see the light of day. Thus, Hanfong devised a split-second plan, separating from Brother Li. While the thug grabbed their small roommate, Hanfong would become the ultimate decoy. Surviving alone would be hellish, but his eyes burned with unwavering confidence. Hanfong made a grand spectacle sprinting across the basement lot. He drew every murderous gaze. Vaulting onto a car, he roared at the top of his lungs, demanding their absolute attention. Hanfong raised his middle finger to the entire mob, falsely confessing that he was the tyrant who inflated supply prices to starve the weak to death. A heavy silence fell. Every single raider ground their teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. In an instant, all bitter rivalries were entirely forgotten. United by absolute bloodlust, their sole objective was to slaughter Hanfong. Phase 1 of his suicidal plan was a flawless victory. Hanfong remembered a massive metal gate sealing off the basement entrance. Tons of crushing snow pressed against that steel, begging to be unleashed. Sprinting blindly for the gate, he missed one of the notorious twins tailing his shadow. A brutal strike sent him flying, crashing directly into his intended target. Pinned against the cold steel gate, the bloodthirsty mob cornered Hanfong. Gripping the freezing metal, he ignited his dormant power. With absolute focus, he engulfed the massive barrier in an eerie purple aura. Paralyzed by the terrifying glow, the raging mob abruptly halted. The moment the light vanished, their murderous rage reignited. Hanfong delivered the final spark, roaring at the bastards to face their doom. As the horde charged, the impenetrable steel gate dissolved into a soft, fragile shell. It could no longer withstand the colossal weight of the crushing winter snow. Witnessing the apocalyptic indoor avalanche, the mob instantly forgot their deadly grudge. It became a desperate sprint for survival. The avalanche was devastating. Its terrifying force mercilessly swept away massive vehicles. The warring factions were devoured by the blinding white abyss, buried in eternal frost. Only the incredibly fast and truly fortunate escaped toward the exit, narrowly surviving the catastrophic onslaught. When the roaring snow finally settled, the entire basement became a frozen wasteland. But Hanfong had anticipated this, securing a flawless sanctuary. Certain the danger had passed, he clawed his way out of the freezing snow. To his absolute shock, melting that massive steel gate took zero toll on his body. His mastery over his powers was evolving. While deep in contemplation, the mysterious elder who previously saved his life suddenly materialized before him. Hanfong sensed this strange elder had been secretly observing him. Meanwhile, the hostile mob swarmed back into the basement. As echoing footsteps closed in, the old man yanked Hanfong into the shadows. They retreated to a hidden, remote corner on the first basement level. Gasping for air, Hanfong demanded to know the elder's true identity and why he kept interfering with his fate. Realizing the time for secrets was over, he introduced himself as Li Zhanghao, the mastermind waging war against Mr. Zhang. He extended a hand, but Hanfong hesitated. Li Zhanghao wanted his absolute cooperation. He previously rejected an alliance with Hanfong, but circumstances had drastically shifted. Hanfong remained deeply suspicious. He refused to become a pawn in a deadly game. To Zhanghao, they were simply two warriors sharing a common enemy. Weighing his options, fighting alongside a powerhouse like Li Zhanghao would heavily tilt the odds of crushing Mr. Zhang in his favor. Despite lingering doubts about the elder, Hanfong agreed to forge a temporary pact. Their hands met, sealing their newfound battlefield alliance. Deep in the lower levels, Mr. Zhang inspected the fleet of vehicles hidden within the second basement parking lot. Reports of the devastating avalanche on the upper floor had just reached him. Freezing temperatures plummeted, leaving his syndicate forces entirely scattered. Furthermore, their captive prisoners had vanished without a trace. Yet, Mr. Zhang remained terrifyingly calm. Such minor setbacks could not derail his grand vision. Lurking within earshot, Li Zhanghao and Hanfong observed from the shadows. Zhanghao had discovered this military jeep stockpile earlier. He had also intercepted their sinister plots to relocate the residents. Where they planned to survive in that frozen wasteland remained a chilling mystery. Demanding answers, Zhanghao fearlessly charged forward with only his bare fists. Completely blind to the impending slaughter, Mr. Zhang ruthlessly commanded his men. Suddenly, the deafening roar of nearby gunfire shattered their organized operation. Before panic could settle and defenses could form, the phantom-like infiltrator had already breached their rear lines. Zhanghao unleashed devastating martial techniques, dismantling Mr. Zhang's elite guard one by one. Gripped by absolute terror, the guards blindly fired their weapons in every direction. Zhanghao walked through the storm of bullets and gunpowder without flinching. His battle-scarred hands were the only weapons he needed. Naturally, Mr. Zhang's ultimate bodyguards stayed glued to their boss. They foolishly ignored the threat of multiple attackers. A fatal miscalculation. Hanfong smoothly slipped past their crumbling defensive line. Now, the cold barrel of his gun pressed directly against the boss's skull. Yet instead of trembling, Mr. Zhang smiled, calmly thanking Hanfong for finally arriving. He knew this fated confrontation was inevitable. It was simply a matter of time. One twin turned, realizing his boss was cornered, and Mr. Zhang commanded his men to stand down. He knew Hanfong hoarded massive supplies before the apocalypse. He suspected Hanfong possessed powerful backers, but he was completely wrong. Checking his pistol's magazine, Hanfong discovered a hidden recording device. Mr. Zhang secretly planted it during the chaotic apartment incident. Otherwise, he would never arm an enemy so willingly. He saw right through Hanfong's master plan. If he wanted the youth dead, he would already be a corpse. The truth was, Mr. Zhang still desired Hanfong's loyalty. Together, they could sacrifice a few to guarantee the majority's ultimate survival. But Hanfong's days as a pawn were over. He utterly refused. With negotiations shattered, Mr. Zhang gave a silent command, unleashing fully geared soldiers from the shadows. Their deadly precision screamed elite special forces. 3 gunmen locked on, aiming to shred Hanfong's body into bloody pieces. Panic seized him. He would have scrambled blindly, praying to dodge the bullet storm, had Zheng Hao not yanked him into cover. Absolutely terrified, he begged the old man for a miracle escape. Zheng Hao calmly told him to relax. 3 special ops soldiers meant nothing. Li Zhenghe would draw their fire, leaving Hanfong to strike the fatal blow. The plan was pure madness. How could anyone outrun a relentless storm of automatic gunfire? To prove the impossible, Zheng Hao dropped his stance, erupting from cover to charge headfirst into danger. His monstrous speed made him a blur, dancing through the bullet rain completely unscathed. Reaching striking distance, his twin pistols roared with absolute, devastating lethality. Such godlike reflexes and martial mastery could not belong to a mortal. While the old warrior waltzed with death, Mr. Zhang prepared to flee in his transport vehicle, but Hanfong refused to let him escape without facing hell. Unleashing his purple light, he decayed the solid earth into sinking mush. The melting concrete instantly swallowed the vehicle's massive tires. This trap perfectly halted Mr. Zhang's escape from the parking structure. Glancing at his mirror, he watched the earth ruthlessly devour his wheels. He refused to believe his own eyes. Meanwhile, Hanfong smirked, enjoying his long-range sabotage. Before he could rot the next tire, a lethal frag grenade sailed toward him. A hooded stranger had spotted his cunning ambush, bypassed all normal firearms, and immediately hurled an explosive. As death stared Hanfong's face, the hooded figure flashed a mocking salute. The grenade hit the jeep. Detonation was utterly unavoidable. Hanfong swallowed the point-blank devastation. No ordinary mortal could endure such absolute destruction. His flesh was ripped to shreds. The explosive delivered total annihilation. Yet against all odds, Hanfong awoke to a bizarre tickling sensation. The mystical goats from his past visions had miraculously returned. The herd swarmed him completely, bathing his battered form in endless licks. He peacefully embraced the weird comfort, until a monstrously massive tongue joined the bizarre feast. Indeed, that massive tongue belonged to a colossal goat. The slimy, monstrous appendage coiled around his bare body, pulsating with emerald light. Those tiny sparks surged, melting his flesh before reshaping it within the green brilliance. Back in reality, his physical form rapidly regenerated. The emerald glow targeted and healed every wound instantly. Hanfong died, only to resurrect as his dormant power automatically awakened. His flesh was completely restored, yet his consciousness remained hollow. The Jin twin driving finally freed the trapped tire from the crushed concrete, preparing to escape. Before he could hit the gas, a devastating crimson light obliterated the jeep's entire flank, erasing matter into absolute nothingness. The ominous glow flared, devouring everything it touched. With one casual swipe, the unconscious Hanfeng completely deleted half of the armored vehicle. Witnessing this effortless destruction, one of the twins desperately aimed his gun at Hanfong. He stared down the barrel of the lethal weapon with bloodshot eyes, effortlessly snatching it with his glowing hand. The pistol instantly shattered into absolute dust. The devastating power spread, completely disintegrating the threads of Jin Qinwu's clothes. Mr. Zhang's composure vanished with the jeep's roof. He frantically scurried out of the vehicle. Exposed to the bone-chilling frost from the avalanche above, the Jin twin violently convulsed in agony. Frostbite consumed his body while the crimson aura ruthlessly devoured his outer flesh. In mere seconds, the helpless underling froze to death. Watching this horror unfold, his twin brother burned with a raging thirst for vengeance. Wielding a metal pipe, Jin Qinwen blindly charged at the berserk Hanfong. He desperately wanted to smash his skull open, but fate had other plans. The moment cold steel met the crimson aura, the weapon instantly vaporized into thin air. Mr. Zhang frantically radioed his men, begging for immediate backup. This nightmare defied all expectations. Completely ignoring the surviving twin, the unconscious Hanfong locked onto new prey. Wielding volatile purple energy in both hands, he menacingly marched toward another armored transport. Panic seized the men inside as the viscous energy began devouring their entire vehicle. Suddenly, the thick armor plating began dripping down like melted wax. The massive machine liquefied before their eyes. The trapped men screamed in sheer terror, clawing for an escape, but their fate was sealed. The molten sludge violently hardened again, entombing the crew forever as twisted metallic statues. Desperate to end this brutal massacre, someone opened fire on Hanfong. A stray bullet grazed his cheek, but emerald energy instantly sealed the wound. The terrified guards trembled, their magazines clicking empty. They had witnessed Hanfong ruthlessly slaughter their comrades. Now, their only option was absolute retreat. Covering the escape, Special Ops shifted their focus to Hanfong. Their absolute priority remained Mr. Zhang's group. Watching his prey switch targets deeply annoyed Li Zhenghao. Thankfully, one elite operative stayed behind to challenge him in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Amidst the chaos, Yan Hao desperately tried to unravel the mystery surrounding Zhang Shuyu. As lethal bullets chased him down, Hanfong channeled his purple aura, scaling the walls with gravity-defying grace. Countering their deadly assault, he transmuted the ground into sinking sludge to shatter their footing. With their precision completely compromised, he instantly closed the gap, erasing their heavy rifles from existence with a blinding crimson flash. Shifting his lethal tactics, emerald and violet energy fused, reshaping the leftover gunmetal into a deadly close combat weapon. A jagged, twisted blade formed, perfect for a warrior, losing his grip on reality. In one ruthless strike, Hanfong severed the throats of his elite pursuers. Following that final bloodbath, the absolute toll of pushing his limits finally crushed his spirit. As his consciousness faded, the vengeful twin lunged from the shadows. Before Jin Qinwen's steel pipe could crush his skull, Hanfong plummeted to the freezing concrete. Seeing this monstrous threat completely paralyzed, Qinwen smirked, ready to claim the execution. However, Li Zhenghao stood guard, fiercely protecting his fallen partner. In a pure duel, no mere soldier could ever survive the champion's devastating fist. Today revealed a terrifying truth. A berserk Hanfong is pure madness. Securing the boy, he sensed approaching footsteps and instantly vanished into hiding. Mr. Zhang breached the second basement with a heavily armed battalion carrying riot shields. He barked orders from the center, clutching his firearm like a desperate lifeline. A tactical sweep revealed the slaughtered bodies of 2 elite agents. 3 deployed, yet only 2 corpses remained. Jing Qinwu had frozen to death. His fleeing brother and a few cowards were the sole survivors. Lacking guides to the opposing camp, Mr. Zhang swallowed the bitter taste of total defeat. They had to retreat and rethink their strategy. Meanwhile, deep inside a desolate room, burning books provided fleeting warmth. Hanfong jolted awake, screaming about explosives, his final shattered memory. How had he survived? And what was this bizarre place? Chaos swirled in his mind until he locked eyes with his savior, Li Yonghao. Yonghao struggled to explain the utter madness they had just survived. Crucially, he had unraveled the dark core of Jianggu's sinister agenda. For the bloody specifics, a captive volunteer was singing under brutal interrogation. From the broken soldier's earlier confession, a shadowy base ordered a grim transaction with Jianggu. They offered vital rations and weaponry, demanding human lives in return. Questioning their motives, the captive stammered about needing construction labor, a blatantly transparent lie. In this apocalyptic hellscape, extra mouths are an absolute death sentence. The bleeding guard desperately claimed they were merely rebuilding a fallen civilization. Tired of the pathetic deceit, Li Zhenghao coldly snapped another one of the soldier's trembling fingers. He confessed the chilling truth. Failing today's mission meant the base would unleash more forces. When asked if awakened superhumans would intervene, the soldier averted his eyes, desperately pretending ignorance to Zhenggu's sharp interrogation. His silence confirmed it. The base definitely harbored mutated human forces. Provoking such an enemy would invite disastrous consequences. Newly awakened, Hanfong bore witness to Li Zhenghao's absolute, cold-blooded cruelty. Realizing no further secrets could be extracted from him, Zhengho slaughtered the soldier in a terrifyingly gruesome display. To him, this base was merely another dangerous faction harboring dark, unknown ambitions. They must either eradicate this faction or abandon this place, seeking sanctuary far from the chaos. For now, Hanfong chose to regroup and discuss strategy with his comrades. While heading back up to the apartment, the young man mulled over their grim options utilizing the gathered intel. Seeking a new stronghold outside seemed like their safest path forward. Before returning, he descended to the second basement to inspect the armored jeeps and heavy machinery. He moved like a shadow, until light footsteps suddenly approached his position. How unlucky! When he lunged to ambush the figure ahead, he instantly realized he had swallowed a perfect bait. A familiar presence flanked him, her deadly fist rocketing straight toward his skull. Hanfong raised his arm, manifesting his green and purple aura just in time to block. He executed the defense with pure, thoughtless fluidity. To his absolute shock, the impact carried no pain whatsoever. The earlier crisis had clearly awakened powerful new combat sequences within his body. Before he could counterattack, a flashlight beam revealed his assailant as Nurse Jin. The two allies nearly traded blows. Tensions settled, and Hanfong briefed his crew on the crisis, proposing a bold escape from the building. Brother Li erupted in fury upon hearing that bastard Zhang traded human lives for supplies. The naive nurse, conversely, believed that sending survivors to a stronger haven was not entirely a bad idea. In reality, Jung Shu-yu would have already joined that base if their utopia actually existed. He wouldn't require military escorts just for trading. The grim reality remained. They lacked crucial intelligence regarding this enemy force. Hell, they couldn't even confirm if this so-called paradise truly existed. A second wave of enemies would likely storm their stronghold very soon. For now, they urgently needed to secure an escape vehicle for their survival. Thankfully, this parking lot offered an absolute arsenal of heavy-duty vehicles to choose from. Unfortunately, they lacked the keys to unlock the most formidable machines. Brother Lee scavenged the ruined armored jeeps, miraculously uncovering a heavy weapon crate. They decided to let the little Demon King store this priceless loot for future battles. He salvaged the crate straight from the melted jeep's wreckage. Hanfong finally witnessed the terrifying aftermath of his own unconscious, destructive rampage. Meanwhile, a strange anomaly elsewhere captured the lady's complete attention. In a dark corner of the second basement, a massive curtain concealed a mysterious entity. Nurse Jin swore she heard sinister noises echoing from behind it. Demon King quickly summoned the largest flashlight from her storage. He aimed the blinding light forward, while the other three tore down the curtain together. As the cover fell, sheer disbelief and absolute awe struck everyone. A massive, violently carved tunnel lay beneath the freezing snow, spiraling into the absolute unknown. Whoever dug this path possessed truly extraordinary power. The soldiers' dark confession was merely the tip of a terrifying iceberg. Their sanctuary was compromised. Brother Lee scanned the perimeter, uncovering the neighborhood's frozen drainage systems. Before temptation took over, Hanfong ordered a halt, pulling everyone back from the dark abyss. This dangerous expedition demands absolute preparation. They must fall back and strategize their next move. They quickly stockpiled vital survival gear, essential rations, and heavy explosives for absolute insurance. Armed with reliable weapons and extra rations, they possessed enough supplies to survive the journey. Hanfong firmly declared this initial plunge was strictly a vital scouting mission. Should deadly danger arise, they would immediately retreat back to their fortress. Naturally, this grand preparation relied entirely on the little Demon King's miraculous spatial storage dimension. Hanfong and Brother Lee marched forward, leaving the girls behind. Hanfong heavily fortified their room's defenses, ensuring zero threats could breach the girls' absolute sanctuary. The girls bid farewell, while Hanfong offered a deeply reassuring final glance. The little Demon King vowed her divine true eyes would guide her brave apostles. Armed with this grim truth, Jiang Shuyu was no longer their sole enemy. An unimaginable terror could emerge from that abyss. This critical vanguard mission sought to discover a brand new sanctuary. The duo bravely plunged into the tunnel. Expecting underground warmth, a brutal chill shattered their hopes. With everything encased in ice, carving this path was an absolute miracle. 15 minutes into the dark descent, treacherous terrain blocked their path. 30 minutes later, the cavern shattered into countless branching, labyrinthine pathways. Trusting their fate, they blindly chose one, trudging and climbing for one grueling hour. Upon spotting any manhole, Brother Lee desperately attempted to force it open toward freedom. Yet, brutal snow sealed every single exit above. Wandering this frozen labyrinth so deeply, they completely lost their origin and their destined direction. Miraculously, they discovered fresh drainage pipes and a clear sign from a nearby residential zone. Tracing the pipes, solid brick and mortar ruins finally pierced the darkness. Like divine intervention, an underground sewer map materialized before their very eyes. Despite a grueling half-day march, they hadn't even breached their own neighborhood's perimeter. Silencing Brother Lee's heavy frustration, Hanfong intensely whispered to kill their lights. The roaring rumble of speeding vehicles echoed nearby. A massive military convoy thundered past, driving straight toward the heart of Han City's territory. Hanfong and Brother Lee instantly vanished into the crushing shadows. These menacing machines undoubtedly belonged to the ruthless Special Ops forces. They secretly ferried captives through the sewers, allegedly building their so-called utopian base. Brother Lee devised a brilliant plan to shadow the convoy. Ironically, he knew Han City's secret entrance. 1 year ago, a Han City elder tumbled into the sewers, and he heroically saved her. He swore he remembered the exact path to that spot, bragging about the flawless memory that made him a top student. Yet, when they reached his boasted location, the cover was frozen solid. It might be slightly off the mark, but they decided to try the next manhole ahead. Brother Lee climbed and forced his way up 3 more times, but each attempt ended in pure humiliation. Reaching the fourth and farthest cover, Brother Lee nearly wept when it budged. Thankfully, They emerged inside Han City's underground parking garage. This story truly loves its parking lots. Hanfong urged Brother Lee to stop bragging and stay quiet in enemy territory. Staying low, the duo crawled through the shadows, using abandoned cars as cover. Along the way, they discovered frozen corpses and brutal traces of battle. At the back wall, laborers slaved away, smashing concrete with heavy sledgehammers. Supervising them was a pair of special ops soldiers, furious over guarding this awful neighborhood with terrible rations. The assault squad possessed zero control over their actual deployment. It appeared Han City had already fallen entirely to the militaristic faction. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the earth. The soldiers screamed at the laborers to flee as the true workforce breached. The massive wall they toiled over began to aggressively crack and crumble. Before the desperate laborers could reach safety, a devastating explosion sent them flying alongside boulder-sized debris. Emerging from the dust was an overgrown, bald baby with a terrifying gaze. The colossal beast barely even looked human anymore. It must be the monster who silently dug the tunnel to their neighborhood. No matter how you looked at it, Han City was a complete death trap. Discovery meant certain death. After carving the new tunnel, the giant baby demanded snacks, and the overseeing soldier promised treats only after clearing the passageway. The giant baby absolutely despised that answer. Veins bulging on his neck, he smashed the ground and entirely shattered the floor. The shockwave of destruction reached the duo's fragile hiding spot. It was the ultimate sign to flee this god-forsaken hellhole. They silently crawled away, desperate to avoid any unwanted attention. Brother Lee was sneaking perfectly until he inhaled thick dust from the violent tremor. Unable to hold it back, he unleashed a deafening sneeze. Hearing his partner shatter their stealthy escape absolutely mortified Hanfong. Spotting the intruders crawling toward the manhole, the soldiers instantly ordered a pursuit. With their cover blown, they could only sprint for their lives. The massive baby was terrifyingly fast. The duo had a head start, but the superhuman monster was hot on their trail. Entering his strike zone, the giant baby slammed the ground, shattering the sewer system. The terrain turned jagged and broken, making escape nearly impossible. Left with zero options, Hanfong ordered Brother Lee to run while he bought time. It was the perfect moment to test his strength against another superhuman. Unleashing his purple light, he entirely engulfed the ruined floor of the tunnel. The big baby charged ahead, his heavy boots sinking into the jelly-like earth. He fiercely struggled to escape the mire, but his immense weight only pulled him down faster. The realization struck him hard. Hanfong was an awakened superhuman too, a rare prize worth capturing alive, but catching him proved incredibly difficult, as the youth channeled his green light to harden the earth he had softened. The rapid restoration of the soil's original properties was completely flawless. Pure fury blinded the big baby. Capture was forgotten, replaced by a burning desire to kill the dude trapping him. Cold sweat drenched Hanfeng's anxious face. Even against combined powers, the big baby's monstrous strength threatened to shatter the trap through sheer frustration. Brother Lee, who had nearly escaped, noticed his little bro was facing an imminent threat of death. Spotting scattered metal pipes across the ground, a desperate battle plan formed in his mind. Through relentless power activation, the big baby's raw stamina was steadily draining away. Just a few more seconds, and Hanfong could completely seal their terrifying soul pursuer for good. He was on the verge of winning, the fierce battle of attrition. If it weren't for Brother Lee's overprotective instincts toward his superhuman little bro, the boastful gangster threw away his escape plan, gripped the metal pipe, and charged fiercely to contribute to the deadly fight. With the big baby rooted in place, he landed a clean strike against that massive bald head. Unfortunately, his full power swing failed to deal even a single scratch of damage. It only stoked the fat bastard's blazing wrath. Once again, Brother Lee's careless blunders completely screwed over Hanfong. Fueled by pure rage, the steadily weakening big baby caught a second wind, eager to bury the two pesky bugs underground. Absolute panic struck, and Brother Lee instantly spun around to flee. Left with no choice, Hanfong was forced to abandon his trap. The duo was back to absolute square one. Brother Lee truly had good intentions. He refused to abandon his little bro alone, but his reckless intervention birthed a total disaster. Following minutes of desperate sprinting, they miraculously shook the colossal meatball off their trail. With loose boulders blocking the path behind them, they secured a brief moment free from immediate danger. But survival brought forth an entirely new set of problems to worry about. First, they needed to discover exactly where the hell they had run. Brother Lee confidently assured Hanfong that the map they had, seen earlier, was firmly burned into his genius brain. promising to lead the way to absolute safety. The cheerful gangster merrily picked a path, confidently strutting forward. However, Hanfong was not in the least bit convinced. 10 minutes later, Brother Lee loudly yelled that he recognized the leftward sewer layout. 20 minutes after that, he aimlessly followed a random pipeline maze. By the 40-minute mark, his navigating confidence shattered. Thankfully, Hanfong detected a faint whisper of wind nearby. Seizing control of their destination, he chased after the unseen draft. Their journey eventually led upward, revealing a literal beacon of light at the tunnel's end. Brother Lee shamelessly leaped ahead, acting as though he was the mastermind who found the exit. Ascending a sheer wall of ice, they carefully navigated the treacherous and icy grooves. Finally reaching the end of the line, they laid eyes on the upper crust of the outside world. The sky was dark and desolate. Though the heavy snowfall had somewhat subsided, the familiar world they once knew no longer existed. Everything remained bitterly cold, forever frozen in the grip of time. Brother Lee vaulted from the sewer, discovering the once flowing water had frozen completely solid. Hanfong scanned the desolate wasteland, his eyes locking onto the towering Dingfong building. The Dingfong stands as the highest peak within 5 kilometers north of their home. Fleeing the underground horrors had pushed them completely off course, wasting precious time. For context, Xingfu District lies within the southern third ring of Hanwon City, yet somehow, they had emerged in the northern fourth ring. With the tunnels compromised, a brutal overland trek was their only path back. This perilous journey required crossing straight through the Jingshan District. In this hellish weather, making it back today was completely impossible. Ever boastful, Brother Lee claimed he had powerful connections throughout Jingshan. He promised they could easily secure a warm meal and a safe haven. But his arrogant strides across the icy ruins ended in a sudden slip. Thankfully, the deep snow broke his fall. The treacherous ice slowed their pace. As darkness fell, the blizzard roared relentlessly. Securing a safe shelter for the night became their absolute priority. Therefore, the duo pushed forward, desperately seeking shelter. Though 3 kilometers from Jingshan, the blizzard rapidly intensified. If they survived this freezing hell for 1 more hour, they would reach familiar ground. Mere minutes later, reality struck hard. They realized they must surge forward or perish in the agonizing cold. A grim warning appeared ahead. 2 travelers, frozen solid on the unforgiving road. Despite their heavily packed survival gear, nature's chilling wrath had claimed their lives. Their bags held 0 food. They had likely marched to their deaths seeking supplies. This grim tragedy was the new apocalypse, fueled by the relentless, intensifying snowstorm. Stopping to rest and surviving the night seemed like the only logical choice. Neither wanted to end up as frozen statues in this snowy graveyard. Battling the peaking blizzard, the duo finally breached the borders of Jingshan District. Miraculously, several luxury villas here had survived the devastating snowfall completely unburied. Approaching a potential safe house, ominous silhouettes materialized through the blinding white veil. Brother Lee foolishly charged forward, hoping to negotiate with the mysterious figures lurking ahead. Before Hanfong could scream a warning about trusting strangers, the gangster had vanished. 2 hostile men instantly ambushed him, a cold barrel pressed against his temple. Using Lee as leverage, Hanfong was trapped. The young warrior subtly reached for the weapon resting at his waist, but the thugs ruthlessly fired a warning shot, screaming at him to freeze. The armed muggers then violently argued over keeping their new prisoners alive. Neither wanted the grueling task of dragging dead weight up the treacherous mountain. Hanfong surrendered his firearm as deadly steel tapped firmly against his forehead. If he retaliated now, his divine healing ability could easily survive a single bullet to the brain, but resisting would guarantee Brother Lee's gruesome death. Choosing peace, they marched uphill. The arrogant thugs celebrated their lucky capture of 2 fully armed survivors. Hanfong played the obedient captive perfectly. They had already surrendered all their survival gear. They should be released now, right? But these thugs had a darker fate in mind. Hanfong suspected they were being dragged to a cannibal den as backup rations. Yet, this location was surprisingly tactical. This hilltop offered a perfect vantage point over all of Hanwon City. Upon reaching their final destination, a thug opened the villa gate with an electronic fob. This place still had power. With the inner city dead, this fortress had to be running on a generator. Despite the frozen apocalyptic wasteland, these villas were built with absolute luxury in mind. To Hanfong's shock, formidable defensive structures surrounded the estate. Instantly, a wicked plan formed in his mind. If they could just eliminate these foolish captors, he and the little demon king could claim this fortress for themselves. His sinister chuckle slipped out, earning him a harsh slap to the head. The thugs ordered them to dig beside the defensive wall. Finish the job. And they promised freedom and their supplies back. Just keep their heads down and try no sudden tricks. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗦𝗘𝗗, the towering and dim-witted brute, took the first watch over their new slave laborers. But the giant brute was growing furious at his smaller partner's bossy attitude. He aimed his weapon, threatening to shoot if they delayed any longer. When asked to remove their cuffs, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 snapped, forcing them to dig restrained. Left with no choice, Brother Lee and Hanfong obeyed. The superhuman and the gangster were reduced to lowly slaves. Who knew if these bastards would actually honor their word? Scanning the massive yard, Hanfong spotted a huge snow pile beside a truck. Looking closer, a chilling sight awaited. Frozen legs, arms, and severed limbs jutted from the snow. A terrifying omen. Hanfong discreetly nudged Brother Lee toward the frozen graveyard. The hardened gangster nearly fainted upon realizing it was a mountain of corpses. These very captors had likely slaughtered all those innocent people. One thing was certain. They refused to wait for death. Hanfong formulated a rapid strategy, whispering the execution steps to Brother Lee. With the trap set, the two erupted into a violent screaming match. They feigned a bitter dispute over their shoveling techniques, sabotaging their own progress completely. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 noticed the chaos, raised his gun, and ordered them back to work. The pair kept bickering, playing their roles flawlessly. Exasperated, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 ignored their spat, but demanded the digging finish by sunset. The moment the guard turned his back, the argument vanished instantly. As 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 lazily strolled back to his post, he never saw the cold steel shovel swinging for his skull. The massive captor falls, and the duo reclaims their weapon. Inside the villa, the scrawny thief sits comfortably, clutching a filthy magazine. Drooling over the pages, he assumes no one will ruin his disgusting alone time. But before he can act, a blinding light flashes in his eyes. He looks up, freezing. A cold gun barrel stares him down. Dangling the handcuffs, the duo brutally mocks the pathetic thief. In mere hours, the tables have completely turned. The captors are now the helpless captives. They claim they were simply debt collectors, visiting the villa before the apocalypse began. Swearing to the heavens, they deny any part in the mountain of corpses outside. Even hardened debt collectors draw the line at mass slaughter. Hanfong holsters his weapon. Believing their tale, he decides to let the pathetic robbers walk free. Brother Lee, however, refuses to buy their pathetic lies. He firmly believes releasing such dangerous threats is fatal. Hanfong promised them freedom, but it comes with a brutal condition. Stripped to their underwear, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 and his vile friend are tossed into the freezing wasteland. It is only a matter of time before the biting cold claims their lives. With that obstacle cleared, they prepare for the dangerous trek back home. Today's mission was simply to scout the dark tunnels, but endless blunders pushed them entirely off course, far away from their base. Hanfong can only pray his allies back at the sanctuary survived. Speaking of his comrades, Li Jiangho joins Nurse Jin and the Little Demon King inside the bunker, anxiously awaiting the duo. The old man warns them to focus on their own grim reality, not the missing duo. Merely hours after the scouts vanished, a massive army poured from the tunnels. Leading them was a baby-faced giant, wielding the Earth's very elements. Jiang Shuyu welcomed this terrifying force. With these mighty allies flooding in, the entire district falls completely under Mr. Jiang's command. Instantly, Zheng He's faction becomes public enemy number one. Right now, Jiang Shuyu is ruthlessly tearing the building apart to hunt Zheng He. The old man chuckles at the residents' sheer stupidity. That army did not arrive as saviors. The fools will not realize they were sold out until their dying breath. For once, the Little Demon King speaks with shocking clarity. She claims the residents submit purely to survive this chaotic, apocalyptic nightmare. Human beings are tragically simple creatures. After delivering this harsh truth, she falls asleep. Nurse Jin gently covers her. This talk of blind obedience violently drags Li Zhonghao back into his past. He was once a formidable boxer, a glorious champion worshipped by many. Yet, defeat is inevitable. Inside that blood-stained ring, even warriors are fragile. In his corner, his trainer offered only vicious insults while he was beaten completely senseless. That greedy trainer only cared about claiming the ultimate victory. He ruthlessly forged Li Zhonghao into the man he is, and he could steal it all away in a heartbeat. Even now, the ghosts of that brutal past haunt him. Zhen Hao turned to the girls. They had to prepare to move. Zhang's hounds were hunting rebels in every unit. They could not linger here, but their chance to escape had already vanished. The reinforced door violently shattered open. Zhen He, Nurse Jin, and the Little Demon King stood completely exposed. How were they discovered so incredibly fast? The overgrown superhuman baby had sniffed them out, drooling at his prey. Deep within the basement, the military swiftly loaded massive boxes of mystery sausages onto the trucks. The faction commander received the final headcount report. They would transport 97 refugees and 126 boxes of supplies. Transporting these assets back to base would be effortless. Smoking his cigar, the scarred captain demanded news of his vanguard soldiers. Trembling, Mr. Zhang confessed Hanfong killed them, washing his hands of all blame. The captain's fury ignited at the tragic loss of his men. Zhang Shuyu urgently warned that Hanfong was superhuman. His men confirmed he used light-based powers, eager to prove their absolute loyalty. Mr. Zhang boasted about his dirty work, creating those mystery meat sausages. Before his tongue could slip further, Captain Scar fiercely silenced him. Mr. Zhang desperately begged to prove his worth for survival. Captain Scar was highly pleased with his dark contribution. He had finally earned his place among their ranks. And Captain Scar never touched his own, without reason. For now, he dispatched someone to interrogate Hanfong. He utterly despised liars. His chosen tracker was none other than the giant baby. Smashing through the door, the brute demanded Hanfeng's exact location. Li Zhenghao grabbed the little demon king, bravely shielding Nurse Jin. Shattering a door reinforced by Hanfeng's power meant deadly danger. Li Zhenghao's survival instincts screamed at him to flee. This overgrown baby reeked of a bloodthirsty wild beast. His veteran combat experience confirmed he could never win this brawl. They had to escape this cursed room immediately. He elbowed the window, nearly shattering his own bone on heavy impact. Unfortunately, Hanfong's strengthening project had fortified the glass too. With their only escape route completely blocked off, Yung Hao urged the girls to run. He would hold off the beast. Suddenly, Nurse Jin calmly approached the brute, denying any knowledge of Hanfong. She insisted he had made a terrible mistake. Surprisingly, the beast believed her innocent act and actually apologized. Nurse Jin exhaled in relief. Li Zhenghao stood utterly speechless. Leaving, the big baby checked the door. It read 1804. He was on the right floor. That girl had boldly lied. Furious, he slammed his palms down, making the entire floor violently tremble. Desperate, Li Jinga grabbed the window. It simply slid open. He swiftly grabbed the girls and hurled them out into the freezing snow. As she plummeted, Nurse Jin watched the beast nearly crush the old man. If this big baby despises one thing, it is absolute deceit. The girls plummeted in a terrifying free fall from the 18th floor. While absolute chaos consumed the neighborhood, Hanfong and Brother Li found a brilliant way home. Incredible snowboards. Brother Li's past mistakes were instantly forgiven thanks to this epic snowboarding plan. Naturally, he shamelessly bragged about negotiating billion-dollar deals at luxury ski resorts. The boards made their journey back to Xingfu District incredibly fast and effortless. Finally reaching the neighborhood, they desperately searched for an open window to infiltrate. In that exact second, a massive explosion rocked the 18th floor, sending the girls plummeting down. Staying fiercely calm, the little demon king opened her mid-air storage, summoning endless soft mats below. Combined with 4 stories of deep snow, the girls crashed down with earth-shattering force. They narrowly missed crushing the shocked duo below. Thankfully, the thick mats and deep snow perfectly absorbed the devastating impact. Deeply confused, Hanfong leaped into the snowy crater to pull them out. Nurse Jin explained how a terrifying monster breached their unit, chanting Hanfong's name. Speaking of the devil, the beast had zero patience for taking the stairs. Fueled entirely by sheer adrenaline, Nurse Jin dragged Hanfong and their tiny mascot straight out of the crater. But the beast despised being called a monster. He considered himself a good baby. Just as Hanfong believed he had escaped the tunneling horror, the big baby violently crashed onto the surface right before him. Pushed beyond her limits, Nurse Jin screamed at her heavy companions to run alone. Sprinting for their lives, the group begged Hanfong for a desperate escape plan. They stood dangerously close to a brutal, agonizing demise. The big baby hungered for human flesh. Suddenly, genius struck Hanfong's mind. Halting his steps, he commanded the others to flee while digging into his pocket. Grabbing a bag, he unleashed a fierce pitch fueled by his glowing green light. He launched the massive bag directly toward the hungry big baby. Infused with green energy, the bag's mysterious contents began expanding at a terrifying speed. Unaware of the danger, the big baby happily caught the trap in his gaping jaws. He bit down like a ravenous beast, savoring the taste of delicious soybeans. Hanfong coldly apologized for the impending doom, just as his green energy fully activated. Hundreds of swallowed seeds violently erupted inside the beast's throat, blooming into massive plants. Vicious green vines and razor-sharp leaves exploded brutally from the monster's mouth and nose. Instantly, the big baby began violently choking as massive beanstalks crushed his airways. Panicking, he clawed at the choking greenery, desperately tearing it from his crushing jaws. The brutal, tearing ripped flesh from his throat, splattering dark blood across the pristine white snow. His absolute fury toward Hanfong skyrocketed. He was being humiliated at every single turn. The big baby roared his terrifying threats, but his mortal enemy had already disappeared completely. Exactly like a spoiled child, he threw a destructive, earth-shattering tantrum in the snow. He sulked like a spoiled child robbed of his prize. The special forces finally emerged from the depths, locking down the perimeter. Captain Scar rallied his troops. In this deadly frozen wasteland, smoking out rats would be easy. Intrigued, he marched straight toward his heavily injured star pupil. The giant brute explained how the mysterious beans instantly sprouted inside his mouth. Captain Scar's interest was truly piqued. Hanfeng's extraordinary ability could permanently solve their desperate food crisis. He quickly radioed the men holding the old man captive upstairs. A dark scheme formed to lure the hidden superhuman out. Meanwhile, the group had escaped, putting vital distance between themselves and their pursuers. Nurse Jin revealed everything that occurred during Hanfong and Brother Li's scouting mission. She gravely warned Hanfong that the anomalous monster was hunting him specifically. A beast capable of shredding reinforced steel walls demanded absolute caution. After all, Hanfong's strengthening power had previously withstood explosive blasts. Heavy tears formed as she remembered Li Zhenghao's selfless sacrifice for the girls. Hanfong coldly accepted the grim reality that Zhenghao was likely dead. They had to move forward to ensure his sacrifice meant something. Yet, Nurse Jin and the Little Demon King fiercely rejected this dark pessimism. They demanded a rescue. Even Brother Li agreed they owed Li Zhenghao. It was not that Hanfong simply refused to go back, but diving blindly into danger offered almost zero chance of survival. But the girls were right. Li Zhenghao was barely alive. They paraded the battered elder through snow while Captain Scar bellowed into a megaphone. He knew with absolute certainty that Hanfeng's group lurked nearby. Captain Scar falsely claimed their previous clash was a massive misunderstanding. Seeing Li Zhenghao dragged through the snow, Nurse Jin almost abandoned their cover. Captain Scar commanded Hanfong to join his elite organization. If he surrendered and chose to team up, his family would receive elite treatment. This bizarre announcement utterly confused the group. The enemy clearly operated on heavily flawed intelligence. Met with absolute chilling silence, Captain Scar mocked the elder, asking if Hanfong would truly let his own brother die. Li Zhenghao chuckled, revealing he had only met the kid days ago. A brutal strike punished his bold defiance. Captain Scar was stunned this fool risked death for complete strangers. Django spat that Hanfong had also just met those girls. They were not his family. Realizing his intel was garbage, Captain Scar pivoted his strategy. He urged Hanfong to stop throwing his life away for absolute strangers. He offered Hanfong unlimited women from their base camp as a reward. For a brief heartbeat, Hanfong almost accepted that wicked temptation. Brother Li and Nurse Jin desperately had to restrain him. Since the adults proved so completely unreliable, the Little Demon King stepped up with a daring rescue plan for Uncle Zhenghao. Below, Captain Scar ruthlessly crushed the elder's broken arm, demanding answers through bloody torture. Unfortunately for these military dogs, Zhenghao possessed an unbreakable will. Instead of answering, he demanded the truth behind their so-called sanctuary. Captain Scar parroted the same rehearsed lies, claiming their camp was saving lives. A noble claim that no one believed. Zhengha merely laughed. The pathetic excuse was clearly a fabricated illusion. Since his captive was facing death, Captain Scar leaned in and whispered the dark truth. In this frozen wasteland, what living prey still thrives in overwhelming numbers? A massive population meant to be hunted and consumed without hesitation? Zhenghao anticipated the horror, but the verbal confirmation chilled his very soul. These monsters were hoarding survivors like livestock for slaughter. The living devour rations, while the dead become the feast. Just as Captain Scar prepared his fatal execution strike on Zhenghao, a chaotic shower of mysterious items suddenly rained down from the heavens. The astonished soldiers stared at a miraculous downpour of cigarettes, alcohol, and rations. Even fresh vegetables and rare meats fell from the sky. The big baby charged forward, leading the greedy soldiers to frantically scavenge the snow. Captain Scar fired warning shots to stop the madness, but his desperate commands were ignored. His combat instincts flared. This was a deliberate distraction. A lethal enemy ambush was guaranteed to strike at any second. Deafening sounds of destruction instantly caught his attention from afar. A nearby building shattered as a colossal bulldozer burst through the rubble. Hanfong was driving, hungry for blood. The little demon king had orchestrated this brilliant tactical master plan. First, she dropped irresistible bait to lure out the starving flock. This meant she hurled random supplies to spark absolute chaos among the troops. Hanfong would then unleash his metal beast to rescue their wounded comrade, meaning they would smash through with a bulldozer to save Li Zhonghao. Sadly, only Hanfong could decipher her magnificent delusions of grandeur. With the strategy set, the four allies moved under the Evil Eye's guidance. Despite the crude strategy, they doubted the soldiers would actually take the bait. As for the metal beast, she had one hidden in her storage dimension. Hanfong never imagined spending his evening piloting heavy construction machinery. Yet, controlling such overwhelming mechanical power felt incredible. The massive dozer landed perfectly, plowing through the frozen wasteland with absolute ease. He viciously turned toward the soldiers, sweeping them aside with the heavy blade. The blinded troops were too obsessed with the loot to notice the threat. Captain Scar commanded his big baby, their only hope against the steel behemoth. Following commands, the arrogant superhuman leaped before the charging vehicle, trusting his absolute physical superiority. Big Baby violently blocked the roaring dozer. Hanfong acknowledged his strength, but challenging a mechanical titan bare-handed was pure madness. Thrusting the front blade, he caught Superhuman totally off guard, launching him skyward in one devastating lift. After a dozen violent spins, his head buried deep into the snow, Captain Scar furiously ordered Hanfong to halt, threatening to blow Li Zhenghe's head off. Inside the armored cab, Hanfong heard nothing outside. He surged forward, completely ignoring Captain Scar's pathetic empty threats. In this deadly game of chicken, Captain Scar lost. He dived away from the fatal collision, silently praising the young man's absolute ruthlessness. Now, they just needed to grab the old man and escape this hell. The rescue operation was a massive success. Next came the great getaway scheme. From inside the cab, Hanfong unleashed his purple light, softening the harsh surface beneath Youngha to ensure a much more comfortable ride. With safety secured, they rapidly accelerated toward one of the towering skyscrapers nearby. Hanfong quickly signaled the rest of his crew, and they instantly moved out. Brother Li, Nurse Jin, and the little mastermind shattered a window, landing flawlessly on the bulldozer's roof. As they roared off into the distance, the stunned soldiers finally recovered, grabbed their weapons, and rained heavy gunfire upon the metallic beast. They quickly scrambled into their armored jeeps and trucks, desperately chasing the group that humiliated them with such a simple plan. They fired with absolute vengeance, but their furious aim missed the mark entirely. Captain Scar practically screamed into his driver's ears, demanding absolute maximum speed. Unfortunately for the pursuers, the frozen snow piled upon the roads was far too thick. Their tires desperately lost grip, making any speed increase completely impossible. They were hunting a colossal bulldozer that effortlessly barreled through every single obstacle in its path. It was a devastating mismatch. Even their own mighty camp possessed few of those valuable machines. Actually, looking closely at the metal beast, the bulldozer was their stolen property. It belonged to their advanced party. That humiliating truth only fueled the captain's blazing fury. No matter how fiercely they chased, the slippery terrain proved to be a fatal disadvantage. A pursuing jeep violently swerved, crashing across the road, wrecking other vehicles and forcing the entire chase to a grinding halt. As expected, the captain's car nearly exploded as a rogue gas canister violently smashed into their shattered windshield. Staring ahead, they discovered a mountain of heavy junk littering the icy road, completely obstructing their only path. The little demon king proudly stepped up to save the day once more, tossing another massive batch of random junk onto the road. This time, as a perfect deterrent, she stood triumphantly atop the dozer's roof, immensely proud of her crucial contribution, forcing the enemies to despair before her power. She looked completely badass, until the biting cold made her sneeze adorably. The victorious group drove on for hours, ensuring absolutely no one could track their frozen trail. The rest of the squad had long since squeezed into the cab alongside Hanfong, making it incredibly cramped. Brother Li begged for a turn in the driver's seat, while the shivering old man froze in the back. Their next destination was the hidden hillside villa Hanfong and Brother Li had discovered. It was a decent place to safely camp. Everybody agreed with the survival plan, but the bulldozer suddenly started to falter. The dashboard warning meter frantically blinked. It seemed their mighty metal beast had run out of fuel. Thankfully, They had the evil king's magical storage dimension. So, Hanfong politely requested her to bring out some essential oil. This delusional freak proudly opened her dimension, pulling out countless bottles of cooking oil. At least it was not baby oil, no diddy. Suddenly, the dozer's engine sputtered and died. Cooking oil flooded the cabin, giving Hanfong a massive headache. Clearing the mess, he ordered the little one to retrieve their backup fuel. The little demon king frantically searched her storage dimension, her face flushing with deep embarrassment. The bitter truth hit. She had accidentally tossed the fuel alongside the road-blocking debris. Even their generators were completely gone. Despair washed over them. Hanfeng's entire year of fuel reserves had vanished. Panicking, she offered cooking gas as a pathetic substitute. She even revealed buckets of useless coal. Hanfong stared at the utter junk, gripping a coal lump. A reckless plan sparked in his mind. Through endless experiments with his abilities, failed plant enhancements produced a highly flammable, coal-like substance. Meanwhile, ruined meat morphed into a mysterious, combustible black sludge. Left with zero options, he demanded a metal bucket and raw meat. Channeling his aura, green light engulfed the flesh. Perfecting meat was difficult, but intentionally corrupting it was child's play. The ruined flesh instantly spawned half a bucket of mysterious black sludge. The foul stench made everyone violently recoil. Unfazed, Hanfong struck a lighter and ignited the vile liquid. Flames roared to life. It was perfectly combustible. He smirked, though Li Zhonghao stared in pure disbelief. Could this cursed sludge truly replace actual fuel? Facing a lethal trek through the blizzard, they had to test it. Hanfong rapidly synthesized several more buckets of putrefied meat sludge. He twisted the key, and the steel beast miraculously roared alive. A stunning revelation. Hanfong was a living survival system. The beast charged forward, tearing through the frozen darkness. Midway, the little demon king enthusiastically distributed rare snacks. She manifested an endless horde of premium apocalyptic treats. Django questioned the absolute limits of her bizarre storage dimension. Then, a chilling memory of a robbed supermarket surfaced. He finally connected the dots to the mysteriously vanished inventory. As they feasted, the sanctuary of the hillside villa appeared. This steel beast could crush the entire uphill path. But the moment Hanfong slammed the heavy accelerator, the overworked engine violently detonated. The cursed sludge had destroyed it, but it survived just long enough. The ultimate safety of their fortified camp lay merely steps away. They braved the final stretch through the roaring blizzard. Passing the frozen corpses of the bandits Hanfong had ruthlessly exiled. Ignoring the icy graves, the crew breached the secured sanctuary. Stepping inside, the deadly frost bit into their bones, pushing them to the brink of hypothermia. They located the fireplace. Tossing in coal, they ignited the flames and embraced the warmth. Finally, they could breathe again. They had survived the relentless hunt of Captain Scar and his elites. Amidst the lethal blizzard, nothing offered more comfort than the glowing hearth. Even the stern old man finally smiled. He admitted this villa district was an absolute fortress to hide in. Roaring winds sweep the snow downward, keeping their hilltop sanctuary perfectly clear. Intruders scaling this steep hill would be spotted in an instant. This stronghold is effortless to defend and impossible to breach. They could establish a long-term base here. While Li Zhenhua raised serious questions, everyone casually rearranged the furniture. Han powered up the generator. The Demon King unveiled the television, while Brother Li worshipped a Generation 9 XPS console. Clearly, this crew was settling in for the long haul. Since their own generator was previously discarded, they were incredibly fortunate the villa's past owners left a fully fueled machine. Hanfeng rewired the control panel, roaring the engine back to life. At last, the luxury of electricity returned. He declared a grand celebratory feast for tonight. However, the girls only cared about firing up the water heater for a bath. Nurse Jin practically vibrated with joy at the mention of bathing. Having endured the endless blizzard without a shower, she desperately craved warm water. She was completely filthy. Just imagining Nurse Jin showering made Hanfeng blush crimson. He promised that preparing the bath was his absolute top priority. He claimed that, but inspecting the basement proved disastrous. The pipes were frozen solid, and the heater was completely destroyed. The bathroom itself was in a terrible state. Everything was buried beneath ice and snow. The plumbing was doomed, but a surviving bathtub gave them a glimmer of hope. First, they circled the tub with space heaters and packed it with mountains of snow. Next came the secret weapon to realize their dream: high-powered industrial heating rods. Combining their appliances, they slowly melted the snow into usable water. They anxiously watched the rods work, but the water was heating up far too slowly. Hours passed, yet every time Hanfong checked, the water remained freezing cold. As he pulled his hand back from checking the temperature, a rogue spark from the heating rods violently jolted his body. He jerked his hand away, suddenly noticing a strange phenomenon. The shock forced his red light to surface automatically. Checking again, the stubborn ice had vanished. His mysterious red light had undoubtedly triggered this rapid heating effect. With the bath finally prepared, the girls bolted into the bathroom. Nurse Jin eagerly undressed, revealing her magnificent holy grail. Sadly, we cannot show that. The little demon king was also present, making things rather disturbing. Unlocking her dimensional storage, she summoned a vibrant array of fragrant bath bombs. She boasted an endless supply of premium shampoos, conditioners, body washes, and nourishing skincare moisturizers. A true maiden's paradise awaited within. Overwhelmed with joy, Nurse Jin buried the demon king in a suffocating embrace. They lingered in the steaming waters for hours. No one could blame them. This was an oasis in a frozen apocalypse, surrounded by steam and solitude. Nurse Jin playfully teased the demon king's petite frame. The sovereign felt deeply insulted. After all, she was already 21 years old. No one had ever asked her true age. They simply assumed she was a mere middle schooler. She proudly declared that her demonic power granted her eternal, unchanging youth. Such an anomaly truly belonged in a research laboratory. Just outside the bathroom doors, Hanfong shamelessly eavesdropped, focusing entirely on the echoing drips of water. Brother Lee suddenly arrived to drag him into a game, forcing Hanfong to play it cool. But the veteran gangster immediately recognized a fellow prowler in the shadows. No amount of casual acting could mask the truth from his eyes. He boldly declared that a true man would peer at the ladies without an ounce of fear. In fact, he was ready to breach the door right then. Hanfong desperately dragged him away before a crime occurred. The duo settled for video games in the warm living room, under the watchful gaze of Lee Jung-hao. He failed to comprehend how these youths could casually game during such a grim apocalypse. But to the duo, they had already secured everything they could ever need. Why not kick back and play? They were destined to remain in this fortress for a very long time. Without securing their own entertainment, boredom would strike before the freezing weather. Furthermore, Hanfeng knew Lee Jung-hao possessed a mysterious past. As for himself, he only desired a peaceful and comfortable existence. As long as the old man kept his dangerous secrets at bay, he was welcome to seek refuge here indefinitely. Touching upon his past, Lee Jung-hao felt absolutely compelled to reveal his true identity. He prepared to confess his mission regarding the superhumans, but the young man ruthlessly silenced him. Hanfeng refused to be dragged into complicated schemes, and his resolve was absolute. Their gazes locked in a silent clash, and the elder recognized the unyielding seriousness in Hanfeng's eyes. Defeated, he sighed heavily and respected the young man's boundaries. Jung-hao swore upon his honor to depart the moment his arm fully healed. Brother Lee and Hanfeng immediately resumed their gaming, violently trading insults. Suddenly, the girls emerged from the steaming bath, draped in adorable fresh coats. Brother Lee forcefully hooked his arm around Hanfeng, demanding a shared bath to conserve precious water. After a fierce struggle, Hanfeng accepted his cruel fate. This shared bath was completely unavoidable. He was dragged into the boiling waters, though the warmth felt undeniably divine. Cleansed and refreshed, the survivors finally gathered for a legendary feast. They held nothing back, summoning an overwhelming spread of luxurious dishes. Completely stuffed with absolute delicacies, everyone retreated to their quarters, surrendering to the greatest sleep of their lives. Over the following days, Hanfeng relentlessly fortified the villa, reinforcing the walls, roof, and perimeter fences. Blessed with limitless time and resources, he brilliantly transformed a top-floor room into a fully functional, shared sauna. He claimed it as his personal sanctuary to sweat, utilizing the massive watchtower above window to observe the chaotic situation at the bottom of the hill. Today, shadowy silhouettes stagger closer and closer toward their icy fortress. The lead figure limped forward, finally collapsing lifelessly into the bitter snow. The crew rushed out and dragged the mysterious survivor inside. To Brother Lee's shock, he recognized him. It was Brother Chang, Director Lu's loyal subordinate. Hanfong also remembered this scarred face. Director Lu was the intimidating underworld boss who sold him firearms. Hours later, Chang awoke groaning in agony. Disoriented, his blurry vision finally locked onto Brother Lee. His confusion only deepened when he recognized Hanfong standing there. After finally calming down, the battered man began to recount his tragic tale. Days ago, a ruthless squad of armed soldiers ambushed their headquarters. Countless brothers were brutally slaughtered or severely wounded in the bloodbath. Hearing this tragic report, Brother Lee burned with absolute fury. He desperately demanded to know Director Liu's ultimate fate. Following Hanfeng's warning, Director Liu had stockpiled massive supplies before the apocalypse. With enough resources to survive, the benevolent director sheltered hundreds of desperate residents. Peace reigned until that heavily armed military unit violently stormed their gates. The invaders plundered their rations and wantonly massacred everyone in sight. To protect the weak, Director Liu led his men into a desperate death match. Most of his loyal fighters were crippled or brutally wiped out. The boss himself took a bullet to the leg and was dragged away in chains, left completely leaderless. The surviving brothers scattered, retreating to a secret backup supply bunker. That safe house was a nearby hillside villa. Suddenly, everything made perfect sense. It explained why a battered Chang collapsed right at their doorstep. Brother Lee grew deeply terrified for the director's life. Thankfully, the soldiers needed him alive. Brother Lee owed this man everything. Without Director Liu's mercy, he would have rotted in the slums long ago. Burning with absolute resolve, Lee hoisted Chang up, demanding they mount a rescue mission immediately. She harshly scolded the gangster for proposing such a reckless suicide mission. Two mere men stood zero chance against a heavily armed military battalion. But Lee refused to back down. Willing to gamble his own life for a sliver of hope, Lee Jianghao stepped forward, asking if this Director Liu was the famous volunteer leader. Back in his brutal underground boxing days, that noble man paid his ransom. He dragged him from the filthy underworld, gifting him a second chance at freedom. If they were risking everything to save that dignified savior, Lee Jianghao would gladly lend his fists. He still possessed valuable underground connections across the ruined city. If he could signal them, they would finally have an actual army. Chang gasped, finally recognizing Zheng Ho as the infamous wild dog of the arena, the legendary beast with 30 consecutive victories. Hanfong chuckled at the unbelievably corny nickname. Even Zheng Hao cringed awkwardly at that dramatic old moniker. And so, three warriors united to rescue Director Liu. Meanwhile, Hanfong sat in stoic silence. He simply couldn't fathom that a ruthless gun-running gangster possessed such a righteous heart. Still, risking his life for a total stranger was completely out of the question. So, he firmly declared his decision to remain inside his fortified villa. He would avoid direct combat, yet he refused to send those three into the wasteland empty-handed. Furthermore, he sternly warned Youngha and Li Zi to keep their superhuman abilities strictly hidden. During Chang's recovery, Hanfong provided him with careful but guarded support. Serving lavish meals right now would only draw dangerous and unwanted suspicion. They even housed Chang in the plainest room possible to hide their true wealth. When the fateful day of departure finally arrived, he packed their bags with vital supplies, guns, and ammo. Hanfong completely understood this harsh demand for weapons and rations. Yet, Chang's massive request for cigarettes left him utterly baffled. In this ruined world, paper money had lost all its value. Major factions now traded essential survival supplies using cigarettes as their absolute currency. As they strapped on their skis, Hanfong saw the trio off with a calm smile. Chang bowed deeply, thanking Brother Han and his supposed wife, Sister Jin. He swore the uprising volunteer group would deeply repay this life-saving favor. It took Nurse Jin a stunned moment to realize she was just called Hanfong's wife. Her face instantly flushed red, radiating enough heat to melt the surrounding snow. Left alone with the two girls, Hanfong felt a burning resolve to protect his sanctuary. To establish absolute dominance over the surrounding hill, he deployed numerous security cameras across the entire perimeter. He blanketed the neighborhood with surveillance cameras, ensuring he had a crystal-clear visual of any lurking threats. With their absolute safety secured, he slipped back into a peaceful routine of junk food and immersive video games. Suddenly, Nurse Jin burst from the kitchen, screaming in absolute terror with a knife raised. Trembling, she explained the absolute nightmare to Little Chu. They were down to their very last cabbage. Hanfong urgently demanded a full inventory of their remaining essential fruits and vegetables. Little Chuku confidently declared they still had plenty left. By plenty, she meant a mere 3 shopping carts. Hating vegetables, she had barely hoarded any greens when she completely raided the abandoned supermarket. Since cucumbers were her sole favorite, she had stockpiled a massive mountain of them. This was a catastrophic oversight. They had been recklessly burning through rations without conducting a single proper inventory check. At this disastrous rate, their fresh supplies would vanish. Currently, Hanfong could only use his powers on soybeans, wheat, broccoli, and meat. Every single other item he attempted to manipulate resulted in an utter, miserable failure. Staring at their final cabbage, He desperately needed to unlock a way to duplicate it. The entire group's survival and morale rested heavily upon his shoulders. Carrying the precious vegetable to the living room, he intensely racked his brain for answers. His only true option was to pray and hope his mysterious green light would finally work. His very first attempt instantly reduced the crisp, leafy vegetable into a blackened pile of coal. Gritting his teeth, he stripped another leaf for a second desperate attempt. Relying on his crude technique, he simply forged more worthless coal. He stubbornly repeated this destructive cycle until the entire cabbage was completely wiped out. Refusing to accept defeat, he aggressively targeted the carrots and potatoes. The girls merely watched his frantic struggles as pure entertainment. By the time the exhausting day finally ended, he ruined every vegetable he touched, failing without a single stroke of luck. Nurse Jin checked on him. Hanfong felt devastatingly guilty for destroying their food supply. Little 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗘𝗗 didn't care. She still possessed her limitless reserve of cucumbers. Besides, they could easily survive on vitamin pills to maintain their strength. Since superpowers failed, Nurse Jin suggested they cultivate a garden of their own. She had successfully grown vegetables on her apartment balcony all year round. With sufficient light and the perfect temperature, they could easily make it work. First, they required planting racks, fertile soil, and essential nutrient fluids. LED lights could substitute the blazing sun. As their grand gardening scheme formed, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗘𝗗, the alleged supermarket looter, boldly declared she possessed none of the required items. Nurse Jin and Hanfong completely forgot to consider her sheer incompetence. Outside the villa, the duo attempted to harvest soil from the frozen yard, but the earth was frozen solid. Their shovels proved completely useless against it. Unleashing her superhuman strength, Nurse Jin swung. The shovel head launched into the sky. They were simply wasting precious time in the biting cold. So Hanfong suggested retreating indoors to brainstorm a better battle plan. As punishment for lacking basic supplies in her infinite storage, the little demon king was banished to craft planters out of plastic water bottles. Surprisingly, she excelled. Dozens of completed containers awaited their fill of fertile soil. Recycling is a legendary survival skill in this harsh apocalypse. These humble plastic bottles would harbor their future sustenance. Working diligently, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗘𝗗 furiously barked at the duo for failing to secure the dirt. They were fumbling at the very first stage of their grand gardening quest. The frozen earth remained a massive obstacle. Q suggested using the heating rod to melt the icy soil, though its power had limits. If they could instantly melt the ice, their master plan could finally proceed. That exact thought made the Demon King leap from her throne. She commanded the Apostle of Bathwater to unleash his true potential. Hanfong instantly grasped the hidden meaning behind her words. Previously, his crimson aura instantly boiled the bathwater. If he could just unravel that mystery, he could easily obliterate the frozen soil outside. His crimson-coated hand soaked in water for 20 minutes, but nothing happened at all. Hanfong desperately traced back every memory that forged their miraculous warm bath. He carefully analyzed what ignited that sudden heat. Then realization struck. The absolute secret was shocking electrocution. He faced the Demon King, demanding a weapon capable of shocking his system. She instantly summoned a high-voltage power strip. One touch would mean instant death. She was basically ordering him to end his life. After rummaging through her chaotic infinite storage, she unearthed the perfect artifact, a low-voltage self-defense electric baton, her basic electromagic staff. Though the label warned of a mere numbing effect, Hanfong trembled at the thought of striking himself. Placing his absolute faith in the little Demon King, he activated the baton and plunged his hand into the water. Never try this at home. The paralyzing shock was overwhelming. His eyes violently rolled back into his skull, but the brutal gamble worked. The icy water finally boiled. Hanfong rushed outside, eager to brave electrocution for precious earth. The exact science eluded him, but the absolute results were undeniable. He slammed his glowing red palm against the earth, carefully driving the electric baton straight into his arm. Enduring the brutal current better this time, he watched the thick permafrost violently shatter and melt. Left behind was a warm puddle revealing pure, life-giving soil. Excitement consumed Hanfong. He had not seen untouched, fertile earth in what felt like an absolute eternity. Harvesting enough to fill their makeshift containers, the crucial initial preparations were finally complete. Fortunately, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗘𝗗 possessed a vast reserve of diverse seed packs within her storage. Hanfong considered grabbing a random assortment to begin the desperate planting process, but Nurse Jin firmly warned the freezing abyss would mercilessly kill most ordinary crops. Displaying true agricultural mastery, she selected resilient species theoretically capable of surviving the brutal frost. Transforming the empty basement for maximum insulation, The team installed blazing furnaces and high-power LED lights. Despite their absolute best efforts, the ambient heat lingered far below the ideal survival range. Without a massive temperature surge, their precious seeds would stubbornly remain dormant. Given their already optimized subterranean sanctuary setup, Hanfong decided to unleash his radiant green light to forcefully supplement their growth. He channeled his aura, establishing a deep, absolute spiritual resonance with the dormant seed. He commanded the energy's flowing tempo with absolute, masterful precision like a divine rhythm. To his absolute shock, the miracle took hold. Vibrant leafy vegetables instantly erupted. Empowered by success, he cascaded his emerald green light over the remaining dormant seeds. However, the chaotic outcome yielded numerous tragic and bitterly disappointing failures. Through relentless trials with fresh batches, Hanfong and Nurse Jin cultivated dozens of fragile sprouts. Tragically, the unyielding, persistent frost began claiming the frail seedlings just a few days later. Despite pushing the furnaces to their absolute limits, the room barely reached 10 degrees. They desperately needed a miracle to push the survival threshold past 20 degrees. More heaters would prove utterly useless without a drastic upgrade to their subterranean thermal insulation. Rationally speaking, descending further beneath the earth guaranteed superior warmth. Digging deeper became their only viable salvation. Nurse Jin firmly supported this desperate strategy. Armed with her terrifying physical might, excavating a new subterranean floor seemed entirely within reach. Before resorting to brute manual labor, Hanfong prepared to test his light's destructive excavation potential. He knew his green and red lights were utterly powerless against solid concrete. Perhaps he could utilize purple's unique molecular softening capabilities. As calculated, the bold technique proved utterly effective. Yet, while the stone deformed like mud, its original agonizing density remained completely unbroken. Driven to absolute desperation, Hanfong forcefully combined his entire three-light spiritual arsenal, frantically shifting the elemental sequence and drastically altering his energy's destructive tempo. Every attempt ended in catastrophic failure. Defeat reduced plants to coal and flesh into mere fuel. The relentless stone stubbornly refused to alter its inherent physical properties. Such was the unforgiving barrier between organic and inorganic matter. Following endless crushing defeats, Hanfong finally snapped. Consumed by blazing fury, he drove his red light-coated fist violently into the solid floor. He instantly discovered that when the red light's intensity surpasses its limits, it annihilates everything in its path. Testing this newfound power, he set the sprouts aside and began tearing the floor apart. He unleashed the crimson aura, maximized its range, and slowly amplified its crushing intensity. The experiment was an absolute success. He demolished the sturdy floor with absolute, controlled precision. The stubborn stone that had blocked him for days finally crumbled to dust. The destruction was breathtaking, but this terrifying power demanded a heavy toll. Obliterating a small section left him collapsing in exhaustion. Now, he must train his body to endure this tremendous power every single day. Armed with this devastating technique, Hanfong led the underground excavation. Nurse Jin used her immense strength to haul the shattered debris to the surface. This grueling operation took 1 full week to complete. They carved 10 meters beneath the basement, forging a massive 20-square-meter chamber. Through relentless labor, their underground sanctuary was finally complete. Hanfong and Jin stood proudly as their little sanctuary welcomed the first seeds of life. Then came Hanfong's absolute favorite part of the recent days. Whenever they ascended the narrow basement stairs, he always let Jin lead, secretly savoring the glorious view from behind. He truly is one of us. If fate allowed, harvest season would arrive in 2 months. They began this ambitious project 2 weeks ago. Their final reserves had vanished 4 days ago, and the trio survived solely on endless broccoli. Hanfong loathed those cursed greens, but he had no choice. It was the only crop his green aura could reliably cultivate. Perhaps it was time to cultivate bean sprouts. They flourished swiftly and offered immediate sustenance. Suddenly, Jin lost her footing above, and a heavenly pillowy cushion descended straight onto his face. Completely blindsided, he missed the chance to truly appreciate his blessing. Upon safely reaching the upper basement, Hanfong desperately reassured the flustered Jin that he remained unhurt. Blood trickled from his nose, likely sparked by something far more scandalous than the fall. Jin rushed to inspect his bleeding, but his overwhelming embarrassment forced her away. Entering the living room, a truly bizarre spectacle awaited them. Shuku had carved occult runes into the carpet, dancing and chanting wildly around a central laptop. She chanted dark incantations to summon her so-called fifth evil eye, her dramatic title for a simple security camera feed. She actually attempted to magically repair their broken camera. Their fortress sat dangerously close to a steep cliff. Maintaining eyes on that treacherous mountain path granted them absolute dominance over their territory. Braving the elements, Jin and Hanfong descended the freezing slope to manually repair the feed. Under the wrath of these relentless blizzards, their technological eyes had been failing with alarming frequency. As Hanfong carefully restored the blinded sentinel, a distant, violent explosion echoed through the freezing air. Blinded by the raging storm, locating the blast proved impossible. Hanfong brushed off the rising tension. Survivors lurked beyond the ridge, but survival dictated staying hidden and avoiding unnecessary war. As afternoon shadows lengthened, when dawn broke, Hanfong immediately resumed his daily survival routine. His first objective was descending into the second basement to conduct vital agricultural experiments. His sole obsession remained accelerating the sluggish growth of their underground garden. He initiated the process by awakening fresh seeds, but mastering the energy tempo proved maddening. The frequencies required for certain crops completely failed on others. For each vegetable type, he was forced to reset and decipher the rhythm from scratch. He relentlessly pushed through 30 minutes of grueling trial and error. Today proved absolutely catastrophic for the garden's flora. Within 30 minutes, Hanfong reduced most of their precious sprouts into blackened ash. Fortunately, the mature first batch nearing harvest remained completely untouched. Perhaps he was overexerting. Perhaps mere traces of his aura were enough to accelerate their growth. Risking it all, he bathed the first batch in a faint green glow for 30 more minutes. Fearing disastrous overexposure, he strictly limited his daily energy output. By day 5, their grueling labor finally yielded a triumphant vegetable harvest. Gripping a colossal Chinese cabbage, a victorious grin spread across Hanfeng's face. Strangely enough, he birthed a foot-shaped radish and monstrously mutated, otherworldly tomatoes. The greatest terror was a titanic green cabbage lurking ominously in the corner. His green aura microdosing spawned bizarre anomalies, yet they brimmed with pure vitality. Given their crisis, any edible sustenance was a blessing. Though that foot-shaped radish radiated sinister energy, they swiftly cooked the harvest, indulging in a legendary all-vegetable banquet. 2 weeks of agonizing labor vanished in one glorious meal, utterly worth the sacrifice. Even Demon King completely reversed her stance on agriculture. She desperately craved strawberries and honeydew for their next cycle. Their only remaining scrap was sautéed chunks from that monstrous green cabbage. Everyone outright refused to consume it. The sheer surplus was overwhelming. This glut triggered Hanfong's memories of Brother Li. That man could ruthlessly devour any ration placed before him without hesitation. 2 grueling weeks passed since his daring downhill descent. Their initial food provisions were likely completely exhausted by now. Hanfong could only pray for their survival. Mid-feast, a distant explosion shattered the silence. For 6 agonizing days, these deafening shockwaves had plagued their sanctuary. Trusting their impenetrable fortress, they remained unfazed. These lone blasts only struck once per day regardless. 3 days later, the chaotic bombardments multiplied exponentially. A savage barrage of detonations violently rocked the hillside, completely fracturing Hanfong's hard-earned peace. These ceaseless eruptions ignited a deep irritation within him. Reaching his limit, he scaled the villa's roof to scout the unfolding chaos below. Despite wielding high-powered binoculars, Hanfong failed to pierce the mysteries shrouding the distant icy peaks. Who possessed the madness to trigger such destruction? The culprit clearly feared no exposure. Though a vast distance still shielded their sacred villa, if this encroaching bombardment advanced further, catastrophe was absolutely imminent. Hanfong had zero desire to test his reinforced defenses against a direct blast. Their current defensive wall was a glaring weakness, far too low and fragile. They needed a massive upgrade to survive this apocalypse. The chaos raging outside remained an absolute mystery. Building towering, impenetrable ramparts was their absolute best survival tactic. However, since Q lacked any cement in her spatial storage, relying on ordinary construction methods was completely off the table. Fortunately, perfect building materials were already stockpiled right at their very feet. Massive mounds of excavated rock from the underground basement surrounded them entirely. First, they meticulously stacked the heavy stones. Next, they drenched the entire barricade in freezing water. In mere moments, the liquid froze, forging an indestructible ice fortress that would never thaw. Trapped in this eternal winter, a stone-filled ice barricade easily surpassed the raw durability of any standard concrete wall. The Three Stooges poured their absolute all into this project. Each member executed their role flawlessly, pushing the icy ramparts higher. When supplies dwindled, Hanfong ruthlessly demolished the neighboring abandoned villas to harvest more crucial rubble. After 3 grueling days of relentless labor, the colossal ice fortress finally stood tall. The towering defensive structure entirely eclipsed their hidden sanctuary from plain sight. They hoped for a peaceful rest. Yet, the unseen bombers refused them even a single moment of triumph. The devastating bombardments violently resumed. This time, blinding flashes of sheer destruction erupted right outside their very windows. Worse still, the deafening explosions relentlessly marched closer to their doorstep, skyrocketing in pure destructive volume. A nearby neighborhood villa was instantly obliterated by the following strike. Lethal shockwaves sent jagged debris raining across the frozen hillside. Flying shrapnel slammed violently against their newly forged icy fortress. Positioned up on the roof, a tiny stray stone moving at absolute bullet-like speed viciously sliced a deep cut right across Hanfeng's cheek. Completing the barrier in time was a stroke of sheer luck. A catastrophic disaster awaited if they had delayed. Hanfeng immediately dashed indoors, desperately ordering the girls down into the safety of the second basement. They cowered inside the underground garden for exactly half a day before daring to resurface. As the second night fell, a sudden bombardment interrupted his bath, nearly drowning him in a wave of sheer terror. He desperately sprinted toward the basement bunker, clutching only a flimsy towel to cover his junk. By the morning of the third day, the adjacent villa vaporized into pure rubble, and a terrifying direct bomb strike violently rattled their reinforced ice wall. During the chaotic afternoon of the fourth day, Hanfeng was handling his private business in the restroom when earth-shattering explosions forced an incredibly panicked retreat. To make matters infinitely worse, he barely avoided exposing his Johnson to the Demon King. By the fifth day, his patience officially snapped. Hanfeng grabbed his deadly sniper rifle, fully equipped his tactical ski gear, and plunged into the war zone. Cowering in the dark basement every single day was agonizing. Deprived of proper food, water, and sleep, this psychological torture was absolute hell. Armed to the very teeth, blazing with lethal fury, and sporting flawless apocalyptic combat drip, Hanfeng vowed to hunt down the unseen lunatic who turned this frozen world into a personal firing range. He sternly ordered the girls to maintain strict survival protocols until he safely returned. His rapid ski descent down the frozen mountain executed flawlessly. Along the treacherous snowy path, Hanfeng finally witnessed the sheer catastrophic devastation of the relentless artillery bombardments up close. Shredded remnants of official military uniforms littered the blast zones, heavily hinting at organized army involvement. Perhaps that big baby and Captain Scar were orchestrating this nightmare. As he pushed deeper and deeper into the chaotic epicenter, Hanfeng encountered an ever-growing, gruesome trail of mangled corpses painting the snow. Seeking a safe vantage point, he ascended to scout the chaos below. With every step upward, the freezing temperature pierced deeper. The icy air mercilessly burned his lungs. Through his binoculars, a massive cave emerged, resembling a hidden military fortress of some kind. Countless heavy cannons lay concealed within its rocky walls. These weapons must be the source of his recent agonizing torment. Outside the entrance, soldiers moved stealthily, stalking an unseen enemy lurking inside. They stormed the complex with blazing gunfire. Perhaps a deadly internal rebellion? Before fully breaching, a domineering invisible force violently blasted them right outward. One soldier was hurled skyward, crashing near Hanfeng's hidden vantage point. Inspecting the doomed victim, Hanfeng found only a mangled pile of flesh. In mere seconds, the entire strike team had been utterly annihilated. Refocusing on the cave, Hanfeng watched a mysterious group casually emerge. 3 terrifying figures stepped forward. A little girl effortlessly wielding a massive bazooka, a sharply dressed little boy, and a bespectacled white-haired woman in a stylish coat. For a fleeting second, her expression shifted as if sensing hidden prey. Her bewitching purple eyes locked onto Hanfeng's hiding spot with a chilling smile. Her dangerously mature presence was absolutely captivating. Hanfeng's blood froze. Despite the vast distance, he felt like hopelessly cornered prey. Hanfeng remained completely prone and motionless. His survival instincts had completely shut down. Peering through the lenses again, he saw the girl aiming her bazooka with a psychotic grin. She squeezed the trigger, instantly obliterating the very peak of his hill. Miraculously, he slid out of the explosive radius at the absolute last second. The horrifying truth was confirmed. They had somehow spotted him from afar. These 3 were absolute monsters. Hanfeng retreated deeper before plotting his next move. Echoing after the explosion, intense gunfire shattered the frozen silence. A few surviving soldiers desperately held their ground against the monstrous trio. Terrified, They retreated while frantically emptying their entire magazines. But tragically, for these doomed men, the little boy severed their escape, manipulating the snow into a towering tidal wave. He unleashed this devastation with a completely blank, emotionless expression. With a downward gesture, the snow imploded into a massive icy shockwave. Hanfong realized he was utterly outmatched. The shockwave triggered a catastrophic avalanche, leaving him absolutely no room to evade. Thousands of tons of snow rampaged violently down the steep mountainside. The unstoppable force raged on, permanently altering the very terrain. As the destruction settled, a faint red aura pierced through the snowy aftermath. Harnessing this crimson energy, Hanfong clawed from the deadly tomb, dragging another person. His quick wits barely saved him from suffocation. Now he dragged the unconscious soldier down the treacherous snowy path. Fortunately, he spotted a massive dam and rushed toward its protective cover. Without it, the crushing white abyss would have dragged him to a miserable death. That indifferent little boy clearly possessed absolute dominion over ice and snow. In this frozen apocalypse, it was an absolutely godlike, overpowered ability. Hopefully, this rescued soldier can provide crucial intel about that terrifying three-man vanguard. Hanfong scoured the area, eventually locating a structure tall enough to survive the devastating avalanche. He dragged the captive into an abandoned room, securely binding him for safety. With safety assured, Hanfong delivered a harsh strike with his weapon to wake him. Upon opening his eyes, the terrified captive instantly broke down, begging for mercy. Before Hanfong could even demand answers, the coward was already eager to confess. He had prepared countless ruthless interrogation techniques. What a pity they would go entirely unused today. Hanfong took a seat, demanding the truth about the woman and children who annihilated an entire military base. The soldier trembled violently at the mere mention of his worst nightmare. Those three are absolute monsters. One wields ice magic, another releases energy waves, and the last is a walking explosive. Hanfong demanded a precise breakdown of these overwhelming superhuman abilities. Starting with the woman, she unleashes devastating energy waves with a mere flick of her wrist. A simple gesture alone can scatter an entire armed battalion like fragile leaves. The deranged little girl possesses explosive magic, turning absolutely anything into a lethal bomb. And that young boy is an absolute catastrophe. His absolute dominion over ice and snow renders him completely untouchable. As the soldier cursed these monstrous awakened beings, Hanfong fell into deep contemplation. Considering his own godly powers, he cannot blame those three for unleashing their strength so freely. With awakened beings constantly emerging everywhere, Hanfong had one final question for the broken soldier. He demanded to know who ordered the devastating bombardment near the hillside villa. The captive desperately swore his unit had zero involvement in those ruthless strikes. Their stronghold had long been conquered by those three terrifying anomalies. Today was the battalion's final, desperate push to reclaim the base with headquarters reinforcements. The bombardment still fueled Hanfong's rage, but punishing the true culprits would be incredibly difficult. The scene of tragic death, the corpses scattered across the hills, were undoubtedly slaughtered by that woman and her terrifying offspring. How could anyone possibly stand against such an absurdly overpowered force? Having his peaceful sanctuary threatened by these absolute lunatics filled Hanfong with intense fury. Having extracted the necessary truths, he allowed the captive soldier to leave freely. Terrified that Hanfong might reconsider, the soldier fled blindly into the blizzard, completely ignoring his bound wrists. It did not matter. He would never need his hands again. The moment he stepped into the open field, an explosion utterly erased him from existence. A devastating chain of explosions immediately engulfed the exact coordinates where Hanfong remained hidden. One blast nearly annihilated him, but Hanfong rapidly reinforced the walls just in time to survive. These strikes were far from random. They were precisely targeting him with absolute, deadly accuracy. He had concealed himself multiple hills away, yet those perceptive monsters still located his presence. This three-man vanguard was not even rushing. They remained stationed within the military stronghold, while the little girl joyfully unleashed the catastrophic explosive abilities she had been perfecting for days. Dami Mami sensed something chilling. After the relentless barrage, their target's ability signature remained intact. Instead, his aura surged with even greater power. Whoever this prey was, surviving a crushing avalanche and deadly explosions proved his monstrous strength. The woman ruthlessly ordered another round of explosives to seal his fate. If he survived, they would hunt him down. Such a dangerous threat could never walk free. The young boy looked completely bored, while the chaotic explosive girl trembled with pure battle lust. Deep inside his hidden bunker, Hanfong collapsed heavily into his chair. Today had been a relentless series of lethal encounters. He debated striking back, but fighting 3 superhumans 3 against 1 was a guaranteed death sentence. Fleeing back to his shelter would only invite more devastating bombardments. To secure a truly peaceful future, Hanfong had to personally eradicate this looming threat to his quiet existence. If you enjoyed this epic recap, please consider supporting my journey on Patreon.